Behind where they put all the carvery stuff.
When we are moving it back there, just raise the leg down like that, so it's less likely to gobble forward if somebody. Genuinely, we can add some yellow and black tape like that, just to mark out on box, so let you guys know. Annoyingly, there's not really a lot we can do. You know how many was looking yesterday?
Do your drills, boys. Whatever you need. High skips, low skips, karaoke, lunge and twist. Whatever's there. When you're ready, give me 3 sprints. Give me 3 change of gears. Come on.
Every year, as soon as I get a new hat, trash it from the ground across the year. I seem to spend more time than I want to on my square, and more time than I have done on my square, and I don't seem to be getting it, which is just infuriating. Right there? June was so dry. So dry and everyone's going. By the end of it, I was going around my outfield with a bag of soil, preparing it like I would prepare my square for all the cracks. Because someone caught their foot in it one day and nearly sprained their ankle. So at the end of June, I was there with soil, doing really well. And then it's sweat.
Yeah, big dog. Go on then. Shoulders need to be done as soon as you've done squares, boys. Squares first, then shoulders. Come on then.
Just keep using that one as a result. I haven't changed it. I've got a new wicket for this. I haven't changed wicket for the July. A new one for this, I think. And it's been that rock hard. And that active. Living out of rain has been rock hard as due.
would you?
A very good morning everyone from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. Day 3 of this LB Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Surrey. Due to the overs lost yesterday because of the rain, there are revised hours of play today. The first session, providing there is no further rain, will get underway on time at 11 until 10 past 1. Lunch will be taken between 10 past 1 and 1:50. The afternoon session will also be 2 hours and 10 minutes long, which will take us up to the tea interval at 4 until 4:20. The scheduled close of play is at 6:30 and we are due to have 104 overs in the day, providing there are no rain interruptions. Somerset due to start their second innings at 11 AM. After they posted 170 all-outs on day 1, Surrey in their first innings 368 all-outs in Surrey lead by 198 runs. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. Wi-Fi is completely free of charge. And to connect, all you have to do is select the option _for our Somerset in your settings and then set a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. With the new Wi-Fi, you can browse the internet around the Cooper Associates County Ground. For example, that our matchday live streams through access without using your data, and the instant replays of all the action on the field are available at no extra cost to you. A reminder as well that in association with Virtue Motors, Somerset County Rugby Club provide radio earpieces to enable members and supporters to enjoy live ball-by-ball match commentary on the stream. They are available to purchase from reception in the Marcus Scottish Pavilion at a cost of £12, and these earpieces will last you for the whole season. There's a couple of food and drink options for you today. Straggler's Coffee House is open, and there is an ice cream van in the St James Street car park as well. The concessions are fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground. We would ask our members and supporters to please use the new recycling bins which are situated around the ground. Please dispose of your waste correctly. We have bins for general waste, paper, cans and plastic. There are also bins for cups near our concessions. The Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today during the lunch and tea break, and the North Somerset Area Committee are holding a second-hand book sale outside the SCCC shop. And finally, if you'd like to fill out scorecards with us today, they are available from the SCCC shop, and also Stragglers Coffee House members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. So a reminder, we are set to get underway at 11 AM. Somerset to start their second innings at 198 runs behind Surrey, and we hope you have a lovely day with us here in Taunton.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where the players are going through their football warm-ups, of course. England at the Oval, Somerset, Surrey here. Day 3 is Somerset v Surrey. Surrey top of the table and exerted their dominance a bit yesterday, Stephen.
They certainly did. 99 twice on the same scorecard, which is a bit of a rarity. But something that Somerset will take heart from, I think, is that both Tom Latham and Will Jacks showed that you can get in on this wicket and survive for considerable lengths of time. The deficit is a big one, 198. That's what Somerset are going to start knocking off. They're 0 for 0, it says on the board at the moment. It's a long way to go, and it is a little bit humid here as well, which I don't know how much influence that's going to have, but it could be a little bit bowler friendly. Yeah, grey clouds overhead, a little bit warmer than it perhaps looks. Somerset fans and press media staff alike were almost celebrating the covers coming on yesterday, but as you said, it did look a bit flat. But then remember, Tom Latham, multiple test matches for New Zealand. Will Jacks even has test caps. Surrey have well over 100 test caps amongst their 11. Somerset have 29 through Craig Overton and Matt Henry. So it's a slight difference in experience on that level, and I guess that will tell. Surrey have got a lot of bowlers as well. Yeah, you mentioned Matt Henry, though. We hope it isn't his last bowling stint for Somerset. Yes. We hope there's another one to come tomorrow when they storm to victory. But what an impact he's had, and high hopes, I know, amongst supporters here that he'll come again. The other template I've got to offer you is the game against Notts. Yes. Here, earlier this season, poor, below par first innings total again for Somerset, but they stormed back in and managed to win it. So we know that all things are possible in this game. There you go, Stephen Lamb, ever the optimist. Well, Scott Hawkins and his team are just wheeling the practice nets off. The covers are on. Jay Dernbach and co. They are going to practice their bowling. They're going to get ready to go. They were ready to bowl yesterday, but it never came out. So Somerset, I guess, have just got to not worry about the scoreboard too much and just try and bat time today. Yeah, just bat indeed. Join Harry and Sam and me up in the commentary box, and we hope it's a good day. And typical England, isn't it? That's the view live, looking down from our commentary box here. The covers are coming back on, just as we were all ready to make a prompt start at 11 o'clock. The rain has come in. We could actually see a couple of minutes ago that it's raining in North Taunton, but unfortunately it looks like it's spread. Harry Everett and I, Stephen Lamb, have made our way up from the dugout, or just in front of the dugout as we were then, up to the commentary box, but it doesn't look as though we're going to have anything immediate to commentate on. No, Harry. Frustrating, isn't it? It's been dry for the last hour or so. Football warm-ups, bowling warm-ups, plenty of players on the outfield, and now the covers are coming back on at 4 minutes to 11, just before start. I mean, people talking about the Ashes, adding an extra day on. Could they start at 10:30? Could we have different timings? Yeah, well, adding an extra day on in the Ashes is just, when you think how truncated that tournament is already, ridiculously so in my view. I mean, the white sheet covers are not coming on. It's just the wicket covers. So we should say, actually, that it's the first hour that's looking the dodgiest today. Yeah. It doesn't look too bad for the rest of it. There are a few bands of rain coming up from the southwest, and it looks a bit hit or miss over Taunton, and unfortunately it's hit at the moment, but that's the scene, and I think what we'll do is must be the earliest break in the day we've ever taken, but I think we will promise, and we do hereby promise, to come back to join you just as soon as there's any action, or indeed any sign of action. Just to recap on the situation, you can see there on the screen the figure that Somerset trail by, 200 pretty much, 198 behind, and that's where they're going to start their first innings when weather permits. Halfway stage of this game, still potentially 2 days left, and we will describe the action for you just as soon as it gets underway.
transformers and stuff getting around. Shame, but we try and find something to do. It used to be like Chelsea, he used to do agricultural spraying. Company got small fields, and he just one day stopped responding to emails. But we just stopped any response to them. And it seemed to about 4 or 5 other companies have not heard from them.
The match referee is Mike Smith. Our scorers are Holly Rhodes and David Hagger. Please welcome now to the middle umpires Russ Warren and Mark Newell. Led out by their captain, Rory Bird. Please welcome our visitors, Surrey.
Well, that was a mercifully brief delay. We had one yesterday, a little bit like that, and it cost Tom Latham dear. He was dismissed by the very first ball after the delay. We haven't seen the ball yet this morning because it started raining just as the players were coming out, but happily that's stopped. The covers are back off again and the players are coming out. And, we're at the halfway stage in every respect, really. 20 wickets have fallen, but that Somerset first innings total of 170 made to look very much below par yesterday by the Surrey batting performance. 99 apiece for Tom Latham and Will Jacks, we were just talking about, then 44 for Jamie Smith, 42 for Jamie Overton, and that was a pretty entertaining knock as well from Craig's twin brother, and Surrey earning themselves a first innings lead of 198, and that is more than significant.
Yeah, they batted well, didn't they? Latham and Jacks particularly showed their test class. Somerset have got a lot of work to do today. We talked about the Notts game, be positive from a Somerset perspective. It's doable, but there's some quality seam bowlers to take on. 5 genuine seamers, different pace, different angles, different heights, and Will Jacks, of course, who's got test wickets. So it's not going to be easy. I even saw Rory Burns having a bowl, bowling some off spin in the warm-up. But Dan Worrell, who grew up running around a tree in his backyard, is going to come in with his weirdly shaped run-up to bowl round the wicket from the river end. 3 slips and a leg slip. Jamie Overton. Well, it's not a leg slip, it's more of a leg third slip, I should be specific. What can Worrell do? Straight away down the leg side. I don't know if that was aimed to give Jamie Overton or Ben Folkes a chance, but I think actually he'll be annoyed with that.
Yeah, a bit of movement as well. Most of it after it had passed the bat. But he's a handy performer in any conditions, Dan Worrell. Saw him play a bit for Gloucestershire a couple of years ago.
They call him Frankie in the Surrey team. You'd know about Frankie Worrell more than I would.
Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah. These
Sir Frank.
Not very creative,
Great
are they?
Sir Frank.
Here he is. And Tom Lammonby just leaving that outside the off stump.
One of the 3 W's, Frank Worrell. Everton Weekes and Clyde Walcott being the others.
Yeah.
And Frank Worrell was a great West Indies captain.
Back in the glory years of the West Indies, they've struggled a bit lately playing against India in the Test match. I've watched a bit of that. We're going to have one of those frustrating morning sessions, I think. looking brighter from 12 o'clock onwards, so bear with. There might be a couple of delays or soldiering on in the rain, hopefully. Surrey seemed pretty keen last night, even, well, 3-12 last night when they came off the field. It's a good ball from Worrell.
Yeah, I think he was playing inside the line of that, Tom Lammonby.
The ultra-Scothic style, wasn't it? Yeah. I tried to tell someone on a Sunday friendly I was doing that the other day, and they didn't buy it. You know, when you play and miss, and he said, I was just playing inside the line like Ultra-Scothic used to do. They just laughed at me. Ultra-Scothic set the style.
You're southpaw? Left-hander?
No, not even, but...
Sorry I had to ask. I'm sorry I haven't had the chance to...
Oh, I've seen you bat in the indoor cricket, Stephen. I know you're a southpaw. Stephen's got a vicious cover drive in corridor cricket we saw last year. Worrell's just delayed in his run-up. Lammonby's not quite happy with his mark, his guard.
It is raining out there.
I like this. I think this is good, positive umpiring from Warren and You'll just crack on with it. Lovely shot from Lammonby. And Burns with... It's not really a floppy hat. Is it a bucket hat? It's a kind of in-between.
They're going to have to come off.
He's nailed it at extra cover, no run. And Lammonby's going to protect his bat. So with a 2-minute delay, then they came out for 2 minutes. Now we're going to have another delay of however long. We're going to keep flitting in and out of...
I agree with you, Harry. Hats off to the umpires for trying.
Yes.
Because we know from radars and whatever, forecasts, that this is not going to last and that the weather is going to improve. It's just a little bit unfortunate that it's now happened twice. One at about a minute to 11 when they were on their way out. And again, well, what have we had? We've had 4 balls of the morning session.
Only their keeper, the Somerset ground staff.
It's tiresome for them, isn't it, to have to keep doing this. Tiresome for the spectators who have put their umbrellas up now in the James Hildreth stand. There aren't too many here at the moment. I fancy it may fill up a bit later on.
Yeah.
When the forecast is better.
Well, what we can do is we can direct some of the viewers on the stream to the Somerset Twitter page for some of the videos. We've got a preview video on there. We can also direct you to, if you go back through the YouTube archive, there's plenty of content on there behind the Wyvern and all the replays. We hopefully won't be off air for long, and after this rain shower passes on to the Quantocks, will allow Worrell to complete the last 2 balls. It was over, hopefully.
Yeah, it's getting heavier at the moment, actually.
Yeah, I think this could be a slightly longer delay.
May have to put on an extra cover or 2 unless it stops promptly. But anyway, we'll be back with you in time for any resumption whenever it takes place.
We'll give you the Finals Day special of Behind the Wyvern, the best, the Somerset title-winning episode.
.45 from 24 for Sams.
Short. Can't get it past. Cover. He's thinking boundaries. He's thinking 3 to 4 more boundaries. Henry again. That's over. Oh, what a catch! What a spectacular catch! And what a way to finish off Vitality Blast final. Tom Campbell, TKC take a bow. Somerset, their 9th appearance on Finals Day, their 2nd win. It has been an 18-year gap between drinks, but I can tell you something, the cider will be flowing in Taunton this evening. Somerset have taken the final for 40 runs.
Yes, TKC, talk through that catch.
Straight luck. See it, dive, one hand. Come on. Oh, well done. Well done. Well done. Outstanding, boys. Well done. Well done. Let's go, well done, boys.
T20 champion there, Green, isn't it?
T20 champion. Unreal. Third time trying, but unreal. Nevertheless. Cheers, boy.
Alright, guys.
There's been so much time, mate. So please. Let's go for it.
Dicko, what's your thoughts right now?
I don't have many thoughts, to be honest. Hasn't hit home just yet. But God, we've worked hard. We deserve this, man. We deserve this.
So you came here as an opening batter for Red Bull, and you come out being one of the best performers in White Ball.
It was the Red Bull knock in the week that got me there.
Feeling good, Case?
So good, mate.
Come on. Feeling good, Matty?
Cheers, mate. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Yeah, no, man, you know, these days don't come around very often, you know, when you've been around as You're not coming back here. Tonight.
I don't need any of
No time for we are the champions.
Get bananas in.
Of the world.
We're been a pepper too, I know where we've been. If the upper was a tree, I'd be after him. When I see in history's eye, but if I don't get him, with a epic stick I'm looking down. Blackburn, I'll have it.
Well, that is the Surrey state in front of us. The Sorry Not Surrey state. A few covers coming on to the outfield as well as the normal wicket covers. The sheets are on. So we're going to give you a little treat, Somerset and potentially Surrey fans. We're going to replay the semi-final from T20 Blast Finals Day. What, 2 Saturdays ago? Enjoy.
Edge through the gap. Slip was just a little bit wide. And it looked impressive. Oh, whipped leg side and all the way. Just one bounce. It's gone high and long. High and long off the top edge for the first 6 of the inning. Pulls this one. Finds the gap as well. Backward square. swung away. Oh, good pace and bounce. I don't think there's an edge on it though. You got to review if you want it.
Yeah, good hard length from Sean Abbott, and the bounce, he was confident. Jamie Smith also confident. It could only be.
Okay, just roll it back two frames from there and just pause it there. Okay, I've got a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. Go back on field to Sean, change your decision to out. Your on-screen signal now.
Spot on from Sean Abbott. He was sure he heard something. And there was a little edge from the back. Oh, edge, where's your slip? Might have just gone a little bit wide at first anyway.
Well, muscled away onto the leg side. It might just pull up because of the rain. Well, a bit of innovation. Well, massive appeal from Surrey behind the stumps. Umpire says no, not out, straight away. Jamie Smith wants to review it.
Okay, roll that through. Just roll that back one more frame. Okay, I've got a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. Sean, I'm going to ask you to change your decision to out, stand by.
There was a little tickle on it. Steve O'Shaughnessy reversing his decision. Well, that's through. Work to do out on the boundary. Well, a miscued shot and taken comfortably. Had a little bit of work to do. Laurie Evans, excellent footwork to get there. Always tough over the shoulder. Sean Abbott, he has his second.
It's giving Surrey exactly what they want. Just a length ball. Kohler Cadmore thought it was in the slot. Very difficult chance for Laurie Evans. Makes it look very easy.
See the rain over the lens, it's so hard because it's just squally. That's a good, brilliant delivery. So Tom Abel gave himself a little bit of room, took pace off, and it's a big wicket again for Surrey. That's what he's trying to do. He's come down and bludgeoned it to that mid-wicket. Sliced away. Into the surface, sliced away. Net, what a catch! Whoa, what a catch! Jamie Smith, take a bow. What an absolute beauty.
Went quickly. Quite a thick edge. He was expecting a boundary, but not to be. Surrey needed something special to get rid of the Somerset captain.
Clipped away, boundary to finish.
Skied. Who wants it? Abbott does, and he takes it. He's been superb as the Australian. Well, that's a confident start. That'll do you. Oh, neat. Very neat. Just rode the bounce. Edged, what a catch! Fabulous! We've seen some absolute beauties today already, but Tom Curran, that is right up there.
We keep seeing it, don't we? These great catches on the 30-yard circle, short third, and that's a great catch low down. Tom Curran, all action with bat ball.
Tried, third up in the circle. Unfortunately, not a pure connection, and that has been a superb finish.
Will Jacks on strike straight away. He's down over top of long off. One bounce, two bounces, trickles into the boundary. Out. Jason, no more saying hello, mate. Get out there and have a bat. Just been greeting everyone in the pod. Jay Roy got to go out and do his job now because that is one down.
They have to get wickets in the power play. Under par with the bat, we think. So if they're going to get in front of this run chase.
Drives through the gap, too full and put away by Jason Roy. Pulls backward a square 4. Straight up off the edge, who wants it? Taken brilliantly, that is a superb catch, Dixon. In amongst the runs, now he takes the catch and Henry strikes, Roy goes.
It was in the air for a long time. Jason Roy straight away, he thought, right, that's it, I'm out. He was pretty much on his way, but then he saw how much of a tough catch this was. Had to make up a lot of ground. It is windy as well.
Swung away high. Is it far enough? I think it might be just. No, it's not. It is not. That is a brilliant catch out in the deep under pressure in front of the Hollies. Overton again with another.
Ah, what a beautiful shot off the back foot. Or backer for length, usually. A big reason why Somerset have made the playoffs. And it's straight to mid-off. First delivery, the highest wicket taker strikes again. 27 turns into 28. First ball for Tom Curran. That's down leg side. A loose delivery on the act. It's gone straight to long on. And another one. For Green. Overton. Oh, just over. The mid-off fielder.
Overton. Oh, he's so strong. Goes in the same area again. He's hit it straight down his twin brother's throat. Would you believe it? Into the short side. That's what the commentators have been asking for. Oh, that's been smashed. Jordan got the length that he was looking for. Jordan looking short side. Gets all of it. That has gone way, way back. Again, Jordan goes back and deep. He hasn't got enough of it. He's gone. The temptation was too great, that short boundary. And Overton has come back brilliantly. Short, wide, and it's edged. Not exactly where Abbott intended, but the Surrey fans won't mind. In the air, and gone. Another Surrey batter has picked out a fielder in the deep. Henry picks up another one.
And as easy as you like. Flicks it away for his first boundary. Edged and gone. Heard a noise. Well, I heard a noise. And they've gone upstairs.
Okay, ultra edge coming up. Okay, and just freeze it there for me. There's a clear spike as the ball is next to the bat. You're on screen, signal now.
Reverse decision. That's well played from Atkinson. That's going to be 4. Yeah. Chance. Taken. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Somerset have been superb with the deep catches. Will Smeed on this occasion, and it is they who will face Essex in the final a little later on.
Ball of the final for 2023. Dropped. Oh, could have been cracking start. It's Dan Lawrence as well who's put it down above his head. First ball of the final. Could have had a wicket. Drive straight past mid-off. And down to the boundary for 4. First one of the final. through the offside. That has been timed superbly by Smeed.
Yeah, back-to-back falls.
Far from Cook, just 2 from the over. Oh, scoop. Over the top all the way. Excellent from Tom Banton for 6 of the final.
Yeah, that's what he does. That's why I was surprised. Normally when Tom Banton's on strike, fine leg stays back, because he does do that. Gets inside the line beautifully here and just helps it along. Just watch, he just gets well over to the offside, helps it along, and it's gone all the way.
Bit of leg cut as well.
Yeah!
Got in! Little inside edge, back onto off stump. Schneitermeister in action again.
Really good. And that's why he stays up, trying to keep the batter in his crease. Will Smeed really try to hit this one extremely hard. With an inside edge onto leg stump.
A few little indicators as well. That has timed beautifully. I don't think Daniel Sams will catch that, and he will not.
Just got the line and length.
Fine, and fine enough before.
Yeah, again, just the line wrong, straying onto the pads. Fine legging.
Swung away. Hollies are calling.
Yeah, he likes that shot. Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Spreads now.
Catch it.
Shatter catch, easily taken. Might have caught a little bit of glove. It's Robin Das who's there. Great feeling collect it, and Snater's got his second, yet to concede a run, and Banton departs.
Well, excellent from Snater. Tom Banton continuing to try and find the boundary outside of the power play. That's what his job is. But on this occasion, he wasn't able to execute a nice, simple catch.
Yes!
Very nicely played from Kohler-Cadmore. Yeah, he's got a power game, but that was just delicate. Got the angle of the open face right, and a welcome boundary. Sterling job keeping him quiet.
Hey!
Oh, better than that. Not just kept him quiet, they've got rid of him. And it's Critchley, hero of the semi-final, now starts to make his mark in the final.
This is such clever bowling from Matt Critchley. He's mixed his pace up, started the over with a couple of balls that were 53 miles an hour, and then just gradually has upped his pace.
4 or 5 overs. Abel comes down the track. Mid-on goes back, takes the catch. The ball comes off the stickers of the bat. Beard, who backtracked nicely, pouched it in front of his face. Another batter perishes, looking to go over the top.
Well, exactly what I asked for, unfortunately. Not the best execution. Yeah, Paul Walter is tall, a little skip down the track. The intention was right. Just got a little bit too big on him. And really well judged at mid-on. 4 wickets down. Essex know that...
Lewis Gregory, the new man in.
Catch it!
Oh, that's in the air. I think he's taken it. I think Critchley has caught that diving forward. I'm sure that Gregory will stand his ground, as it is his right to do. But my feeling here, one advantage of being ground level or almost ground level in the pod, is it looked as though he got his fingers underneath that ball from here.
Yeah, looked like it. Both umpires having a discussion. The ball just stuck in the surface. Lewis Gregory trying to turn the ball onto the leg side as they go upstairs.
Director, we've got a fair catch review. I've checked the front foot. I'll have your front on angle to start with, please. Another angle, thank you. Okay, right, just turn me back nice and slow, please. Just need to check where these fingers are. Nice and slow. Okay, can I just take a side-on one, please? A side-on camera angle. Yeah, nice and slow. Just take me back, take me back. Yeah, okay, I'll take any angle you got. Yeah, nice and slow. Just can you take me back on that, or you've got to play it through? Just take me back, take me back, take me back. Play me through. Right, okay, I've made my decision, thank you. I'm going to go back on field.
Edged away, and the outfield is slow because of all the rain, but it will just have enough momentum to make it to the fence. End of the 12th over. Turn it. Slammed into the gap between long on and mid-wicket, and will find the fence. Very handy from Dixon. Simon Harmer, with his first bowl in the final, is greeted with a reverse sweep. It will find its way to the fence despite the best efforts of Paul Walter. The finals day. Slam down the ground, that's a fine stroke. Beautiful straight drive from Dixon.
There's a sense of maturity about.
Oh, shot. Sean Dixon is playing a little ripper of an innings once again.
Just the awareness as it takes the game deep.
Oh, beautiful. He's played that so well. Absolutely epitomises what Kumar Sangakkara is saying.
Maybe 160. In the air. Schneiter's underneath it, should take it. It takes it simply. And now of the captain, Lewis Gregory.
Well, he's done it again. Gets his third wicket. Excellent from the Essex skipper, Simon Harmer, getting him back into the attack.
Yeah, simple catch. Really deserved it.
Basic errors in the second semi-final.
Bottom edge run away. Much needed for Dixon. Has been in good form. Slower deliveries at the end. This is in the air. Should be taken. Should be taken. It's swirled. And in the end, Robin Das takes it, and it is the end of Green.
Really good bowling again from Paul Walter, using the angle from around the wicket. Slower ball, excellent catch by Das.
That sails through semi-final against Surrey. 2 again, really like this, really like this. Well, I did like it, direct hit. No overthrows, and I'll have to have a look.
Director, we've got a run-out review. If you can tell me your best side on shot, please. Okay, yeah, nice and slow. Just take me back? Just tell me, should we take you back, please? Okay, nice and slow, nice and slow. Yeah, I've made my decision for the big screen.
So good from Aaron Beard, direct hit. Thought it was a comfortable 2 in the finals day. On the pitch, off the pitch. Paul Walter. What a beautiful shot. What a beautiful shot. Little bit of width. Opened up the face, gets a boundary. 50 up as well, his first this season. He has 2 others in.
The dugout appreciate it.
Taken. Hang time from Rossington. Dixon brings up his 50. And Walter has 3 wickets.
Well, it's a short ball with pace off. First delivery, 81 mile an hour. This delivery, 65. Good catch by Adam Rossington. Straight in the mitts. Walter get.
That's his shot. That's his area. Boundary to finish the over, 10 runs from it and a wicket. We're 1 over left in the final. First innings. We'll try and hit it down the ground. In the air from Henry. Taken. It's that man again. It is the Schneitermeister. Simple catch.
Well, he's made that catch look very, very easy. Henry again sitting deep in the crease. And it just catches the toe. Let's go along with his 3 for 13.
Last ball then. Lovely Yorker to finish. They'll pick up 1. Will they go for 2? Yes, will be run out. So, just get the 1. Essex have bowled really well. Happy captain Simon Harmer, but he'll know that Somerset defended her.
Down the wicket, down the ground, punished. Couple of bounces into the covers that have been on the ground for a large part of today. Underway with the now. 1 innings to go. That one has been hit very, very well by Dan Lawrence. So 2 boundaries in the over.
Their intentions.
This time over, long off, or mid-off, sorry. And a couple of bounces, it'll race away, will it? Good chase from the skipper, but we'll have to check this one.
To mess it up.
And again, down the wicket, no one at deep third. Couple of bounces, that'll race away as well.
Yeah, Rossington's not messing around.
Deliberately opened the face of the bat because the lack of fielders that side. And again, that is just class. Sheer quality from the big man.
Yeah, unlucky for the bowler. Nearly got his Yorker in.
Advancing again, finds the gap leg side. Henry went short. Rossington wanted a piece of it.
Delivery left.
Down the wicket again. It's gone. Is it gone? Oh my goodness. What a catch that is. He's absolutely crunched it. It's the new man, Casey Aldridge, with a wonderful pair of hands.
Well, I was looking at the boundary. He did it that hard. Just watch this. He has absolutely lambasted that. Straight hands. I mean, he made it look extremely easy. The reactions.
Swung away leg side. Powerful from Pepper. And it's gone all the way as well. Definite. Henry again. Oh, damn, beautiful delivery, Matt Henry. Pitch switched off, hit the top of off. That is quality. All of a sudden, Somerset bounce back. They've got 2 now.
Well, that looks like a seed, Dawley. Has he bowled one of those cutters? That looks like it's gone sort of middle and leg, hit the top of off. Nothing he can do about that. It's a great delivery. 6-8.
Oh, that's out. Has he hit it? Has he hit it? He has not. He has not. That is crashing into the poles. Henry with one that nips back, and that's the end of Dan Lawrence now. Somerset right back in amongst it.
Well, he said, oh, he's in a good spell. Don't do anything silly. Dan Lawrence has gone across to the offside. And Matt Henry does what he does, is take wickets, just nips back, and that is stone dead. That is hitting middle, halfway up. It's a good delivery, big wicket. But he's a dangerous player. Still work.
Cut away, and that one will reach the boundary for 4.
That's a good shot.
Mid-on is up and he's in the game. It's Matt Henry again. You cannot keep him out of it. This time with the catch. And Essex falling apart here with some pretty ordinary cricket.
It's not sensible batting. You've got a boundary. He's gone and trying to go again. And this is what final can do. Pressure. Who can handle it? Somerset are doing what they have done all through the tournament this year. Can't keep Matt Henry out of the game. Easy catch. Craig Overton with a wicket, a well-deserved wicket, running it.
2 good bowlers, so is this man, Lewis Gregory. Cut away. A little bit of width. Pace on as well. 3rd is up, gets it past. They needed that boundary. Trying to rebuild. Big shout, given. Looked absolutely plumb again. Critchley went across. And Essex are halfway, they're 5 down.
Yeah, a bit of a loose shot from Critchley. The pressure was building, the ball was steaming. Didn't take a lesson from Walt on the other end. Stayed put in his crease, didn't even try batting outside it. Plants in front, his front leg across. Has a swipe across the line, and Lewis Gregory, he knows that that's crashing. Uses his feet. Oh, and the fielder's lost it. It was going straight, and he saw the 3rd man, a thick outside edge.
Chipped. Lovely looking shot. You've been talking about that all day. Use your feet, come down, extend the arms, finish the over with a boundary. 10 runs from that over, 65.
Ghostly voice of Benedict in my ear.
Yeah!
Oh, he's knocked him over. Would you believe it? Was just about to say that sensibly they'd scored off every one of the last 15 deliveries. But Walter, the temptation of that short boundary was just simply too strong. He has a massive swipe across the line, and Sodhi knocks his pegs over.
Yeah, it's the downfall of Walter.
Short boundary, that's going to go a long way back. From the second that he flicked his wrists on that one and made clean contact, there was only one outcome. Hundred up for Essex. Gregory back into the attack. Oh, misfield. You don't see that very often from Somerset. It's Ben Green.
No, you don't.
Point where they can't afford those singles to be ticked over. Nicked and gone. Oh, he tried to run it down. He tried to run it down and got too thin an edge on it. Tom Banton did the rest. And you can see there the frustration and perhaps the worry that was starting to build for Somerset in that celebration. Harmer goes.
Lewis Gregory again. when his team needs, gets a wicket, he's just trying to run it down to the vacant third. Got a thick edge. Tom Banton did the rest.
But it's the pressure of the game and only 3 wickets left.
Bowled in, Schneiter with a swing and a miss, and Sodhi strikes.
Experience from Sodhi, good captaincy as well from Lewis Gregory. Knew that he had to take the wicket of Walter, took the gamble with the left-hander, got him. And this from Sodhi is perfect. A little bit flatter, a little bit quicker. Schneiter with a swing and a miss.
Bowled in again, it's Sodhi. The little beauty. Another flighted delivery, another swing and a miss. And the Kiwi leg spinner doing the job here at the back end.
As you say, a little bit of flights, just held it back a little bit. Wicket of Paul Walter, the left-hander, earlier with a similar delivery. This one, Fuller turns. It's a beautiful delivery. And Somerset are getting closer and closer, just giving him a single.
Goes leg side and goes plenty. Daniel Sams. Needed, required, delivered.
Game's not over. Game is not over.
Matt Henry's back. Can he finish it off? Sams goes big downtown. That is a brilliant start. Brilliant start for Daniel Sams. Pressure on now.
Do not go
as well. Henry again. That's over. No, what a catch! What a spectacular catch! And what a way to finish off Vitality Blast final. Tom Kohler-Canmore, TKC take a bow. Somerset, their 9th appearance on finals day, their 2nd win. It has been an 18-year gap between drinks, but I can tell you something, the cider will be flowing in Taunton this evening. Somerset have taken the final by 14 runs.
What a way to win a final. What a catch. What a game. Sam thinks this is 4. Sam thinks this is another boundary on the way. Watch TKC. A leaping salmon. You beauty. They've dominated the South Group. They've beaten Surrey in the semi-final. And they have defended 145 to win the 2023 Vitality Blast Finals Day. And your man, Matt Henry,
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground for the third time this morning. And hopefully this time we're going to do a bit better than the first two. We've had 4 deliveries so far today. They came out at the very start and it promptly rained. They came out again about 10 minutes later, and Dan Worrell bowled 4 balls before they had to go off again in a rather heavier spell of rain. But now it is looking much, much brighter. Just a reminder of the match situation. Somerset are beginning their second innings with a deficit of 198. So with 2 days to go, they've got a bit of a hole to dig themselves out of as the sun emerges, which is great to see after the tricks the weather's been playing on us this morning. I'm Stephen Lamb. Harry Everett is alongside, and Harry, it looks like maybe third time lucky for us.
Yes, well, a couple of false starts, 4 balls from Worrell from the River End, and Somerset currently unscathed, but a little bit of delay. We've been enjoying the Somerset Surrey T20 Blast semi-final replay. Hopefully everyone has woken up if you're having a little morning nap and you're ready to see some County Championship Division 1 action. They're not going to mess around, Stephen. Lammerby straight in. He knows his guard. He's going to go for it.
Yeah, he'll have spotted it from where he took it around about an hour or so ago.
Worrell is down the leg side, well taken by Ben Folkes. Bit late for him to make another Ashes call for potentially a series he should have played a big part in, but we won't go straight into that topic.
Still looking very shiny, that new ball, in this little burst of sunshine. Got little patches of blue above us, mainly grey still, but it looks like the worst of the grey is being blown gradually eastward of us, which is good news.
Worrell still doing his curved run-up, and that's really down the leg side. We talked about it earlier. He's got that run-up from backyard cricket in the garden where he had to run around a tree. I love the tales of Australians and Kiwis who enjoy playing in different background games, backyards, parks. Don't really have it in England, do we, Stephen?
Not so much.
We need to make a campaign for play times in primary schools to play cricket rather than just football.
Yeah. I remember going to Sri Lanka once, quite a while ago now, and being on a train journey, and there were lots and lots of games going on in back gardens.
Everywhere. Yeah, I bet.
Reaching out to the line. It was a lovely sight, actually.
Well, Jordan Clark, another all-rounder in this Surrey side, is going to take the new ball. Not quick, Jordan Clark. As Atkinson and Laws will provide the pace, whilst Clark and Worrell will provide a bit of wobble, and Jamie Irvington will hit the deck. 5 seamers that complement each other with different angles and options.
So Clark is going to be bowling to the right-handed Sean Dixon. That's nicely played, and that's going to reduce the deficit by 4.
That's quite a nice start, isn't it? A short wide one to get Sean Dixon's account going.
Yeah, and his juice is flowing as well. It's been showing signs of form in, well, played a big part in finals day, of course, and then improvement in his form in the championship as well. Can he build on that? It's a great opportunity for him to do so. Somerset's account underway, 4 without loss. Forward defensive this time, and trusting the pitch for good reason.
Yeah, has seemed a good pitch, hasn't it? Well, Tom Latham and Will Jacks particularly, and Jamie Overton yesterday made it look decent enough. Craig Overton did beat the bat a few times, and Jaffa's in there, but surprising to see him go over 100, not pick up a wicket.
Clark with a very straight approach. Thinking about a single, but mid-on was too close in. Would have been suicidal. So, still 2 days remaining. We expect to have quite a lengthy day from here on in today. 85 overs remaining. It's obviously been reduced by the delay. Nicely driven into the covers, but won't be a run. So good to see some cricket at last, and Somerset with plenty of work to do if they're to get out of this one. against the champions. And the likely champions.
Yeah, champions-elect, I suppose you would say, wouldn't they? Essex done a bit against Hampshire to narrow the gap.
Defended again, yeah, it's Essex who've been applying the recent pressure on Surrey.
Yeah, Porter got Fuller early this morning, his 4th innings, 9th for the match. And then Harmer took another screamer, taking some cracking slip catches, Simon Harmer this year. What a fielder. Carl Abbott again getting another wicket, so Hampshire just a narrow lead. It's Birmingham where the other wickets were falling on day one. That sort of weird day one, wasn't it, where Ageas Bowl and Edgbaston were sort of competing with who can have the most wickets to fall.
Yeah, so just that boundary off the first ball of the over from Jordan Clark. Nicely played it was too. Somerset 4 without loss, so 194 is the deficit. That's the figure we need to keep an eye on. It's on your screen.
Yep, Jamie Porter wrapped up his 5 foot. Essex needed 83 to beat Hampshire, so that could be over before lunchtime, actually. Match figures are 10 for 85 for Porter, 5 for 46 in the second innings, so that'll be a 5th straight championship win for Essex, and that will, as we said, narrow the gap on Surrey. Worrell, not Frankie Worrell, but Dan Worrell's going to continue. Solid from Tom Lammerby in behind that.
Yeah, it's a better line from Worrell that time as well. He's been straying a bit down the leg side. It's not really surprising. He's only into his 2nd over.
Yeah.
The first over took about an hour.
He was all set to go.
Get through.
3:12 I made it last night on my notes. He was all set to go. Ready to bowl. He didn't think he thought the 10-minute change of innings was all there was going to be of a delay last night, but the rain came down for an early close. Jamie Overton still in it like a leg 4th slip, leg 3rd slip. Bit of wobble from Worrell. I like saying that.
Very good. Alliterative.
Yes. Welcome to all those on the YouTube comments. Enjoying full screen now, losing the chat. Talk of blistering heat. Yep, do get involved. Tweet Lamb365, 165. However, _14 or the YouTube comments. We'll try and engage.
He starts behind the umpire when he comes in around the wicket.
So you got to think of the umpire as a tree, Stephen. That was the tree. I don't know what tree it was in Australia.
Eucalyptus.
Yeah.
With a koala bear on top.
We're too similar. We're not related. Meanwhile, Root and Ali are digging in the Ashes. If you did know, there was another game, but it's a dead rubber up there. Somerset Surrey far more important than a game that can only get England a draw. Almost a dead rubber. So standard field really, with the 3 slips. Sibley's at first, and that's on the leg side. Runs, 4 of them, and you can see the ball. It's not going to be giving us runs to Tom Lammerby though. Leg buys went fairly quickly.
Yeah, he'll rough up the ball a bit, going over that wet outfield.
I thought he got a little tickle on that, but the umpire's got a better view than us. Umpires Mick Newell and Russell Warren today. Well, all match actually. We did have that weird change the other week when we had 3 umpires in 3 days. But these 2 settled in for the long haul. If this match does indeed go into a 4th day.
7 of the Surrey fielders have got some rags. Dom Sibley was applying the rag to dry off that ball.
Yeah, much needed there. That's a lovely on drive. Tom Lammerby at Wantage Road last week played 2 or 3 stunning on drives. Now that's gone pretty slowly to the fence. It has eventually reached it, but against Northants he batted beautifully. Second innings a bit more aggressively, but these beautifully on driven balls that are slightly over pitch and just finding that gap between mid-on and the bowler.
Yeah, played that beautifully. So Somerset progressing in boundaries thus far. 12 without loss, 16 without loss even.
Yep, that's probably the best of them so far. And the most aesthetically pleasing. Solid. In behind it.
Yeah, firmly defended by Tom Lammerby. 8 off the over.
The comments. Ian Shepherd, who did pop up earlier, he's offering to be our tea boy for the day, Stephen. Would you like a coffee or biscuits?
I think I'm okay at the moment. Very kind offer.
Mike's already said yes for me. I want to have a coffee, but a cup of water wouldn't go amiss. In shop. And biscuits, of course. Thank you.
Had a very
He's
nice,
probably just downstairs on the deck, isn't he?
had a very nice coffee at the Carew Arms this morning.
Did you?
With a very tasty breakfast.
Where's
as
that
well.
to?
Crocombe.
Ah, very nice. That was an early warm-up for today.
Yeah.
Right, Jordan Clark, continuing.
Firmly played by Dixon without result. Yeah, it's about 8 miles up the A358 from here. It was actually a bit difficult getting in this morning because there'd been an accident on the A358, which was causing some delays.
Oh, we hope that didn't affect too many other Somerset fans getting to the ground today.
I came a roundabout route through Norton Fitzwarren.
Yes, lovely little village, yep. I know Norton Fitzwarren.
Here's Clark again. Oh, is that dropped? Did it carry?
Third slip.
It looked at first glimpse as though it might have done.
Will Jacks, he's frustrated, hands in pockets.
We'll have another look, but
Jordan
I
Clark.
think that may just have carried.
Had to stoop just in front of himself, down low, but Sean Dixon has got a life hit. Definitely carried Will Jacks.
It was just dying in front of him, but it was a chance.
He'd expect to take them.
Both hands to it. Played circumspectly by Dixon, the next one. So I've got to mark that down as a life.
Yeah, Will Jack, good fielder. Plays a lot of white ball cricket. A real athlete. He'll be gutted to have grasped that. 2 hands on it, straight in, straight out.
Clark in. No need to engage with that one outside the off stump.
Still
So
the 3 slips in place.
A let off for Somerset.
Yep.
In the 4th over of the morning.
Yep, first 12 runs all coming in boundaries. And then that 4th over drop.
Oh, that wasn't under full control as it squirted out on the offside. Looking to defend it anyway, but touch of the old leading edge about that, I think.
Yeah, Jordan Clark will provide opportunities, not express pace, but just moves it around consistent areas on a spot. And he will bring those slips into play. Will Jacks looks so dejected when you drop to catch. It takes a few overs to get over the sulk and the demeanour. He's gutted.
Oh, this time it's taken. First slip, and the reprieve has not done Dixon's cause any good at all. He's gone for 4, dropped by Jacks, and then taken. I think it's Dom Sibley who's pouched it at first slip. 12 for 1 Somerset, and Surrey are delighted with the first breakthrough, and no one out there is going to be more relieved than Will Jacks.
Yep, Jordan Clark, 2 chances in the over. Second one taken. Clean as a whistle. And yeah, Sean Dixon just flirting with danger really outside his off stump. Easy height catch. He's got to go. 4 off 12 balls. And Surrey need 9 more wickets to wrap this game up if Somerset don't get to 185 to draw level.
He's been asking all the questions, Jordan Clark, probing length and lines this morning, and just reward. Dixon unable to capitalise on that miss, and it brings the Somerset skipper in, Tom Abel.
Now I'm gonna sub out early, Stephen. We've got, well, enemy line sounds a bit harsh, but Sam Dallon's going to bring someone who's got a probably slightly better perspective from the Surrey camp in,
which will be very good to hear, as Dan Worrell is set to continue for the moment. Just the 2 overs so far for him. And he will be bowling to the left-handed Tom Lammonby, who's unbeaten on 4, but Surrey will be delighted to have atoned for the missed catch so promptly. Worrell over the wicket this time to the left-hander. It's firmly defended. First ball of the over. It's got a little bit greyer again. We saw glimpses of sunshine earlier on after the rain, which held things up for almost an hour altogether. But hopefully we won't be seeing any more. The forecast is better for the rest of the day than it was for the first hour or so, and I think we were a bit unlucky with the amount of rain that hit here at the county ground. No need to play that. Good morning, Sam Darling.
Good morning, Mr. Lamb. How are you?
I'm good. And you?
I'm good. I'm quite pleased for Will Jacks, really. I think he was probably the most relieved man at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm not pleased to see Sean Dixon get out. But that catch was, there's not much you can say about the drop.
No, it was maybe dying on him a little bit, but when you get both hands to it, as he managed to do, then you'd expect it to stick. Oh, a play and a miss, I think that time. I credited him, Tom Lammonby, earlier with just holding his bat inside the line, but I think he played at that. That's a great delivery.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Slanting across the left-hander.
Phenomenal bowler. And they're just going to keep coming, Surrey, aren't they? This attack is quite something.
Yeah, that's certainly the delivery of the day from Worrell thus far. Somerset will be hoping there aren't too many more of them coming their way. Oh, and again squared up, playing it out on the offside in the end. Good radar
It looked
from
for a second.
Worrell.
Looked for a second like it was an outside edge, didn't it, Stephen? The way he squared him up.
This is probing stuff from Surrey, as you'd expect from the champions.
Getting close to being champions-elect, although it's still not quite done. There's still plenty of work to do. Essex chasing hard. And they go to Hampshire last game of the season.
Good leave this time. A little bit surprising that there's no Surrey flag on the mast above the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
It's not up here.
We've got the Somerset one, manufactured by a certain Polly Rhodes, who's in the box next to us, doing the scoring.
You're saying they've surrendered, Stephen?
Well, it ought to be the Surrey flag and the championship pennant, really.
They don't like it to get wet, though, do they? That's the thing. Maybe that's it. It's not waterproof.
Last ball of the over coming up from Worrell. Nicely played this time by Lammonby. Just gently driven up to mid-off. We're going to have pretty much a double bowling change up here in the commentary box because I'm going to make way for a very welcome guest of yours, Sam.
There you go. What an introduction for this man. I hope he's going to come on and entertain everyone now. There's the pavilion. Yeah, I'm being joined up here by a former Somerset coach, now a Surrey coach, Mr. Jim Troughton. How are you, sir?
Hi, I'll tell you what, you bigged me up there to come on. I think people were expecting something far more important.
Well, I don't know. I think you've got all the blue kit on. Is it true that it's blue because Alex Stewart's a Chelsea fan?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Jordan Clark from the pavilion end to Tom Abel. He's soft hands. He's not been in great nick at the moment. Tom Abel needs a few runs. Would you work much with Tom when you were here, or were you doing more of the younger players, Jim?
Yeah, I was probably more the younger players, working with Greg Kennis in the second team when I was here a couple of years ago. But I think the game in 2014, I announced my retirement during the game, and I was injured at the time, and I think it was Tom's debut that game.
95, did he get?
Yeah, he got 95 first dig. Yeah. Looked a pretty decent player back then, and he still is now.
He turned himself into a multi-format player, actually. He was always down to be a red ball opener or a red ball top order batter, but the way he strikes a white ball now is unbelievable. The reason England picked him in Bangladesh.
Yeah, he's just had that issue with the hamstring, hasn't he? That's just sort of got in the way of a couple of call-ups or a couple of opportunities, but he's more than capable, I think, of making that step up. He's a fantastic player.
leaves that one alone outside a stump. You must be pretty pleased in that Surrey dressing room right now, both this season and this game.
Yeah, I mean, you lose the toss, of which Burnsley's lost, I think, 90% of the tosses this year, like he did last year, and to bowl a team out as good a team as Somerset for what we did, puts us in a good position, and we batted nicely as well. So the game's set up. Jacko will be breathing a sigh of relief, having seen that one drop between his legs and pick up Dixon afterwards.
Yeah, a lonely place, I think, Slip Cordon, when you put one down. You spend much time in there?
No, not at all. Not my area of expertise by any chance. Much preferred the sort of angle of backward point, and then in my later years at mid-off, grazing. Just throwing the ball to a very different bowlers. Doing what Burnsley's doing right now. Shine it, pass it on, and then stop a couple every now and again.
You must have quite had a couple of spells in there, though.
Yeah, not memorable spells, I think.
I've sold you out here.
Yeah, we were talking about this off air just now. One of my first sort of injuries that I had, I was out for a while and played a few second team games. It was a back injury, so stuck myself in a second slip in the second team. I think it was 5 out of 5, and loving life, thinking this could be a bit of me, save the back. And then first game back in the first team, dropped 3 before lunch against Middlesex and retired just after lunch, I think.
Nice shot from Abel. And there is an imposing figure at deep square leg, Jamie Overton. Has he been and fixed the window himself this morning?
I saw them actually. It's pretty quick changeover there. It was very impressive. They were just getting rid of the remaining bits of glass, and it looks very nice now. Polished up nicely. Solid hit. He did that at the Oval in a T20, smash one of the windows as well. So he's got form for it, Jamie, and he's definitely the type of player who is capable of doing that.
Still a bit of yellow ticker tape around it, 15 for 1, end of the over. Do you spend much time working with him on his batting? Because he just smashes it, doesn't he?
He's a very impressive batter. He could easily bat top 6 in my view. Yeah, absolutely. He lines up really nice and simple technique, knows what his game's about. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Jamie with the bat.
Pick up a couple here, Abel, I think. Gus Atkinson coming around from fine leg. Well, you've got this, not embarrassment of riches, but Tom Law's coming in at 11. I mean, he's like a genuine all-rounder in the making.
Yeah, I mean, we bat deep, and that's been the feature of the last couple of years of, even in wickets that have been slightly spicy and we might not have got off to the greatest of starts. We've got an engine room and a tail that has wagged consistently well, which is always a nightmare for opposition. If you feel like you've got a team 7 or 8 down and they still could score another 100 runs.
It's not a bad side. 5 seamers, Jack Sears the spinner, and there's players. You've got depth as well. I think that's a brilliant thing. And I wrote about it the other day. Actually, there's this kind of idea that Surrey just poach from elsewhere. Actually, there's so many academy graduates out there, and presumably more waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I think having worked here and obviously the last couple of years at Surrey, I think one thing that stands out is the catchment, whether it be the schools or the size of the county. They do get some really good young players in their academy setup. You've got a couple of beauties here at Somerset, obviously, and someone like Tom Laws. It was actually really enjoyable to watch Tom Laws running into James Rue. I think that's something for the future. Very entertaining stuff, and I'm pretty sure you might see those two guys in England colours in the next 5 to 6 years. I would have thought, maybe sooner.
Laws was very impressive with the ball.
He is, yeah. He's an impressive young man and very good cricketer in the making as well.
I think in this attack, you've got Worrell, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson, when he's the standout on a day with, and I know all these bowlers can have their day, that's the beauty of it, but just the shape he was getting, he just kind of glides in and just doing enough with the ball. He was bowling from this end, the Marcus Treskophic Pavilion, and what they pick up, that spell of 3 for about 10 in 7 overs or something, that really did the damage.
Yeah, it's a nice mix, and if you include Sam Curran in that, you've got left arm option as well, so it gives Burnsley a lot of options to throw the ball to.
Behind that one, Abel looking quite solid. Early doors here. Speaking of throwing, how's the shoulder? Sam Curran was here yesterday, wasn't he?
He was for 40 minutes at the indoor school. Yeah, so the shoulder's definitely been tested out the last couple of days. They hit a lot of balls, these guys, so you know they work hard, and me and particularly Gareth Batty, who they do enjoy his right arm angle more than my left arm, so he tends to get fleeced a little bit more than I do.
Even the head coach, does he?
Yeah, he's one of the busiest head coaches you're going to find, I reckon.
There's Tom Laws doing the fielding. End of the over. 17 for 1. Sam Delling alongside Jim Troughton up here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Enjoying the team then, working. It's a lovely mix. So it's you, Gareth Batty, Azam Mahmood, and Jade Dernbach. Not a bad office team, that wouldn't be.
Yeah, it was. I mean, me and Azza came in last year when Vikram Solanki moved off to the IPL, and Richard Johnson went and took the Middlesex head coach role. So Alex Stewart was obviously looking to fill a couple of positions, well, 3 positions, because Gareth Batty then stepped up to interim head coach, and me and Azza as assistants. Jade has come in the winter to help bolster that and help out in second team and first team. He's here today, actually.
Clark around the wicket to Lammonby. He was watchful.
So it's a good mix, good mix of experience, and guys that have been involved with first-class cricket, and those guys in international as well. And obviously, Stewie gets down on the dance floor a few times, a bit like Mr. Hurry. You see him there clawing or helping out with folks, helping out with the keepers.
He's a busy man, isn't he, Alex Stewart?
Yeah.
I've said it before, but I think he'd be glad he's doing his job not in the days of going to the newsagents and topping up your phone with £10 at a time, because it would be costing Surrey a fortune, I think.
Yeah, he is. He's a busy man on that phone. It's a big squad here and a lot of moving parts, and he knows the club inside and out. That's probably 2 things that are very similar with the 2 clubs, Somerset and Surrey. How organised they are, the experience they've got in the backroom staff, and how well led they are as well.
Shape there, late outdoors for Jordan Clark, who's I hate to use that, it's a cliche, isn't it, underrated cricketer, but Clark must be one of the first names on your team sheet. He's so consistent. It bats at 7, opens the bowling.
Yeah, I think to have a successful first-class side, you definitely need your guys, the dependable guys that maybe not going to play the next level up, but touchwood, stay fit, can offer with the bat and the ball, good characters in the dressing room. He ticks those boxes, absolutely.
Edged and gone. Will Jacks is it at third slip. He's made amends for his earlier drop. That was a much more difficult chance, because it looked for a second like Lammonby was going to leave it, and he just put the bat out very late doors, and it's gone low to Will Jacks. He's all smiles now. How quickly fortunes can change. Somerset are 17 for 2. It's Tom Lammonby who has to go.
I think he's actually caught that with one hand. If you look here. Yeah, bottom edge of the bat there. Just in front of the right ankle. So this is cricket for you. Drops a sitter and then picks off a pretty hard chance there as well.
Yeah, that is a very, very good catch from Will Jacks, because he's quite close as well. He's not far away from the bat at third slip. Tom Lammonby, he departs for 4. Situation is Somerset still trailing by 181 runs, and Jordan Clark, who we were just talking about, he's got 2 for already.
It's one of the features, I think, of the wickets here at Taunton, that it's a really good nicking ground that you often see. We've got fantastic slip cordon at Somerset with people like Abel and Overton, but there always seems to be good carry in those nicks, which I think makes it a good cricket wicket. But you've still got to take them. That's the key.
See, Lammonby trying to cut a ball probably too close to his body. He knows what he's done there. It's a brilliant catch. He's gone. It means George Bartlett is on his way to the middle. A man who's got a couple of hundreds already this summer. He's capable of going on. We see that one slowed down yet. He's so close to the ground there, Will Jacks. It's a brilliant catch. Brilliant reactions for him. I think he's almost going left straight up because of the cut shot. He's almost thinking if it's going anywhere, it's going to his left.
Yeah, sometimes, it depends where you're watching, I suppose. The wider you are, maybe you don't watch the ball out of the hand, but the shape of the shot can often throw your balance a little bit. So he's had to kind of make that slight adjustment and stick out the hand.
If you're Surrey, which you are, where are you bowling to George Bartlett first up?
I think you've got to... as I always say, top of off with a bit of shape. But no, but I think you've got to look to get hit. It's that front pad, get him playing forward defensives. Round about there.
That'll do, won't it? First up.
And it's no surprise. It's very similar for all batters who start up in their innings. I don't think there's many batters that like it in that Geoffrey Boycott corridor of uncertainty. And but he's a good player, George. He's got a fantastic conversion rate once he goes past 50. And I enjoyed working with him, and he's got all the shots. He's got real ability.
I think the thing for Bartlett, he says, with no expertise whatsoever, is the consistency. If you can get that, like, he's a better player than a man averaging 30. He's got 850s, 800s, so, you know, when he gets 50,
there's that conversion rate. Is that I feel like when he's in, he's very, very hard to bowl to, and he's scored a number of innings where other batters have struggled, and he can make it really easy. So sometimes he can draw you in and maybe frustrate, but if he can convert that consistency, absolutely. You know, there's James Hildreth, the hole that will obviously be left by someone of his quality. There's that opportunity for George to say that I'm the man to bat at 4 and be that for a number of years.
Here's Worrell. He will play a soft hand. He's going to pick up a boundary, I think, unless there's a man hiding down there. No, there's not. It's a good chase from Tom Laws. He's used the slightly wet ground to put the dive in.
He's nearly ended up in the car park here, wasn't he?
He did slide a fair bit, didn't he? Soft hands from Tom Abel. It's a nice looking shot there, actually. Just looking to keep the scoreboard ticking over. There he goes.
Oh, and off the screen.
He's done well. Tom Laws. Talk to us a bit about Dan Worrell. I just think he's such a wonderful bowler. That run-up is so unique to him as well. But what a signing he's been.
I mean, so 2 years ago, I think, so I wasn't there obviously, but, sorry, 3 years ago, beg your pardon. I think Surrey played Gloucester at Cheltenham, and Hash Amla came in at lunch or tea at a break and walked straight up to Alex Stewart and said, "We need to sign this bloke. He's the best bowler I've faced in first-class cricket in England." And he's a jet. You've got a very similar bowler in your ranks in Henry. Incredible engine, bowls quick enough, so can hit people in the head and then bowl, you know, the wobble seam, nip it back, or shape it. But he's been sensational since his arrival.
That's some recommendation, isn't it? If Amla says you're the best bowler going.
Yeah, I think you listen to someone like Hash, who's played the amount of cricket he's played. So I think it was a no-brainer then for Alex Stewart to find out what his situation was at Gloucester, and I think Surrey have absolutely benefited from having him. Plus, he doesn't count as an overseas.
Did he do a Masters or something? He's basically settled here now, isn't he?
Yes.
With his family.
Yeah, family moved here, and he's also doing a Masters in trading, I think. I've seen him on his laptop a lot of times in the morning.
So he's there when the stock market's open.
Yeah, buying and selling, lower and higher, that type of stuff. Obviously, I'm really clued up on that kind of.
You sounded it. It was you could have got away with that one, I think.
Yeah, because I'm finishing a Masters as well in leadership in sport. It's a Masters that was sort of invented by Ed Smith.
Oh yeah.
So I'm currently doing that, and we're both looking at each other sometimes over coffees in the morning, and in our office, which is the dining room at the Oval. He's slightly ahead of me as schedule, I think. I've still got a dissertation to do, which is hanging over me.
Go on then, what does that entail? What for you? Is it just this year you've been doing it? Or
No, I started it actually just before I joined Somerset. And it's a part-time course, 2 to 3 years, and I think you can stretch out, which I'm having to do, because once the season starts and the amount of travelling I'm doing up and down from Birmingham, because the family's still up there, I get a little bit more leeway for my situation. But 6 modules of varying different subjects, from decision-making to history of sport, globalisation, governance. You do those modules and then you finish off with a subject matter at the end of it.
Playing down the inside of that one, Abel leaves that alone deliberately. 21 for 2. Somerset are still 177 runs in arrears. Go on, then what's your dissertation? What's your subject?
I'm looking to focus on the role of director of cricket
in
domestic English cricket, and also looking at the sort of decision making and the structures in domestic cricket, because it's not a relatively new role, but it's so different at each county.
Is it really?
And how those relationships are between director of cricket, chief exec, and head coach, captain, and the sort of the dynamics of that. So if you look at football, sport directors or technical directors are a big thing in European football, not so much in English football. English football is a little bit behind the times, and having someone who's running and selecting the coaches and having an alignment with the way they want to play their football. I think Brentford, Brighton are very good examples of how that system works. Whereas there are some big teams that have very poor structures but just have a lot of money, maybe get a few things wrong.
Driven nicely by Bartlett. He'll pick up at least one. Abel's quick, so he'll come back for a second. Even though Rory Burns used the dampness of the outfield to put his own slide in. Get a couple. Yeah, so Surrey were kind of a market leaders, I suppose you could call it, in terms of having someone like Alex Stewart in, who's got the cricket side of things, but he's very much he's on the slinger, but he runs the business side of cricket as well.
Yeah, he and a bit like Andy Hurry here, there's a sort of hybrid element to those two. There are directors of cricket who are suit and tie. You rarely see them down in the nets or prepping games and stuff, and then there are that do that, and then there's Essex that don't even have one. So it's not a sort of one size fits all or the same structure everywhere, and that's sort of what intrigued me about it. And down the line, once the back and the shoulder does pack in, it's an area of the game that I feel that it would interest me, but very much still like grass under my feet rather than carpet.
Oh, he's left that one alone. It's done a lot. It's done enough. George Bartlett, who is an LBW candidate early doors, he tried to shoulder arms, leave that one free, nip back off the seam, and Jordan Clark has free for Somerset, 23 for free.
So with my Surrey hat on, that's banging off stump. But with a Somerset hat on, you think, could that be going over? It's done a lot.
It has done a lot. The fact that he's left it alone, I mean, if it's hit him slightly outside the off stump, maybe, but he's not playing a shot. He's trudging off.
I think if there was DRS, George would be getting the old T sign out and having a look.
Yeah. But it might well have been umpire's call. It did hit him on the knee roll. Harry Everett's dropping in next as we've got a question for Jim Troughton. There we go. So the question is, as George Bartlett goes off, and we see that replay from Jordan Clark. Now, George Bartlett is a modern player. He's still relatively young, and he bats on off stump. And the question is, I guess, has that changed? Have you seen a change since your playing days to your coaching days?
I think yes is the short answer to that. Look, the wobble seam's been around for years. Curtly Ambrose, Sean Pollock, and the like. Courtney Watt, and Glenn McGrath was probably one of the biggest exponents. But in English cricket, I think the wobble seam has definitely come to the fore in the last 10, 15 years. Whereas swing bowling, it's about nicking people off, maybe running it straight to hit them. But now with the ability the bowlers have got about nipping the ball back, batters tend to like to know that once that ball's released, they want their right eye on off stump. The danger of being on off stump is if you move outside off stump and you lose your bearings in terms of judgment.
Yeah.
And maybe George there has moved slightly to the offside and got the wrong side of it for the nip back, thinking that Jordan Clark is looking to nip it away. But yeah, it's a modern phenomenon.
Cadmore in leaving it alone.
But it also, the batters I work with, I also talk about how do you score your runs. So if you're an onside player, it makes sense to me to have, get to off stump and know that your scoring areas are going to be through mid-on round to square leg. Someone like, Graham Smith.
Yeah.
Very good through the leg side. No fielders, no catchers that side. Jonathan Trott, good example. But sometimes off-sided players, you want to be able to make sure you're opening up that side of the ground. But the key for me with batting is on release, being in a balanced position, being able to move backwards, forward, but also have that right eye over off stump. It's just if people get too far across because they're too worried about covering something, then they can get into a bit of trouble.
Curly Cadmore off the mark for an inside edge. I dare say he probably won't play any differently to his usual way. 24 for 3. Jordan Clark has all 3 wickets to fall. Somerset still trailing by 174. We've got Jim Troughton in here alongside us, Surrey batting lead. What about trigger movements? There's kind of a divide in terms of what people think about those. I'm uninitiated as it. Is it something that, if it's natural for a player, do you just let them be, or is it...
I think trigger movements are almost like bat path or your bat swing. It's kind of your own personal signature that can come naturally. If you think about when Duncan Fletcher took over in England, everyone had the very similar trigger, Vaughan and McGrath and Collingwood, and then that became a bit of a trend to have the sort of front foot, back foot, move into position, or back foot, front foot.
Worrell continuing. Big appeal from behind the wicket. Tom Cadmore stands there. Ben Foakes, as you would expect, taking it cleanly, diving away to his left. I wonder if that maybe just flicked the pad on its way free. Yeah, looks like it's pad on the replay. Ben Foakes is just moving a little bit gingerly now. I don't know if he's potentially rolled something. The grass is quite wet out there. Just a slight concern for Surrey here. It's going to take a minute or two. It's his right knee. It looks to be that he is stretching. He's going to carry on.
It looks like the outside of his right knee. Did he roll when he took that? I'm not sure if he did, or if he
kind of dived, didn't he?
Did dive.
I don't know if he did roll. He's still going.
It can't be that bad if he's doing that.
But Jamie Smith will be the candidate.
Yeah, he'll be thinking, right, where are my gloves?
How good is Ben Foakes? Have you seen anything like it?
No. Just for if you look at his leg side takings, he can make quite difficult leg side takings look really simple because of his movements.
Straight bat from Cadmore. Just 2 players involved these last couple of balls, Worrell and Cadmore. But I think what people maybe don't know about him is how hard he works it as well. It's not like he's like, I'm this good, I don't need to work.
No, I mean, going back to Alex Stewart, who works a lot with the keepers, he works extremely hard on all the facets of the game. Standing back, has Stewie firing out balls out of a machine that are reversing and wobbling all the time, and then up close doing reaction stuff. So he covers all bases very, very well.
Nice shot from Cadmore. Burns is going to give chase. He's not quite going to get there. He thought for a second, had that boundary rope been right on the advertising hoardings, well, he would have crashed into them. But Cadmore has fought. Rory Burns, I thought he was holding his knee for a second, but I think he's just shining the ball before he stands up. He's got a big smile on his face. It's Cadmore. How do you bowl at someone like him? Because even in this situation, he's just going to be aggressive.
Yeah, he's definitely seen him from a young age when he was at Worcester and then obviously to Yorkshire. The last couple of years, he's definitely more aggressive and trying to put the bowler under as much pressure as possible.
Well, he may have put him under pressure for the previous delivery, but the following ball, he slashed at one, and Jamie Overton, who's got such brilliant hands, a bit like his twin brother Craig, diving forward at backward point, takes the catch. Everyone with a Surrey shirt on has a big smile on their faces, and why wouldn't they? 28 for 4 they have. Somerset. It's a good catch that from Jamie.
Yeah, sharp chance there. A little bit like I said, he's trying to put the bowler under pressure and put a bit more pressure on Surrey, and that one just maybe just stood up a little bit, hit higher on the bat than he wanted. And a good take there by Jamie.
Tom Cadmore has to go. Right, if you're all right to carry on for a little bit more.
Sure, I hope I haven't jinxed. It's been
you probably can't.
Of wickets.
You probably shouldn't move really if you're from a Surrey's perspective. I'm going to let Harry Everett come in. Harry, I haven't asked him about his art yet. I want to hear what he's up to in the art world.
Yeah, very good from Surrey so far. 28 for 4, and well, Clark and Warren, you think Atkinson, Laws and Jamie Overton's pace not even been used yet. Will Jack's not been required. 2 opening bowlers have ripped through Somerset's top 4, and Jim, bit of bad batting, but predominantly good bowling.
Yeah, I mean, look, every shot you get out, there's going to be an element you think, oh, I've got something wrong, but I think we've hit our areas well. I think there's enough in the wicket, has been all game. No one's ever felt truly in. But it's about probably taking your chances as well. So, yeah, I think we'll take this position now, obviously. But I wouldn't mind seeing James Root back for a bit.
Yeah, nice to hear. And there he is, the left-hander in and behind that. The 19-year-old. Yeah, ridiculous talent is James Root. If you want a few stats, shall we, just to welcome him to the crease. James Root, 10 first-class this championship matches so far. 16 innings, 2 not outs, 974 runs, an average of 69.57. The high score of 211 just a couple of weeks ago, of course. Just the 150, because every other time he's gone on to get 100, 500.
Will he be the second batter to reach 1,000 runs
Yes.
behind Alex Lees?
Alex Lees, correct. Yeah, Alex Lees has been going like a steam train both this week and in a lot of the games for Durham in Division 2. Durham look like they're flying straight back up to Division 1. Jordan Clark, of course, is going to continue from the Gothic Pavilion end. He's not done a lot wrong, really, so you wouldn't change anything. I guess keep these two going as long as possible, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan's hard to face because he can bowl 6 different balls, I think, in one over. Obviously, you can sit in and dry things up, but he's got the ability to move the ball off the rope and challenge both edges, the pad and the outside edge. So when he's going well, it's quite a difficult task, I think.
Still got just the 3 slips. In will bowl full and straight. But he's not the kind of guy who needs more than 3 slips, really. He's going to target LBW and bowled a lot, right? And
yeah.
The fine edges to the keeper and first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Tom's batted very well so far. He's only 9 runs, but he's been very watchful. He had to play the ball very late and pounce on anything a bit too full. But these two obviously are going to have to bat very well now in what looks quite difficult conditions, quite muggy, bit of cloud around.
Clark full, and Abel has that problem down the leg side, but there's no leg galley. He's going to get 4 this time. That's a good shot. You think a lot of other teams come to Taunton, they target Tom Abel with that leg galley or a leg slip. Interesting to see that there's some Jamie Overton, isn't there? Off Worrell, there's a leg galley or a leg third slip. Is that a plan more for Worrell than Clark?
I suppose for Worrell it was for Lammers because he gets that shape, and sometimes he can shape it to the left. He's quite straight. It's also quite a modern field position, isn't it? The leg slip. It definitely keeps you honest as a bat because it's something you're not really used to.
Abel happy to leave that one. Yeah, it's almost like you think you should get a 4. I remember the first time I was ever caught a leg slip, I thought, well, that should be 4 runs. I flicked off my legs, happy days. It doesn't seem right, does it, to have to rein in a shot that should be profitable? Yeah,
and that was supposed to be like Lambie's dismissal first. It's a hard one not to just accept if you get a full ball on your pads to just play it as you see it. But that one, first innings, went straight to hand, and I suppose that's the game sometimes.
Jamie Overton at mid-wicket on the 1, back at his old ground. So obviously you worked with Tom Abel for quite a while. Is he a real pleasure to work with, hard work, ethic, or what Somerset fans think?
Yeah, I think he's all-round package as a person, as a player, as a leader. Very impressed with him when I was here a couple of years ago, and lucky enough again to work with him in the winter just gone before Christmas out in the Emirates with the England Lions.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. That's a pretty cool experience, right?
Yeah, it was great. Working with some good players, and Tom's no different. Great lad who works really hard on his game.
Got a lot of work to do here on the captain's shoulders, really. He's playing that into the onside now. Jamie Overton had just gone back. Interesting that. He was on the 1 at mid-wicket. He went back to deep mid-wicket, and Tom Abel will keep the strike. What are you thinking there? Is that a bluff? Getting the captain's head. Why has he put Jamie Overton out for 1 ball at the end of the over? It's a bit odd. He's not going to bowl short, Jordan Clark, is he, Tom Abel?
No, you not think so, but sometimes you just do stuff to get in the batter's head to make them think. If you get them thinking a little bit that there could be something coming up near the sort of chest and head area, you might just catch him on the crease. But Jamie coming on now.
Yeah, early bowl. 6th bowler in the first innings. Even Will Jacks bowled well before Jamie Overton came into the attack in the first innings, but having batted so well and just taking that good catch. There's always a bit of theatre with Jamie Overton back here. Got a lot. I don't agree with these fans who boo someone returning. You know, Jamie Overton was a great servant for Somerset fans. You know, did great for Somerset for many years, and you know, fair play to him, doing well at Surrey, in my opinion. Down the leg side first ball, a little bit frustrated with that.
It's always entertaining though.
Yeah.
Jamie versus Craig. When he clipped that one down towards us and finally the noise. It's just good to watch when these two when those two go at each other.
When Craig came out to bat, I thought I can't sit up in the press box. I thought I'm going to go down side on and watch the short balls from side on, and everyone just stopped what they're doing. No newspapers, no eating lunch. Everyone in the crowd. It was a good old crowd first day, massive crowd, actually biggest of the season here. Everyone stopped and was watching avidly. Thought about pulling that, did Tom Abel. He's going to try and come back for 2, but he won't. Just 1 run. Played calmly. Yeah, Jamie and Craig's club, North Devon, had a Somerset sort of second string and academy side go and play there in their Bicentennial T20 game on Tuesday. It's a bit of a shame, really. When the Craig-Jamie battle was going on here, you want all the North Devon guys to be here, but in their club, I don't know if they paused the game to watch the two twins do battle here. But yeah, a bit of a shame that they put that big T20 game on the day when there's a championship game. But Jamie Overton get to face James Rue. They wouldn't have played against each other much, not much training together either. James Rue, a young pup really, when Jamie Overton was here. I suppose, would you remember Rue coming in for academy nets, and would you have been aware of him when you were here?
I think my first game in charge down at Taunton Vale, I think that might have been James Rue's one of his first games. And they've got AstroTurf nets there, so they haven't got grass nets, and it had been quite a wet morning, cold morning, and he came in and the ball was zipping around, and he played beautifully, and you could sort of see there was a genuine talent there.
Jamie Overton in. A bit of a false shot from Rue, gets away with it. Yeah, would Jamie Overton have bowled at Rue a bit then when you were here that year?
Jamie? No, I think Rue would have been about 10, wouldn't he? How old are you now, 50? So how long has Jamie been? 3 years at Surrey now? So Rue would have been 16, 17, so I'm not sure.
You got his younger brother Thomas Rue, does look about 12.
Yes. But they're both decent cricketers, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
decent golfers as well. They're big freaks, aren't they?
100%. I chatted to Charlie Rue, the older brother, the other night, and he was saying that he reckons Thomas is actually better than James, which is a scary thought. Yeah.
He's what, 15, 16, is he?
Yes, yeah, he's been playing for St Andrews. Did get concussed the other day, but he's still playing for St Andrews under 15s and scoring 50s and that, which is a bit of a joke, really. Then he's playing for St Andrews 2s and 1s, bit of a mix. Should be in the 1s whenever he's fully fit, really, but depends who's keeping. They've got other keepers. James Regan, of course, who was here for a while, he's keeper at St Andrews, but James Rue likes to have a bowl when he can, when he plays club cricket. As you say, talented in all facets. He's happy to leave that one. Won't get caught pulling or hooking earlier on James Rue. He's pretty watchful. Especially as he knows Jamie Overton will bang it in. So yeah, I think James improved massively as a batter the last few years. I think you said earlier, I massively agree with you, obviously you know more than I do, but he could be a genuine top 6 batter without his bowling. Is that a lot of work he's done in the nets? Is that a mindset shift? What's made his batting improve so much?
Yeah, I think it's if I cast my mind back, playing against Somerset and Jamie and Craig in the same team, you couldn't ever, they're quite interchangeable, weren't they? 7 or 8 or 8 or 9, and I think it always struck me that Jamie had some real power, but then coming to Surrey and seeing him playing in games and obviously batting in the nets, he's very clear about what his technique is, and no one really gets lost with the straight lines, and he's got a pretty clear way of batting. There's a clip before there by Tom. Off Tom.
Yeah, Tom Laws into the attack. So we might get to see your Laws, Rue, we talked about earlier.
Yes. But yeah, no, Jamie's he's improved, and I suppose the stats say he's actually probably batting too low at the moment because of the depth that we've got in that lineup. We had Sean Abbott, and I think one game when Tom Laws went in as a night watchman, so I think Jamie was at 10 and got stranded a bit.
Yeah.
And he said, I can't bat any lower than night, so I can't do this. Can't do this anymore. So I think the next game he was refusing a night watch, and he said, I'm not having one, I'm on a bat.
Yeah, I like that attitude. Don't bother with it. Laws in again. Tom to Tom. Plenty of Toms. Lammerby, of course. Banton's not here, but Tom Curran's not here either. There could be about 6 Toms in this match. So, yeah, Jamie Overton,
you look at the T20 lineup and he's batting 4 in some games. Surrey got such a flexible T20 Blast lineup, of course. You know, some games coming in with 2 recognised batters. Well, Roy, Jacks, sometimes Folk, sometimes Smith, of course, even Evans. But so many bowlers in the bat, it makes it so much easier as a coach and a captain, I guess, to have so many options. That's another leg side delivery from Tom Laws. He's started with a couple of generous gifts from Laws to Abel. That's 8 off 3 balls. Easily flicked away through the leg side for Tom Abel, sort of feeding his strong shot there.
Yeah, I think in the T20s that Tom Curran and Jamie both coming back from injury, so they weren't able to bowl. And I think it's probably fair to say that we might have been a batter light in the lineup because we did have so many all-rounders. So in certain conditions, particularly finals day, or where you could be losing a couple of early wickets, is they're probably coming in a little bit sooner than what we would have liked.
That's driven through the offside, Tom Abel. That is a beautiful cover drive. Tom Laws can't quite get his radar right. It's not quite going to go for 4. Rory Burns chase as well. Rory Burns will flick that back inside the rope for 3, and Laws will, well, the 2 leg stump balls won't be a bad line now for the left-handed James Rew, but just trying to find his radar in the first over.
Yeah, just a little bit full from Tom. Obviously, you want to search up and hit that knee roll length, but slightly over pitching on all 3 of those deliveries.
So looking forward to next year, back to T20, I guess. If Dan Lawrence comes in and can play that role, I guess you can then have a top 4 of batters before the aggressive all-rounders come in. Is that a big plus? There's Laws is going to take the left hand, and James Rew, that's the cover drive, picked up well with Jamie Overton at cover. No run.
Yeah, and it just depends on, we were lucky this year there was no white ball international cricket.
Yeah.
So the year before we got to quarterfinals and lost about 4 or 5 players because they had England T20s and England 50 over games during the back end. Next year, if there's white ball, because obviously you've got a World Cup in T20 World Cup in America, haven't you? If there's no Test cricket, you might have Pope and Lawrence. So you just don't know.
Short ball attempts to pull, but Tom Laws throws it into first slip. Just to explain, we got another 5 minutes until lunch at 1:10 past 1. Going to take a break. We should be dry enough to get through. But yeah, the strength and depth with so many international players can change the squad so much at Surrey, right?
Yeah, and depending on what the schedule is, when the games are, when the international games are, you could end up gaining 2 top order batters, but then you might lose a Sam Curran or Chris Jordan, Jason Roy, Will Jack. So it really does depend, I suppose, on what England fixtures are on at the time. But yeah, the depth is absolutely there, and a signing of someone of Lawrence's skill is very good.
Down the leg side again. You'd be a little bit frustrated here. Jamie Overton and Tom Laws not quite found their line. Gifted a few throughs, having had Clark and Worrell really squeeze and give nothing away. Suddenly the first change is not quite getting their lines right.
Yeah, if you think that it's gone from 28 for 4 to 45 for 4 quite quickly, hasn't it?
Yeah. That's the pace difference, I guess. Pace not normally as accurate as a sort of medium pace of Clark and Worrell. Jamie Overton trying to get the ball up towards 90 mile an hour. Hell of a good follow through. I do like the way he charges all the way through, ends up 2 yards away from his former captain.
Yeah, he's the only bowler who threatens the danger area at the other end when he bowls.
Yeah, very good point.
So he's probably trying to make a bit of rough for Jacko.
Possibly more so than Craig, actually. Craig not quite as quick. Craig equally fired up, of course. Craig throwing the stumps for every run-out chance, and they won, as they do. Do you ever try and calm down the Overtons, or you just let them fire up and fire in the belly? That's leg side, and Tom Abel's flick that. It's only going to be 1. Fine leg down in position. It's got Gus Atkinson.
Well, I think yesterday, obviously, it's not often you see Craig not pick up wickets, and I think Jamie summed it up as he gets stroppy and Craig gets angry. I think is their
I like that.
Is their go-to, because obviously Craig's a fantastic performer. Week in, week out in all forms, probably standout bowler in the T20 along with Matt Henry, bowling in those power play overs. It's the big feature of the reason why you guys, won the trophy was that, I don't know what the stats are, but I think he bowled out 5 or 6 teams in the competition, and getting power play wickets is obviously a massive thing.
Taking like 90% of the wickets available all tournament.
Absolutely, and finals day, losing the toss twice and bowling 2 teams out. Suggests that you've had a pretty good day at the office.
Defending below par totals, you could argue. Yeah.
It was. It was a shame that the weather hit Birmingham as hard as it did. maybe the wicket might not have been as conducive to seam.
Not many spinners
this
week, aren't they? All sorts of wickets.
Yeah, absolutely. But I thought also Sodhi bowled beautifully.
Yeah.
You know, great addition. I mean, lost your slow left armour.
Yeah.
And talisman figure in Mr. Ruloff.
Yeah, not particularly slow when he gets too far up. He
Yeah.
starts it in quicker and quicker sometimes. But I guess you could argue then Sunil Narine, was that a big blow to have him suddenly not come back from America?
I mean, right at the start of the comp, we knew what the dynamic would be if we got to finals day, that you'd have to do a bit of air miles back and forth, and we couldn't get over the line in the end. It's never ideal. You lose someone of his ability, who played a big part in the years that you've played for Surrey.
Overton round the wicket and wide of James Drew. Dare I say that Narine not quite his best this year, particularly the two Somerset games. He got taken to a bit, got a bit of attack. He did actually drop a catch at fine leg as well. He's not, getting on a bit, I suppose you could say.
I'm never really going to judge him on his fielding,
no.
if I'm honest.
That's a fair comment.
But any time that Sonny goes over 6s or 7s, and you think that someone's got the better of him.
Yeah.
And, he's been playing a while now in domestic cricket. It's going to be that game of cat and mouse of how guys look to play him.
Yeah.
But I still think over the tournament, he's probably come out top on most occasions. We were one of the only teams that beat Somerset, I think, in the group stages in the league. You got a world record wins or something in the competition.
Yeah, superb. And record Overton catches. Oh, that's a fiddle outside the off stump from Tom Abel. So while we're on the spinner then, you got Cam Steele, Moriarty, and Miverdi barely needed. Is that just because the seamers are so good, Will Jacks is improving so much?
I think, the wickets at the over, the way we're setting up, it's probably more conducive to have a 5-man seam attack, and you get your X factor from the pace of Overton or Gus Atkinson, and because they all bat, you're not really compromising your balance of your team either.
Laws this time defend away. But I mean, Amiverdi played for Somerset, of course, up at Southport. That was a bit of a bizarre one.
That was a shame because historically Southport or any of those outgrounds up north have offered a bit of turn, but that looked like the flattest thing I've ever seen. And felt for Verts going up there. And Keaton just dropping anchor at one end or both ends. But there's the options are there. It's just the weather this year hasn't quite been as dry, so maybe not given as great opportunity at the Oval, especially.
Bit of shake there from Laws. Found his radar now into his second over, much better than his first one that did cost 11.
I would have thought, though, with this wicket being a used wicket, you'd maybe have expected a little bit more turn.
Yeah.
We expected that, that's why Will Jacks bowled 7 overs before lunch.
I was a little bit surprised how early he bowled, though.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the worst thing you can do is you don't have a look, and then he comes on and rags the first one square after 30, 40 overs.
It's funny, though, because last week, the Hampshire game, you must have seen a little bit of the Hampshire game when Somerset had quite a weakened team before the T20 Plus final. Liam Dawson ragged one in the first over, but then it barely turned in his next 10 overs. Bizarre, so sometimes you get that psychology, he's ragged on his first over, it's going to turn. And then they keep bowling the spinner and it's not really turning.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's been a few wickets in the past here that have offered a lot for Leachy and Bessie when they were playing. But, it hasn't quite offered it as much as we thought.
It's a tempter from Laws. Abel's going to leave it outside off stump, try and get himself to lunch unscathed, 46 for 4. Like Cam Steele will come in for the odd game and get crucial runs, and I guess that's the strength in depth. It's just great for you to have, and then you can chop and change when needed.
Yeah, and once this game's done, people go off to do hundreds and RL50s, and then we've got 3 Champos, 2 at home, and 1 at the Aegeus, the last game. So looking at the wickets there, looks like it's offered seam and spin. So it'll be interesting to see, what that wicket is on the last day of the season.
Well, that is lunchtime, 46 for 4, 16 overs, and Surrey well on course for victory here. Thanks very much. You've had a great little stint from Jim Troughton, formerly Somerset, and now at Surrey, of course.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you very much for your words. Great to have insight. We'll be back in about 38 minutes' time for the afternoon session.
Well, this afternoon we're in the presence of a cricketing legend of Somerset County Cricket Club. That's no other the person than Mr. Ken Palmer. Ken Palmer, who played 302 matches for Somerset, scored 7,500 runs and took 800 wickets for Somerset, and is the youngest player ever to have the double, 1,000 runs and 100 first-class wickets in a season. So anyway, without further ado, let's say hello to Ken Palmer, and what a pleasure it is to be here in your company, Ken.
Well, it's nice to have you here to have a chat with me. It gets a pretty lonely time during the winters and summer times when you're a cricketer. You get a lot of people you meet, and when you're playing the game and when you're coaching, you meet a lot of good people in the game. I think that just keeps me going, really.
Good. Yeah, absolutely.
Because all I know is cricket and football.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to the start, Ken. You were born in Hampshire at Southampton.
Correct.
And obviously
Winchester.
I was going to say Winchester.
Yes.
And you initially had a bit of contact with Hampshire cricket, didn't you? Do you want to talk to us about that?
Well, yeah. Arthur Hope was the coach down there at the time.
Yeah.
And I was doing well in club cricket around Devizes and everywhere. And they said, why doesn't he have a trial for somebody? Well, my dad was a good cricketer, and he said, well, why don't we go and show our colours somewhere, son? You know, and I said, well, I don't know about that, Dad, I said. But anyway, I went along. We didn't have a car in those days. We had to use our bikes. And if we had to go down to Southampton, it was a long way from where we lived in Devizes.
You went on the train, I suppose, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We would go on we went on the train, like you said. Rather a long way, but I enjoyed the train ride. I got there very nervous and edgy, and I seen all these nets and all these good players hitting the ball, and I thought, whoa, fancy gotta get up to that. Who play like that? I don't see many young lads around. And Arthur come over to meet me and said, you'll be going to the nursery with us. I thought, what nursery? I said, hear that, Dad? And he said, yeah, be quiet, listen to Mr. Hope. See? So Arthur Hope was very good to me. He said, you come along, Ken, and he knocked me some catches and knocked balls to me. And then he said, do you bowl? I said, well, I bowl, but it's not very accurate. So I tear them down and I said, I'm a batsman, really. Oh, well, let me look at your batting. So he had a look at batting. He said, yeah. He said, we'd like to have a look at you again. You know, that went through quite well. Yeah. So I said, oh, come on, Dad, let's go. He said, be patient and listen to Mr. Hope. Anyway, we were waiting there, and he chatted, and he said, oh, he wants to have a look at you again, Ken. Well, do you think we're good enough then, Dad? He said, no, we're going, so keep quiet and we'll get on back. All right, thank you, Mr. Holt, and that was it.
Right.
And I thought, this is a posh club, this. I thought I'd like to come here. You know, this was something, you know. Morris Trent was there. I think he was there then. Yes. He was down there, and he came to see me and had a little chat with me. Not a lot, but I admire what's his name, Morris Tremlett.
Yeah. You were from Arthur Holt at Southampton.
Yes.
You left there, didn't you?
Yes.
You didn't stay?
No, correct.
No. You went back home to Devizes?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then, am I right in thinking you were playing... We'll talk about your football in a minute, but am I right in thinking that when you got back to Devizes, you then made contact with Somerset? How did that come about?
Well, I had another... That's a bit longer story.
Yeah.
So what happened... It went quiet, and I went hitting runs again. They started talking about me about round Devizes, just as a batsman. Yeah. And I was doing well. And I got a rough time with the older players.
Yeah.
You know, there was a barrister said, that boy Palmer will never make it. And he used to have fight scraps with me dad on the field, quietly one night. And the day come when I did make it. Now, I went to him, I said, oh, he did make it.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's a solicitor.
Yeah.
And he said, he surprised me and Chippenham County Cricket Club, he said.
Right.
I said, what a shame, sir. I had a clip down here, and his dad said, don't be cheeky. You know, and that was good. So, anyway, getting back to where we've got to just now, I went back with Hampshire again.
You went to Hampshire again? Right,
I went again.
Yeah.
They asked me to come down and have a trial,
a proper trial.
workout.
Yeah.
And I did have a workout, and I done well, batted well. Dropped a few slips on the cradle because I couldn't, when I went for practice fielding, to see what my fielding was like. And they flew at this angle, and I never seen anything like that. It was just hitting me dad, hitting the ball off the bat. You could see where it was coming. On the cradle, I picked up that through a few days there. It kept me there for 2 days, which was good. And I went to the nets, and he said, "You're battling can, all right?" And I went in the nets and so, and there was quite a few, big tall fellas bowling. And when they were bowling, I was playing them all right. I never heard of bouncers and getting going for somebody like that. And they just went and bowled at the bat, and I hit the ball a better right. I played it some wide ones. Dad come up and he picked up some balls by the net, and he said, "Hey, leave them wide balls alone." And chuck some balls back up in the net. You see, he said, "Don't play the wide balls outside the off stump." So he sort of carried on playing. Well, I left of it. I thought I was pleased with that, but he didn't know my dad whispered it into the net.
Yeah.
Quite. Anyway, we got past the batting situation. Yeah. And my dad said, "Hey, you're doing all right." I said, "What do you think?" So, Dad, he said, "There's some good players in there. I said, you got to compete with them. Yeah, but don't forget, you're only young." Yeah. I said, they're fully qualified and got cars and everything. You could have the same one day, maybe. I said, "Oh, that'd be nice." And after that, we went. Where did we go after that trial? But we said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Hope. Thank you for the trial." He said, "Ken's done very well. I'm very interested in, and we'll be writing to you."
Right.
So I nudged me to say, "Come on, Dad, let's go."
Right.
He went, "Hey, listen to Mr. Hope." I said, "Let's go." And I meant it. I said, "What?" He said, "Do it. Listen here." So I did. And I thought, "Oh, here we go again." So we get back. We go home.
Yeah.
We go, "Thank you, Mr. Hope. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you." So it went on and on and on. Nothing happened. No phone. Nothing. I said, "No. Told you waste of time, Dad." All of a sudden, phone rang. His work said, "Could you get the boy down? I want him playing my second 11."
Okay, yeah.
And I played it, and I got 40. I got 45 with the bat, which was good for me. Yeah. Against them. Yeah. Because I could see they had been drilled properly, better than me. My dad was a good cricketer, but it wasn't to the higher level you wanted to be looking for practice and good play. But it went on, and this fellow was batting, and he got hit on the umpire got hit on by a drive from the batter onto his boot, the umpire, and he's injured.
Right.
So the game stopped. 9 men, 40, 48, 49, 48, I think it was 48. Never forget 48. And I thought, "Go on, I get 50 here." And hold up, never mind, relax. No, Reggie, and all of a sudden, there's an umpire coming out. His name is Mr. Palmer. I said, "Oh, that's my dad." He said, "Well, he said he was a very good cricketer." I said, "Well, he is." That's what I said. Yeah. And he just, my dad said, "Everything all right to Arthur, Mr. Holt?" So is that all right? I'll take a chance. Got the weight on. And he went in. He took guard. He gave me guard. And I'm 48. Somebody came out, zipped one back off the thing, got back to drive on off through the covers. All of a sudden, bang, how's that? That's out. There's our dear old daddy at the other end. And I thought, how could you do that? But he was like that. He was like that. He wouldn't. Yeah, he wouldn't. He had me, and we left there. Started playing down at Frome against John Atteo, the other bowler that played for him as well, Phil Fussell.
Phil Fussell did, yes,
Phil
that's right.
Fussell.
Yeah.
Memory's not too bad when I did get it deep, so you got to be patient.
Yeah, that's okay.
Phil Fussell, and they had a rattle at me and had give me some, they knew how to do things, football and cricket. And I'm there, and I got about 80, I think, on a nice afternoon, like say today, nice sunshine, nice people in the Frome Club, and there's this old boy that was in charge of me. He's playing as well, he's captain, run the show. And John Atteo, I said, hey Dad, that's a footballer, that's the footballer. John Atteo, oh yeah. He said, well, he's a good player, gets a lot of goals, centre forward, yeah. I said, cool, we're going to watch him play, my dad said. Anyway, you done well getting those runs. And he was playing in the same size as me. He always got runs and wickets, bowling this and that. So then these two get taught. Dad gets talking to the coach.
Yeah.
The old Pearson.
Yeah.
Pearson said, Pearson came to Dad. He said, "Hey, would the boy like to come? Would he like to come down to Somerset for a trial?" Well, you better have a word with him. He's been to Hampshire twice, 3 times, played a game, done well. I thought he'd done all right. He said, I know he's my own son, and he said, Dad, I just play cricket and football. I want to get stuck into my cricket and see how I go at football.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say, well, you're lacking a bit in the football, the cricket, which I'd done, as I was told there, which was good, because I still want to play football. I got clobbered a few times because I was a winger and could skin him.
Yeah,
and one or two blokes said, "You go past hey kid, you go past me again, I'll break your leg." That's what a couple of them said. I said, "Hey Dad, what's the thing to say?" Well, they will, because you keep skinning him like that, and he's an older player.
Absolutely.
He can catch you, so you ain't going to go past him, are you? Simple as that.
Yeah.
So, 1, 2. But the inside forward played for the first team. He knew what to do. We changed round and swapped and moved on. So the football went all right. And that's how I met Roger. And, and the Devizes Town wanted me to change, when I was finished cricket, to go and play Roger Hunt at Devizes Town.
Right. And
they would offer me money. And my dad said, now the hospital where you worked, I've offered you a very good job. You're in a nice white coat. You only do some nice little bit. You take the patients for cricket and football, the ones who are getting better, and all that. And I said, yeah. And they always give you a job, but don't come running on me here if you can't get a job, because they ain't going to be giving a job like you've got now, where they give you your money, you part time. They know you're coming back next year. They're going to promise you a job, and they went. And it all continued all the time. So I started to think about that. I thought, hey, hang on a minute, and I wanted a little motorbike. Francis Barnett.
Oh, Francis Barnett.
Barnett, James. I had £200 in the bank. Wanted to buy it. He said, you buy a motorbike and break your leg. Don't come home here. Go up the hospital. Regular, you'll be going up there. So I thought, which one is the two? Well, you buy a car and you get travelling, do what you want. He said, but he was very good, and he laid the law down to me and Roy, both of us. You wear clips round here. I said, I said, you only get a whiff he was military police. He was, Dad was.
Yeah.
He had 3 strokes on his arm.
Right.
Oh yeah, and he woofed.
Sergeant
Where's our
Palmer.
Ken? Has he been a good boy today? And my mum never used to say much at all. But if I had, she said, "Oh, he hasn't been very well behaved. He's upset somebody up the road and somebody been fighting." And is he? I'll have a word when he come in. Cool. He had a chat with me and with me. Get upstairs and you ain't going out for 3 nights. And you watch your mates play at the window, sitting by the window. And when he comes back, he's still be there all day. And so that was it. And Roy he seen what's happened to me, so he was a bit more cosier to mum, and which is fair enough.
Tell me a little bit about your involvement with Roger Hunt. Because you played at Devizes Town with him, didn't you?
I practiced with him.
Yeah.
With Devizes Town.
Yeah.
They wanted me to go to Devizes Town, and my old man said, "They'll pay you some money, which is quite a bit. Grab you like that." In Devizes Town, knows I know him because he played with them.
Yeah.
He said they'll dump you.
Yeah.
They'll leave you.
Yeah.
They want somebody that's going to be like Roger Hunt, and they want players that are all going to continue playing. Yeah. You're going to go off the cricket and this, that, and the other. Yeah. They won't have that. If you start losing a bit of form, you'll be out and you won't get back in. Yeah. So he said to stick to the cricket. So I thought, no, play with Roger Hunt. Like the wind, boom, like an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then I got picked to play against Bournemouth. Yeah, but down at Hampshire, down at Bournemouth.
Okay.
For Wiltshire v Bournemouth.
Okay.
Hampshire.
Yeah.
And I was in that squad, and I got into with Roger Hunt.
Yeah.
I got picked on ability because I got some goals. I was getting a lot of goals for the hospital.
Yeah.
Because I play up front, and they said, "Well, is he going to stick to cricket or football?" I said, "I love me football, Dad. I love me football," and he could play football. He could, because I used to take him oranges half time and that.
Yeah.
I would watch him as I grew up. I thought he could play football. I couldn't play like that. And so I thought, I don't know what to do here. And he said, "Well, I'm telling you, you pack up that job at the hospital, you'll be looking for a job." He said, "Bugger Devizes Town." He said, "Stick with what we got. We're happy with that. Go to Somerset. See if you go down there." That's the best thing I ever done. I thought, with nowhere else to turn now, I got a chance down there. And that's how I went from there to there. But with Roger Hunt, we had this match playing against Hampshire at Bournemouth, down at Bournemouth. And what happened is it got muddy and wet. And I was up front in the forwards and it was muddy. Down the wings in those days with more grass on.
Yeah.
Well, I was always a winger, so I was always on that. But I got in the mud and I couldn't. So they dropped Hunt. Hunt was told to go back and I was told to go up front because I was scoring a lot of goals. But all of a sudden, he went past me and went to the bang, run the back in. And my dad said half time to him, he said, "You want to go to the manager? Do you know the manager?" He said, "Well, you told me to bugger off." I said, "No, I'm only junior here, getting in."
Yeah.
He said, "Well, tell Roger Hunt, he's a good player." I said, "I can see that." He said, "He goes through that mud as though he's in a motor car. You go he's on you in a push bike." He said, "And you're losing the game 2-0. And we finished up. He said, "My views are tell that manager bloke you want to change you to drop back and put what's his name back up front."
Roger Hunt.
Roger Hunt back up front. So then he turned around and he said, I said, "Oh, that's dumped me back there." And I said, "Why'd you do that then, Dad?" He said, "Hey, you want a motorbike to ride on with him." I said, "He's gone past you a lot. He's scoring. He could win this for you second half," and he did. He knocked 3 goals in.
Yeah.
He did, and he left them dead. Yeah. And my dad said, "Just get the ball to him. Yeah. Whenever you get it to him. Yeah. He's the one. Push him up." Yeah. And he got all 3 goals.
Class player.
And he went home like, and we couldn't run in the mud. he just had the know-how, speed, quick. Good bloke too, nice bloke. Never seen him since after a few games we played.
Yeah.
Never seen him since.
Let's go down for your trial at Somerset, can we?
Yeah.
Because obviously, you know, and obviously you went down to who did you meet down there, and how did that all go?
Bloody hell. Well, I first time I'd been away from home on my own. I had to pack my traps.
Right.
Catch the train down, and my dad said, "Well, you're on your own now." Of course, I've never been on my own.
No.
Never been away from home.
No, too right.
So I thought, what's going to happen down here? What about where I'm going to sleep then, Dad? He said, don't worry about that. I'll come down here, make sure we'll find somewhere, and then I'm back mowing the cricket club, and what's after that? See how you get on. I thought, all right. Okay. So I go down. So I see Air Vice Marshal Taylor was the boss at Somerset. Air Vice Marshal Taylor.
Yeah.
So he was in the office, regimental man, and he didn't mix with the players much. He was in the office. You didn't cross his path or else you'd be in trouble. And we had, there was lads of my age. There was Graham Axon. There was about 5 of them they could employ. That's all, 5 of us.
Chico was one.
Chico was one. He
Chico
was my roommate.
Right.
He was.
Yeah.
He wouldn't make the bloody tea in the morning. He used to get up and first change and leave me in bed. Come on, can you? We'll be late. The train's going to leave. We just catch the stopper into Taunton from Queen St Michael.
So
they booked me and him out there. We shared a room together.
At Queen St Michael?
Yeah.
Okay.
We stole the apples off the trees. You know, bloody everything. Got a bit of trouble though.
How old would you have been then, Ken?
Well, I'd have been about 50. Just left school.
Just left school, 15, 16?
16, yes.
Right.
16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who did you stay with out there then?
Oh, she's a good old girl.
Mrs. Mack?
Yes, Mrs. Mack. She used to do I'd say me and Chico one year, maybe when we grew up and we went, they had 2 others in there.
Yeah.
She always used to do it for the club.
Right.
And that was the name we always had to go and see for digs.
Right. And what did you used to come in here to practice, didn't you, and train and everything? What did you do for your meal? What sort of food did you have?
Well, we had bacon, not bacon sandwiches, not as good as that. We had cheese sandwiches.
Yeah.
All wrapped up in a bag, a little thing. On the train, a bottle of milk, that was it. So we used to sit in the back where they used to have the old nets, and we used to have make sure the paper was put away, or else we get into trouble for that. Or the clean mess you make. What else? And then when we finished that, back to nets in the afternoon, because we had to help the groundsmen pick up the chickens.
Okay.
Empty the boxes, empty all the grass chippings. Sometimes drive the big roller, if you could drive it. It wouldn't cause your job that.
So in the morning,
yeah,
you practiced in the afternoon, did you?
Correct.
And in the morning, the professionals practiced.
They would practice morning and afternoon, but if we worked well and done well, we would get from. Can we go to the nets?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you've been bugging around, you ain't going to the nets.
No, right.
You would stay behind and do the afternoon, and that used to hurt. So.
And you used to pick up the paper, the mowings and bits and pieces, and clear up and sweep up the the ground.
Or dust the seats off for the ladies and all that. I said, well, they want men here. I said, that's not the point. Dust them off. Yeah.
A little bit different now, isn't it, Ken?
Well, it made I thought today it'd be a doddle, wouldn't it? It would be a doddle, honestly.
Very different to the way it was then.
Oh yeah, they get paid well. Yeah. The money we had was poor.
Can you remember how much it was?
No, I got some sheets at home, I think, but they fall apart. You're never used to keep looking at them.
Yeah.
You know.
But
it made you, you know, I had one thing in mind. I want to play first class cricket.
Yeah.
I played in the second team. first couple of games didn't get. I got 10 and all that. And Morris Tremont said to me, he said, "Well, you're new, Ken. You're new. You get immune to the standard you're in. It's uplifted from club cricket, isn't it?" I said, "Oh, he talked to me. He was good to me, and he could bowl quick, mind. Whew. You know, he bowled. I was trying to bowl. He said, "Is that as fast as you can bowl?" I said, "Oh, I wish I could bowl like you, Morris." I said, "That's what I want to do." He said, "Well, you're not as tall as me and as strong as me." He said, "That you just bowl a length and line and learn to swing it."
He helped you a lot, didn't he?
He did. I liked him. I always bring his name up. Yeah. He's a good man, he was. I used to go out and cut his lawn.
Did you?
With it. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. And she'd give me... His missus was lovely. She'd give me some sandwiches sometime, so I knew I'd get some of their eating all, see. Oh, yeah. Chico said, "Where you going?" I said, "I'm going off for a drink. I feel I'm going on my own." I thought, if I start taking me mates along there, she ain't going to do it for me.
No,
so I was always switched on like that. You know, I thought, "Well, where you been, Ken? Well, I just had a walk and had lemonade, you know."
Let's go back. Can we go back to that first game you played at Bath?
Go on, track back, because I lose me concentration.
Tell me about your game. You played a game against Middlesex at Bath, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that was an up and coming job. That was good.
Tell me, but that's your very first game for Somerset.
Well, we played there was Compton playing, the top notchers playing on that side. You know, people. I thought, who's he? Well, you should know, shouldn't you? I said, I thought, well, I'm a bit sick here. I ain't been picking things up. Who was that? Oh, that's so and so. That's so and so. And he thought, whew. Look at the posh sweaters and all the jazz, all the England badges.
Yeah.
He said, "Well, they don't play for England for nothing, Ken." I said, "No, I know that. I said,
Your dad bought you a new pair of trousers, didn't he?
Bought me 2 pairs.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, because he was pleased with my performance. He was. I got 3 for something. 3 for something, I think.
Right.
Bowled a lot of 3 for 20 odd. That's all, something like that.
And that was in 1955, wasn't it?
Yeah. And I fielded well.
Yeah.
But when I batted, I hit some good balls. I got about 25, 26, something like that. And I smacked some balls to cover and all that. And I thought to myself, God, they keep stopping them. But they won it like a bullet. They hit quite hard for me. Yeah. But I could... After a while, you think, it's got a bit more shot power into the shot, because they're such good fielders. Yeah. Well, you field every day and every you are, aren't you?
And I'm guessing a lot of people would go to Bath to watch the cricket, wouldn't they?
Oh, yeah. Swing about. Bowl. It was lovely bowling.
Yeah.
I knocked some pots over there. Yorkshire, I knocked them over and got nothing there. Innings with the lot, all in the shed. Lovely, all of it. I said, "Who's next?" Yeah, let's do next. Because it's swing, they couldn't play it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Bath always used to swing, didn't it?
Yeah, because it's in a dip.
Yeah.
Humid atmosphere.
Yeah, yeah.
And the juke boy used to... We used to use Stuart Surridge. Me and Bill Alley never want to change them, because Howard seemed to change boxes of them. He said, "We want a new ball with more seam on."
Yeah.
We went spare. Bill did. I said, "Boy, Bill, is it moving? So I said, "Is it moving?" "No." I said, "No." I said, "What's happening?" He said, "I know what's happening. They got a different box of balls here." I went in and had a look in the umpire's room. I said, "Did you?" I said, "They're all the same." "Oh, yeah. They're readers now."
Yeah.
Well, we never use readers. No. We use the other ones where you try and make them whoop.
Yeah.
You're right. But when you go up to Lancashire, and you go into Higgs and Statham, you've got the torque board. We always have a sharp now for that, because I've cleaned them up there a few times.
So they didn't all used to use the same ball?
Oh, no.
The counties would provide their own balls?
Yeah. Well, you send away to the firms.
Yeah.
That ball suits your bowlers.
Yeah. So
people don't realise that.
So one team would have torque boards, another team would have reader balls.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now, I mean, it's all the same ball, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But
and
it wasn't
they're bugging
there.
round with them.
Days with that. Were you driving or were you on the trains?
Cars.
In cars?
Yeah.
Who do you used to travel with?
I travelled with Morris Tremlett. He used to take me sometime. Talk to him. That's good, that is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I used to say, "Can I come with you, Morris?" Because I used to think, you're learning the game.
Yeah.
Aren't you? He talk about, if I got a question about bowling, he could answer it.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Yeah. And then, of course, in 61 you had that big season. And then talk us through, you had another big season in 63, didn't you?
Yeah.
When you got a lot of wickets.
Yep.
And you were out in South Africa coaching.
Yeah.
Tell us about what happened then. About how you went on to play for England. You got called up, didn't you?
Oh, I did, yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah.
Memories.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's great to be picked and played, but after being in that heat out there and going, I coached two schools, right? So it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, Thursday, Friday, and I played Full Night Club, which is in the Johannesburg League.
Yeah.
And they were a good side, a lot of yapping and cocky buggers, and I never liked them anyway. So, you know, I think, but they seem to know everything, bowl everything, do everything. But they're bottom of the league. And we the side I took over was bottom. And I said, all I want you fellas to do, I said, you're not going to like me. I want you physically fit. We're all fit, Ken. We're all fit, Ken. I said, in this heat up here, high altitude, Dover, I said, I just think, and we got a bowl more, we got a batman, we got to be fitter. So I want you fitter, like an athlete runner. So, well, we're not having nets then. No, would they? In my guts, they did. We're not having nets today. Again and again. I said, no nets. I don't want nets for 2 weeks. And somebody said, hey, they'd be wanting you to bugger off back to England. I said, well, it's up to them. I said, they want to do it properly or not at all. But I run that, and what I said always went. They didn't argue with me or on yeah. And I the first time I bowled and got tapped about when I first bowled with a kookaburra ball. I said, I want the belly balls changed to what we used to in England. You know, Stuart Surridge or whatever it is. Anything. I don't want them kookaburras. Well, they do that. No, I don't want them. So I had another quick bowler with me, and he was quicker than me, and he was only young. Go, look, Stanley, get up, good, lovely, and quick between the wickets. I thought, he was quick. He was always right up behind me. Come on, Kenny, run! And he's gone back for his second, and yeah. I said, don't you bloody run me out. I said, because I put the brakes on and you'll be going and run out. I said, I'll tell you that. And he said, oh. He said, oh, yeah, but he was picked for that giant side to come here.
Yeah.
And I was looking forward to him coming. Because I finished with him there.
Yeah.
But I took him from the bottom. It was a lot of work to get him to the top. And during that period of time, I played with 4 blokes that ate my guts. You know, they didn't want to do what I wanted. They were bloody awful, really. But then I thought, we're gonna go on back home. But I thought, stick it out, and I stuck it out. And in the end, one was a rep for wine. He bought me cases of wine for Christmas, and he bought this. And he said, "We were sorry to see you go," and all that, you know. And it was, and then we're getting near this bloody test match coming up, right? And there's all injuries. I was gonna join the party halfway through.
Right.
I was invited down for a nice meal and butter up job, sit down with the Poppins, and it was all paid for. And there, Ken, anything else you want? Yeah, we'll be in touch, and we want you probably to join the party. I said, okay. I said, that's super. That's what I'd like. I said, I thought you got a chance.
Yeah.
I just, all of a sudden, that all went flat. One or two said they were all right, and they weren't. The 2 buggers that were injured were still injured, and they went to try again, and they really buggered up.
Mm.
So after that, they said, well, we'll call Kenneth. Thunder and lightning at night. Phone call goes, could you, in the daytime as well, could you get a plane down to Port Elizabeth straight away? The MCC want you to play from. I said, well, I've just finished playing a bloody cricket practice, and I'm full packed, ready to go back to dear old England, home. Well, you're not. He said they want you down there. They've asked for your permission to be to leave, and I left straight away. Overnight, up and down in the storm, landed. Mind you, when I landed, the England boys were very good for me.
Yeah.
They were always, MJK came down the plane to meet me, and so did Carr.
Yeah.
Really good blokes. And then I had some lager, some of their nice lager with Titmus.
Yeah.
Jesse Price. You know, they were good, super. You know, it wasn't, easier. They were pleased to see you, you know. I said, well, when they said that to me, I said, well, I expect they are. Is there anybody left can bowl in? I thought, that's what I said to them. They laughed like hell. I said, well, it's bloody hard up shot this, isn't it? I said, we can bowl both ends. Yeah. I said, and the wickets are flat, and Boycott's having a bloody net the next day, and he wants one net practice, and also one net a full day, morning and afternoon. So David Allen, who's a West Country boy, said to me, hey, don't get boiling too many at Boycott. I said, what do you mean by that? I said, he wants about, don't get boiling too many. Well, I say I'm going for tea, or I'm going to pack up. You pack up too. Because he'll bat all today and tomorrow and the next day. And you'll be so knackered you won't be able to stand up in the test. And it was happening. He said, come on, let me have some more on the off stump. So he kept bowling at Boycott a bit more. And in the end, you know, I could see all registered. But I think, come on, Kenny boy, wake up quick. Yeah. Right, this is my last one, boy. Oh, come on, just give me 6. 6 months. I just said, this is the last one. Boy, the last one, that was it. But we never fell out, me and Boycott. He was very friendly with me after that tour. Right. He was pretty good. He run.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Round, day 3 of Somerset versus Surrey. Just had a little bit of lunch. Sam Dowling here alongside Stephen Lamb. Harry Everett's with us today. As you will see on your screens, the players are on their way back out to the middle. Surrey will, well, you can forgive them for having a bit of a strut. They reduced Somerset to 46-4 this morning. We've lost about an hour to rain, so we've only had 16 overs of the day so far. James Rue is going to continue, having not got off the mark yet. Only the 10 balls. It took him 30 balls, I think, to get off the mark in the first inning. Tom Abel was actually batting beautifully. That's 27 from 39. Jordan Clark did the bulk of the damage. 3 for 15 for him this morning. He bowled wonderfully. Stephen, afternoon.
Afternoon, Sam.
Not great afternoon if you're a Somerset fan right now.
No, and it wasn't quite the template I offered in our little preview with Harry Everett today. Hasn't quite worked out that way yet. But, being an optimist at heart, Tom Abel and James Rue are probably Somerset's 2 best batters. And they are together. So let's keep up our hopes.
I love your optimism, Steve.
Jamie Overton, formerly Somerset, of course, is going to continue from the same end from which he bowled 2 overs before lunch. 0 for 2, his figures.
Ben Folkes just going through his warm-up routine. You can see him at the top of the screen. Good news that he moving a bit more freely than he did. He took a tumbling stop down the leg side and was just shaking his knee out a bit before lunch.
Yeah, he looked like he'd done a bit of damage, but looks fine now. Going to be a single to get Somerset's account underway after the break. James Rue just steering it backward a point. Slight misfield, allowing the one. So Roux is off the mark.
Jamie Overton took a wonderful catch to dismiss Tom Kohler-Cadmore diving forward at backward point. Dan Worrell, the bowler, for that one. He's such a good cricketer, Jamie Overton. We saw him smash a window yesterday, having been dropped by his twin brother. That window is back in situ now, though.
That was quick. Another single here, this time for Tom Abel. Seen these two bat well together before this season. I mustn't talk them up too much.
I know, I keep wanting to say
I'll stop saying anything about this partnership now.
Keep wanting to say positive things about the way Tom Abel's batting, because he has batted very well. But then you don't want to curse it. I think he would admit himself, it's been a bit of a struggle for the last couple of weeks for him, runs-wise.
Getting his bat well out of the way of that one from Jamie Overton, who has a more substantial beard than I can recall seeing him sporting ever.
I can't remember, I can remember them coming through when they were very young, so I doubt they had facial hair.
He's had a bit of a beard every now and again, but this is more than that.
You can't get razor blades up in London, Stephen. You go up there, it's very trendy, you see.
Sun's coming out. And a J. Overton bouncer to greet it.
Yeah, he ducked underneath it well there, James, really, didn't he? He tried one the previous ball, but it was too far leg side. He was annoyed with himself, Jamie Overton.
They found some odd ways of getting themselves out, the Somerset batters. Sean Dixon was missed in the slips by Will Jacks. A reasonably straightforward chance, about ankle height. And Jacks would have been very relieved in the same over to see Dom Sibley hold on to one. So Dixon not benefiting from the miss, dismissed for 4. Then Tom Lammonby, he was cutting at a ball from Clark, which he couldn't keep down. And Will Jacks, this time, made no mistake. That was 17 for 2. And that pretty rapidly became 23 for 3 when George Bartlett left a ball which hit him in front of off.
It was a brilliant catch from Jacks, the one he held off Lammonby. It really was. The way cricket goes, isn't it? You drop a sitter, straight in and out, a few overs previously. Tom Laws then to Tom Abel. Down the leg side. Not the worst ball to bowl, Abel. Just missed caught down the leg side in the first innings. Folks tumbling away to his left. Such a good keeper, Ben Folks.
Yep, I'd have had him in my England side for this Ashes series. I'd have picked Bairstow just for his batting. Then I know that's difficult, because who do you leave out and how do you adjust the order?
That was going to be my next question, who misses out?
There are far better judges than me dealing with it, but I've always felt that if you've got the best wicketkeeper, or certainly one of the best wicketkeepers in the world at your disposal, who's also got a batting average as good as Folkes', then you've simply got to play him, because keeper is such an important position.
Fuller from Tom Laws, too far outside the off stump to trouble Tom Abel.
There were various suggestions, I remember, before the series. Maybe move Ben Stokes up to number 3 was one. Open with Johnny Bairstow was another. It is difficult, though, when you've got players who are used to specific positions in the order.
I found that quite funny, the Bairstow one. Again, left alone by Abel. It was like this idea that people were desperate to pick a specialist. The idea was get Folkes in as a specialist wicketkeeper. And to do so, because the argument was you want your best player in that position, and to do so was to ask Bairstow to move into a specialist batting position, because opening is very different to other positions.
Yeah, I preferred the Stokes idea.
Yeah, I quite like that. You could definitely do that. He's got the temperament for it. Cut away by Abel, backward of square. Gus Atkinson is at deep point, but he's not going to catch up with that one. It's a lovely shot from Abel. Got on top of it Tom Laws kicks the ground. A little bit of frustration coming out. Somerset are past 50. 50 for 4. Let's see that. Just short. Enough whip for Abel. Is an easy shot for a man of his ability. A man who looks in decent nick as we see the replay on the big screen here in the ground. Quite like that.
Perfect placement. Well to the left of the fielder, who had no chance of pulling it in.
This time, Laws straightens up just a tad too much. I think they'll come back for a second. There is a fielder down there. I think it's Dan Worrell at fine leg. So they pick up a couple. So 6 runs from the last 2 balls. Tom Abel moves on to 32. Somerset 54-4. Tom Abel 34, beg your pardon.
Yeah, the other thing about the Bairstow folks' conundrum, there were chances missed, especially in the first 2 tests, and Edgbaston in particular. And it wasn't just Bairstow, it was other fielders as well. There were chances going down. And when you've got a result by 2 wickets, then you can't help but feel that would have made all the difference.
Thrilling cricket there, isn't it? Quite wonderful. Just a shame. It's a shame it's not 2-2.
Good looking stroke from James Rue, but straight to extra cover.
I sat in the rain of Manchester for a couple of hours last Sunday, hoping rather than anything else. There was a period, it was only about an hour's window, and they went, oh yeah, we're going to, we'll start and how about, we'll take lunch and we'll start an hour, and you're thinking, yeah, that's your window there.
Bit loose. Didn't have to play a stroke at that. Well, Manchester does have a reputation for it. I remember when they won the County Championship, Lancashire, in 2009. They weren't actually playing at Old Trafford because the work was being done turning the square around, and they played at Liverpool, their home games, and there was far more cricket played at Liverpool than there would have been in Manchester. Single here. Rue is hurrying. He knows he needs to, but the shot at the stumps misses. I think he'd have been home anyway.
Yeah, he was just ball watching for a fraction of a second, and then he realised that Tom Abel was cornering him through for a single. It was comfortable in the end.
So it's probably not worth these two thinking too much about the deficit. Just getting on and batting is the thing at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. Just got to chip away at the deficit, haven't you? Run by run. All the time in the world. 68 overs in theory. 67 after this one. Whole day tomorrow, lest we forget. So there's a lot of time left in this game. It's going to take, you'd imagine, for Somerset to have any chance of escaping with a draw. And that is a huge if, isn't it? It's going to take a big partnership between these two.
Played comfortably enough off his pads by James Rue. One James to another, or a Jamie to a James.
Speaking of moving people to number 3, James Rue, what do you do with him next season?
Well, we were saying before we came on during the break, I mean, James Rue could bat anywhere in that Somerset order on the evidence we've seen this season. He looks to have the technique to open, to come in at 3. The question is about the wicket keeping and what you do about that. Left alone by Abel to complete the over. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 7, Jamie Overton. 57 for 4.
It's a huge ask, isn't it? A really big ask to ask someone to bat in the top 3 and a keeper as a young player. State of the game as it is, Somerset still trailing by 141 runs. Abel unbeaten on 35. He's out there with that man we were just talking about. We'll continue to talk about James Rue, who's got 3.
Kumar Sangakkara did it for Sri Lanka for a long time, and he was a left-hander. Has been done, but there's still a question mark. It's a lot of responsibility.
Laws continues. Expansive drive there from Rue, bottom edge into his pad. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg. There's a field set for a potential short ball to Rue.
It's also it's about allowing James Rood to pace his career, given he's 19.
Don't want to get carried away too early. That's the issue, isn't it? You want him to develop, but there's still a lot of time. So much time, really. It's his first full season. Defends that one. Jim Troughton was saying, I think he said it on air actually, but he mentioned it off air too, that watching Tom Laws bowl to James Rue in the first innings was quite satisfying. It was a glimpse into the future, potentially a couple of future internationals if their careers go in with the trajectory they're currently on. Both got the talent, both young men. Laws bowled beautifully in the first innings.
Good looking cover drive, but Jamie Overton's in the way.
It's no ball, just got his footwork slightly wrong. He's been looking at it for the last couple of overs. That one just overstepping.
Yeah, Tom Laws had the outstanding figures, didn't he, for Surrey in the first innings? 4 for 41 from 13. Yet to strike it in this innings.
Rue leaves alone. I think he had a 7 over spell where he took 3 for 15, I think, which did a lot of the damage at the top of the order. That's the beauty of this Surrey attack. 5 seamers. Atkinson, not seen him yet in this innings. Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell tend to take the new ball. Jamie Overton. Tom Laws rolling now. Will Jacks. I haven't seen any of Will Jacks yet in this innings. No surprise. Only 20 overs in.
Just on the England selection that we were talking about earlier, it's so easy with hindsight, isn't it?
Easy to sit up here for us and say.
Not being at the sharp end. And, I mean, the Moeen Ali selection there was some controversy about that. I was okay with that, actually. I didn't feel like anybody else was knocking the door down. He's got the experience.
Mid-on, yeah.
I'd have picked Chris Wokes a test earlier.
Yeah, I think you're right there. Whether Wokes was quite ready, I don't know.
That's another imponderable, isn't it, for us?
But then, you know what, the old days of needing a few weeks to get ready for a test match, like these days, Wokes and Wood have come in and pretty much won the game at Headingley, having played very little cricket, so maybe that is a bit of a myth as Rood digs out that fuller ball. Straight to Jamie Overton for the second time in the over at cover. End of the over, 20 gone. Somerset 59 for 4.
Yeah, interesting piece that I saw. Well, in fact, I saw more of it just before we came on by James Anderson this morning. His Telegraph column.
Yes, he's been doing stuff with them this summer, hasn't he?
Confirming that he is intending to carry on, that he's still enjoying it, still wants to be part of it. Actually said he's enjoying it more than ever in the present structure and way of playing. Which is, it's an amazing thing to hear, isn't it, for somebody who's 41, is he, in a couple of days' time?
Yeah, he might already be 41, you know. The appetite, isn't it, to keep going for Anderson.
Here is Jamie Overton.
I'm not sure about there's all this talk about moral victories, isn't there?
Yes, there's nothing like a real victory.
They are the preferable ones, aren't they?
Yeah. It's filled a little bit, the ground, since the first session. Not that much. Oh, has he almost nicked that?
It was very close. He just nibbled away from him. Tom Abel, I think, just moved his bat at the very last second. It was a beauty. He definitely played down the wrong line. Back in his crease there, Abel.
Or did he play inside the line?
Oh, I think it just nibbles away. Yeah, I think he's genuinely beaten the bat there. I think he did bring his bat back inside the line, but it wasn't until the ball was nearly in Ben Folkes' hands.
Good thinking. Tip and run.
You are an optimist, though, aren't you?
At heart.
Oh, you always are.
I feel more optimistic about the weather now than I did first thing. You can see the Quantocks more clearly now than at any stage of the day so far.
Oh, you made me laugh yesterday. You got a little nod in the piece I wrote. Anonymously, of course.
Oh dear, that was a bit of a waft. Unruh-like.
It was almost like he wasn't going to play the shot, then decided he wanted to play it, and then pulled out of it. Which, at Jamie Overton's pace, he haven't got the time to make 3 different decisions.
It wasn't like the delivery did very much. Didn't have to play it. Gets the whole bat on that, but can't get it past the fielder at cover, Jamie Smith, who must have been wondering when Ben Folkes was gripping his right knee in some discomfort whether he was going to be called up as replacement keeper.
Mentioning rain in Lancashire, Stephen, it's finally relented in Manchester. They're back on the pitch.
Thinking about the single, it's not there.
Up at Old Trafford, day 3, 23 hours ago, the players wandered off about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Well, 2 o'clock today, they're back out there. Northants making 3-4-2 up at Old Trafford over the first day and a half. Lancashire 124 for 1 in response. Somerset 60 for 4 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's the flag, the wyvern / dragon, whichever way you lean in that argument. I'm not getting drawn into it. A couple of folk out there.
Was it St George who slew the wyvern?
It was. It was indeed. Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion then. Tom Law's coming out of the attack. Gus Atkinson coming into it for the first time in this innings. Another out and out quick bowler really, Gus Atkinson. Been around a while now. Had a couple of years out through injury, but this is a lad that England have their eye on. Economy of effort in his run-up. It's a shorter run-up for a quick bowler. He only really gets going here. Ball gets in behind that. It's a couple of shuffles to get his feet going, and he finally gets into his stride 5 or 6 paces from the crease. Skipper Roy Burns on screen. Ball shiner in chief. He'll be delighted with the way it's gone the last couple of days.
Absolutely. What a useful third change Gus Atkinson is.
Doesn't get any easier for Tom Abel and James Rue out here. Abel defending that one. Raining up in Scarborough, which is a shame. Always love the Scarborough Festival.
Yes, there was heavy overnight rain there as well. Makes it very difficult to get things going.
Jamie Overton on screen, just having a word with Jade Dernbach, one of the Surrey bowling coaches. Defended. I think Atkinson got a hand on that, actually.
I think he did, but James Rue was in his ground.
Hyper aware of that, I think, batters at the moment.
Well, we had an example of that, didn't we, against Hampshire on day 1 here. Kyle Abbott got a finger onto a ball, and George Bartlett was on his way.
I think poor Ali Orr at Sussex had it happen 3 innings in a row or something like that. Abel initially looking to turn that into the leg side, but realising it wasn't there to do so, pushes it to Clark at mid-on. There's that facial hair you were talking about, Stephen.
facial hair at both ends at the moment.
On the back foot, Abel turns down the single. Good call. Jamie Smith there in the covers. Comes around. Middlesex have lost a second wicket at Edgbaston. 65 for 2 they are. Won't be long before they wrap up that win. A much needed win for Middlesex as well. They were well beaten by Surrey at Lords last week in relegation trouble. Middlesex. Sorry tale for Northants at the moment. Shapes back in that one. End of the over. Decent one from Gus Atkinson. He started with a maiden Somerset 60 for 4.
Yeah, their stays in the First Division have tended to be brief, Northants. They came up and went straight back down again. I think around about 7-8 years ago. Can't remember exactly which season, but it was a very brief sojourn. But they managed to stay up last year. Looks like that'll be the extent of it, though.
Indeed.
WPA are kind sponsors. This live stream, Somerset Cricket, in all its guises. Sam Dalling and Stephen Lamb with you at the moment. Harry Everett will be joining us fairly shortly. And seems to be finding Jamie Smith on a regular basis, James Rew, at the moment, with succession of cover drives. Won't worry about that. Emphasis very much on survival at 60 for 4 with so much still to do. 138 runs in arrears still, Somerset. Again, firmly driven, but this time it's the Surrey skipper who's in action.
They've abandoned play for the day up at Scarborough. What a shame for the festival.
Yeah, the commentators up at Scarborough had a fish and chips dinner last night. I'll tell you why in a minute after this single for James Rew. Just squeezed it away. Managed to elude Jamie Smith at last, getting it to his right. But the fish and chip supper was in memory of the late and great Dave Callaghan, who was the Yorkshire commentator and reporter for a long time. A lovely guy who I count myself fortunate to have worked with on occasion. And fish and chips were his thing. And he was always at Scarborough for the festival. Clipped away nicely. Be another single here for Tom Abel. And one of the commentary boxes now at the Scarborough ground is named after him. Quite right too.
Yeah, Jonathan Doyd speaks, his successor speaks very highly of Callie. Martin Emerson would have been there as well.
Yeah. Nicely cut away. Wants two. We'll have to hurry. He's okay. Good call in the end from James Rew. Positive call.
A little bit of serenity here for Somerset, Stephen. Starting to put together a little bit of a partnership, these two. Came together with a score on 28.
Looking to turn it down to long leg, James Rew couldn't get it away. Yeah, the ball will be losing its shine now after 22 overs, which should be to Somerset's advantage. There aren't any demons in the wicket. There's the Somerset flag atop St James Church, just over to our left here in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. It's a great landmark here at Taunton.
I wonder if it might be time to give Will Jacks just an over from that river end to see if it does turn. Grips a bit for him on that ball. Still relatively hard. 23 overs old, as you said. Atkinson first, though, from the Truscoffic Pavilion end. Abel keeps him out.
There's a row of churches behind us that looks like they're in order. St James, St George and St Mary Magdalene, I think it is. And there's one with a spire which is directly opposite us. Much smaller church. I drove past it yesterday, actually. St Andrews, I think it is. Yeah.
Yes, a little bit of rain in the air. Stephen Lamb is optimistic, though. As Tom Abel has a look at James Rue, who calls him through for a single. Good bit of running.
Yeah, it's taking advantage of the deep field on the leg side. 2 men out, and there's quite a gap there to take a single. Abel on to 37, 38, in fact. 65 for 4.
Yeah, definitely St Andrew's Church, that one. Stephen? I used to go down to the kind of, there's a little village hall and green opposite it. Used to do I'm going to call it a festival. That's probably overtaking it slightly. A summer fete. I do miss those school fetes.
I noticed the school sign attached to the church.
Rue defending, and that one, I think, bat onto pad and popped up and hit his hand. It could have gone anyway, that one. Felt safe. He defended it into the ground and it just popped up and hit him. So, wouldn't have been in any danger. Free slips still wait then. Dom Sibley at first, Tom Latham at second, Will Jacks at third. Lovely shot from Rue, but a great bit of fielding at backward point. I think it's the left hand of Tom Laws there. Scramble through for a single. No, it's not. It's Dan Worrell, I think.
Talking about James Rue's possible positions in the order. Got a tweet from Matthew Cleave, who thinks James Rue should bat at 6 for the next 2 seasons after this. He reckons Surrey have worked out his scoring areas, as will others.
Short ball, could have gone anywhere. It's a leading edge from Abel. He was trying to turn it into the leg side, just jump with it. Popped up on the offside, but fell safe.
Yeah, I think Surrey have worked out his scoring areas, as will others, and he'll need to work this out, which he will. Thanks, Matthew.
Yeah, fortunately he has the temperament for it, James Rue. He won't be too worried. What's he got? 7 from 36 balls. Atkinson to Abel.
Another comfortable single, easy as you like,
and the
in
over.
that area.
66, 67 it'll be, won't it, for 4.
We understand that Casey Aldridge will bat if needed. Suffered the side strain yesterday and had to go off. Came in at number 7 on day 1. Don't know whether we'll get down to him today. Must be a possibility. Whether he'll bat in that position as well remains to be seen. Those are the floodlights which haven't been turned on yet today.
It's not as gloomy as yesterday, is it?
No. No, it's quite a bit brighter. Although still quite grey. Maybe they'll come into play a little bit later on. There's the bowling card for Surrey. And that gives an idea, doesn't it, what riches Rory Burns has at his disposal. 5 seamers used so far, and you can just permutate. Got another change at the river end with Dan Worrell coming back. He's bowled 6 overs for 14, and the wicket of TKC. Well caught by Jamie Overton at backward point. So Jamie Overton has a rest. 6 overs either side of lunch. Economical. 0 for 12. Yeah, no need to engage with that at all. England have lost Moeen Ali at the Oval for 34. 184 for 4 England.
Well, Jim Troughton was saying it's probably a 200, 250 par pitch, so England look at the moment set to get there. Harry Brook is presumably still going like a train at the other end, is he? 68 from 67 balls. He's got some eye, hasn't he, Harry Brook?
Absolutely. Looks to have a great future. International level.
This is his 19th Test innings. He's passed 50 now in 11 of them. Made 400s. Couldn't ask for a better start, really. Who's that warming up at mid-on? I wonder if it's Jordan Clark who's on the floor, just going through a few stretches.
I was interested to hear what Jim Troughton had to say about Dan Worrell and why he was signed. I hadn't heard that before, purely in consequence of Hashim Amla playing against him at Cheltenham and going to Alex Stewart and saying, we've got to sign this guy, he's the best bowler I've played against this season.
It was a great tale, that, isn't he? Some recommendation.
And it just shows, it's sort of when he was with Gloucestershire, Dan Worrell, watch this next delivery, which is harmless. He had to bowl a lot because there wasn't so much in reserve. And when you've got 4 other seamers who can just enable you to keep the spells short, then it's a real benefit. Had some injury issues earlier in his career, but he's stayed pretty fit since he's been playing in England over the last 4/5 years.
Yeah, what's this, his second season at Surrey? I think he probably wasn't here for the 2020 COVID hit season, but did a couple of years.
He was with
3 years
Gloucestershire,
either side
with Gloucestershire
back.
then.
Gloucestershire.
Yeah.
Brilliant bowler. There's a Surrey bench. They'll be happy down there. Gareth Batty, Jade Dernbach and Jim Troughton in their Chelsea blue. Brilliant few days for them. Brilliant week and a half. Bounce back from what was a disappointing fortnight, losing to Somerset in the Blast semi-finals off the back of a draw with Notts and a defeat against Lancashire, but they're set to make it 2 wins from 2. Atkinson into Rue. That could have gone anywhere. Inside edge. Bounces over the stumps. Falls safely. Rue remains on 7. He's been watchful.
Probing length from Atkinson. A little bit fortunate there.
Good pace, Gus Atkinson. Cut by Root. Nice looking shot. I don't think Worrell will be chasing that for too long because it's going to race away. It's kind of wide backward point, almost a third boundary. Rue moves into double figures with that. There he is. Just plays with the bounce, head on top of the ball, cuts behind square, and all Worrell can do is go and collect it.
Yeah, that's the first offering, really, that Atkinson has served up. It was a little bit short and gave Rue enough room to play the cut shot. So from being 0 for 3 in his third over, he's now 0 for 7.
Quick chat between Burns and Atkinson. Are they going to change the field? No, leave it as it is. Rue pushes forward defensively. Jamie Overton patrolling the covers. Jamie Smith at square leg is being sent out to deep square leg. Just trying to get onto the live stream there, I'm sure. In engrossed or whatever is on his screen. Nice shot again from James Rew, but brilliant bit of fielding from Jamie Overton, who took a step to his right, put in a full-length dive, stopped it one-handed, hit the ground hard, shakes out the wrist. It was a great bit of work from Jamie Overton, wholehearted in everything he does.
Yeah, he was on one of the practice pitches as well, which makes it harder. Make a tumbling stop.
Gus Atkinson will be grateful because that was a boundary. Had Jamie Overton not got down to it?
Yep, he's in the earth. Up again now, looks fine.
Short ball whizzes through to Ben Folkes, but it was too short. Didn't quite have the direction. And James Rew was able to just step inside of it.
It's definitely getting brighter. Just one or two signs of blue sky above us to go with the grey.
And of the over, 26 gone. Somerset just taking a bit of sting out of Surrey as it stands. Last week it was foul. Tom Cadmore with a score on 28. 71 for 4 as those herring goals gather atop the Lord Ian Botham stand.
Yeah, and the top of the Andy Caddick Pavilion there. Who's sitting outside on the balcony? Jason Kerr.
And Alfie Ogborn, I believe.
Made an impressive debut, Alfie Ogborn, against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago. The left armour. In the meantime, it's going to be the right arm of Dan Worrell. Turned over for Surrey. And just pushed gently into the offside by the Somerset skipper. .39 not out. Tom Abel. He's faced 69 deliveries.
Good news for Josh Davey and his fellow countrymen. Scotland have qualified for the T20 World Cup.
Excellent.
They've beaten Denmark by 33 runs.
Rew was thinking in terms of a single there, but Abel promptly sending him back.
Shane Berger too will be delighted by that. A few years up in Scotland for Shane before joining Somerset over the winter. And I thoroughly enjoyed his time over there. Edinburgh's a wonderful city. There he is, Harry Everett's in the back of the box.
And the players are casting shadows.
Beautiful.
There is a third man, so that will just be a single. Gus Atkinson stationed down in front of the Ondarchie stand. So Abel on to 40. 72 for 4. Deficit now 126. Still a big one. Worrell then, just pausing for a moment before setting off. 2 slips and a gully. Slanting across the left-handed Rew. Comfortably taken as ever by Folkes. Dom Sibley took a catch at slip earlier on today to dismiss Sean Dixon in the same over that he'd been dropped by Will Jacks in the cordon. Nicely played. found the gap there. It might not go all the way because Jamie Overton has long legs, as we all know round here. Pulls it in about 5 to 10 yards inside the rope in front of the temporary Trade Nation stand. Rue to 13, 74 for 4. Dot this time. Rory Burns is the man in the floppy hat, easily identifiable as the Surrey captain.
Well, Stephen, I'm going to take your copy of this broadsheet newspaper and sit at the back of the box for half an hour. Harry Everett is back.
I have to confess that it's Harry's copy as well, but never mind. Won't affect the legibility of it. This is as good weather as we've seen for the last couple of days at the moment. Bright sunshine over this part of Taunton. Not all of it, but the county ground is blessed at the moment. And Atkinson's going to continue.
Short ball first up. Wow, folks have done well to catch that. Was that Ollie Pope we just saw on the screen? I thought it would be at the Oval. We'll have to get Andrew, a cameraman, back on. Jamie Overton's just pointing up where. Jamie's in front. What's he pointing up at? We're looking at the screen now.
Not sure. He's just on the wrong side of the boundary at the moment.
He's trying to get something from the changing room, I think. He's trying to get something chucked down in the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Atkinson into Abel. Back foot punching. Down to fine leg for one run. Jamie Overton's trying to get something from the changing room, but they're not quite getting his sign language. He's eventually got it. He's got
Sunglasses.
That's what it is. He had a brief chat with Jamie at lunchtime. He's off to Manchester, of course, for the other tournament next week. Enjoying being back here. Doing well at his old ground.
Meeting some old friends,
Yes,
imagine.
chatting away, yeah. Last night, before the members' Q&A, came and had a long chat with family and friends. He's got some mates from North Devon here today as well. Last summer, he spent back at Instow with a boot on his ankle. Wandering around with the dog, but he's glad to be fully fit again as Atkinson's round the wicket. Well played by Rue. Yeah, it's nice that both Overton boys love going back to their old club, and
it's a lovely ground, that.
Yeah.
Just on the sea side, isn't it?
They have so many touring games. They've added me to their Swan account because they want me to help them out with some games. Because throughout August they play Monday to Friday touring games and Saturday and Sunday league games. They literally have games there every day of the week for about 5 weeks in the summer.
Brilliant.
Most tours from up north or London way want to play at the nice seaside grounds. 3 slips and Rue punches. That is a glorious shot. Jamie Overton at point can't do anything about it. Brilliant sprint round and stoppage. I thought it was going to be 4. Good work from Dan Worrell. A very wide third man. It's almost like a deep backward point as the 50 partnership comes up. 78 for 4. Decent recovery from these two. Tom Abel had those half volleys he capitalised on just before lunch, but other than that, there's not been much.
Sorely needed. 28 for 4 when they came together.
What can Atkinson do over the wicket to Abel? Yeah, I spent lunchtime with the ground staff. A lot of ground staff from around Somerset, from the Whipple Leagues, the West Somerset Leagues, the Somerset Leagues, even a couple infiltrators from Blundell's and Devon, but mostly Somerset. Ground staff getting a talk with Scott Hawkins. They're down in the hospitality on the Thatcher's deck, enjoying a bite to eat and some magazines and hats. And I was given a groundsman hat. I don't quite know. What does it say on it?
For our sports.
Yeah,
very, very smart. White writing on dark blue.
Appeal for OW, just turned down. Yeah, it's it's nice to have the ground staff here and to learn from professional. You know, you think you're a club groundsman, to then learn from the top. The Women of Sport breakfast of the day was fascinating to hear from a Kiwi girl who lives here now, who's one of the very few females in the business. And it's a very male-orientated business, which they're trying to change. Trying to get more females into working on the grass and giving us the pitches we're so grateful and lucky to play on. Glorious straight drive from Tom Abel. Good hand. No run.
Yes, that would have hurt the palm a little bit, I'd imagine, of Gus Atkinson. I remember the ground at Instow. We stayed in Appledore for a week.
Yeah, not far away.
So, which is just the other side of I think it's the Torridge estuary.
Yeah.
Which leads up to Bideford.
Yeah, beautiful around there.
And we went and had a picnic lunch just outside Instow.
Back in the Fen. Yeah, a couple of times last year, if I was playing North Devon in the Devon Premier League on a Saturday and then playing them again in the North Devon League on the Sunday, I'd have a little camping trip for the weekend and, you know,
amongst the dunes.
Yeah, and then have a breakfast in Bideford in the morning or Wednesday. It's a worthwhile spot.
Yeah, I don't know whether my wife Sue would necessarily have gone to have a look at the cricket ground if she'd been on her own, but
there he is. I thought it was. I shouldn't doubt myself.
Ollie Pope
injured. Yeah. England duty. I like that. Prioritising the county lot over his England teammates. Big kudos to him for that. Presumably a personal choice, but then, well, it's difficult when you're on a essential contract, and then do you prioritise that? Do you prioritise your county? But no, good on him. Ollie Pope's enjoying Taunton.
So anyway, we both had a pleasant stroll around the outfield.
Yes,
and
great.
beyond the boundary at Instow, which is one of the loveliest grounds I've seen.
Oh, indeed.
There are a few of them in North Devon. Valley of the Rocks comes to mind.
Yeah,
as well.
I've been asked to play there on Monday.
Excellent.
A week on Monday. Yep, just got a text through, and now, just literally as we're speaking, someone's heard me commentate on the stream, said, "Can you play for Somerset Stragglers at North Devon next Tuesday?"
Fantastic.
That's just gone through, so.
There's a bit of a slope in the outfield there, I seem to recall. I was having a chat actually with an outfielder. I was watching a game and chatting to a guy wearing long off, long on, whatever, about Somerset and their fortunes. This was a few years ago. Here is Dan Worrell. And that's a lovely shot. Off drive from James Rue. May not go all the way. Rory Burns has lost his sun hat in pursuit, which won't bother him a jot. James Rue has taken 2, so that'll take him along to 16, total to 80 for 4. So while I was chatting to this outfielder, he suddenly said, "Excuse me,
got to go and field the ball."
Someone had put up a skyer, and he ran in. And I thought, I hope I haven't
Did he drop
distracted him. No, he didn't. He caught
good.
it.
I have the exact Sheila Harding, who scores for Dumplings and managing and the coaching at Topsham. She always apologises because I had to take a one-handed diving catch one game when she was chatting on the boundary, and it would have been a much easier catch if she hadn't been chatting to me. Always laugh.
Makes you feel guilty, doesn't it? Potentially.
As long as both were held.
Yeah. Yeah, so we both went away with clear consciences.
Yes, yes. That's the most important thing.
No further breakthrough since lunch for Surrey. We've been back on now for getting on for an hour. 50 minutes, to be more exact.
Always exact and precise up here, aren't we, Stephen?
Lunch taken a little bit later than usual
Yes,
because
that's
of the delay, taken at 1:10. Over the top.
Harsh chance, I think.
Off the edge.
There'd been a screamer from Will Jacks, wouldn't it? In between Latham, Sibley and Will Jacks in the cordon. That gap between second and third. Well, it's more of a second slip in a gully, really. Quite high. If you're going to flash hard, they say. You'd have to be Jamie Overton, I think, to get anywhere near that.
Yeah. Raced away down to the third man boundary. Rue up to 20. Deficit now 112. Firm, good looking on drive, but no run. Jordan Clark is the man at mid-on, who's the leading wicket taker in this innings. 3 for 15. His figures from 6 overs, 2 maidens, and in fact, on cue it seems he's loosening up again, potentially for a second spell. it was from this Marcus Trescothick pavilion end that he took the wickets. Sean Dixon, Tom Lammonby and George Bartlett, his victims thus far. So it looks like Rory Burns is turning to him again at some stage soon. Oh, beauty.
Effort ball, really, wasn't it? Dan Worrell really putting something into that.
Absolute peach. Cut through in half.
Yeah.
Play that.
That was a snorter, wasn't it?
Wow. And it is going to be a change, and it's going to be the end from which he took the 3 wickets. Not surprising, really. Although the ball obviously rather older now than it was then. 29 overs bowled with it, but Jordan Clark is coming back.
Good bowler, Jordan Clark. Underrated, isn't he? One of those county seamers. Not quite the Steve-O's going to get you, but I've been reading a few articles about the difference between the Dukes and the Kookaburra, Australia and England, and even, you can understand why Worrell's decided to come and play in England rather than Australia, because it suits his bowling more. As Jordan Clark is giving Tom Abel a full toss first up. Jamie Overton, I reckon if that had pitched, he might have made an effort to dive, but I've seen bowl things. If you're going to bowl a full toss, it's not worth me diving for. Not sure if he would have got it anyway, but
very much a loosener.
I often find if you bowl a bad ball, the fielders are less inclined to dive to stop it, which doesn't seem right because every run counts. But anyway, have we announced that Middlesex have beaten Warwickshire at Edgbaston? 3rd win of the season for Middlesex, an 8-wicket victory. Ethan Bamber with a phenomenal 9 for in the match on a pitch that was doing a bit. That pitch that was used at finals day. Middlesex take 19 points.
That's a fillip for them, isn't it?
Well, yeah, Warwickshire got 60 in the first innings, obviously remarkable, and all the pitch inspectors were talking, and then suddenly they got to 232 in the second innings, so Middlesex only needing 97 for 2 to chase it down, and Warwickshire take just 3 points from the game. Shows the impact a pitch can have. Tom Abel is 45 not out, nearing a 50. James Rue, we were talking earlier, I was talking with Jim Charlton about Alex Lees being the first man in the county championship to surpass the 1,000 run mark. Cricketers love their milestones, don't they? Well, James Rue is 999. No, he's not ringing the police. He's not having a 99 flake. There are 2 99s out the other day.
It's not looking like an emergency.
No.
Rest assured.
55 on his back, 20 on the scoreboard, 999 runs for him so far. In the championship this year, there's another one left by Tom Abel.
Will he be aware? He probably will be.
Oh, I say he was aware he was near to 1,000. I don't know if he would know the exact. Would he have gone in thinking, I need 21 to get there? But
might have done, I guess, because he was so close. You might remember the figure.
I feel like he's such a laid-back, cool, calm, collected kind of guy, though. He wouldn't be bothered. Just ooze calmness.
Also, the more important thing is to play the situation, isn't it?
Still 3 slips, hands on knees. That's dragged in a little bit.
It's a bit of a breeze got up during the course of this session. It was quite damp and warm when we arrived here this morning, and I think that will have helped the Surrey attack. But the breeze is probably dispersing some of that humidity.
Clark full and inside edge from Abel. Jamie Overton seems to be fielding a lot at the moment, Jamie Overton. You also think Alex Lees opens the batting, so Rue would have had fewer innings. Batting number 6, often running out of partners, also wicket keeping. Alex Lees has the benefit of not bowling and being in Division 2, so serious effort for James Rue. Even if he doesn't get this 1 run, which is trivial, really.
Can these two get the deficit down to 2 figures? Another 8 needed to do that. Dan Worrell is going to continue from the river end, looking to add to the 1 wicket he's taken so far in this innings. 1 for 23 from 9, Worrell's figures. He's going to go round the wicket as he habitually does to the left-hander. Umpire Newell just checking, because Warren is immediately behind him at the end of his run. Possibly is even going to run around him.
Oh, has Jacob Lund got the YouTube stream on mute? Jacob, you need to turn the commentary up. Just asking the exact question we've been talking about. James Rear is on 999. Ah, good old Lord Dusty and Mike, for whom have been listening.
Worrell then, that won't be number 1000 because it's been played straight to Rory Burns at mid-off.
Why are we on mute then, Jacob Lund? Well, Jacob Lund's got a spanner. It's interesting, the different people in the YouTube comments who've been awarded a spanner. Seems to be more and more good work. Shout out to them. Thank you for them keeping the betting or inappropriate messages from the YouTube comments so people can enjoy having a social chatting about the cricket.
Here comes Worrell then. That is going to be it. That is run number 1000 for James Rew's season. I don't know whether you picked that up from the PA, just confirming that he's the first player in the first division to do that this summer, to reach that landmark, and that is truly remarkable.
Yeah, the first in Division 1, indeed.
Well batted, James Rew. Privileged to watch.
Yeah, we've run out of superlatives for him, really, haven't we, the last few weeks and months?
Oh, down the leg side, and it worries me when I see those deliveries served up to Tom Abel. He's okay this time. He wasn't in the first innings.
Lovely graphic that Ben Warren's just posted on the Twitter and on the you might see on the stream a couple of seconds ago.
Played with soft hands down on the offside. The ubiquitous Jamie Overton is now at cover point doing the fielding. They've taken it from 28 for 4 to 91 for 4, these two.
Yeah, without really a chance. I think of a chance.
No.
I can't think of one.
So there was an edge over the slips.
Yeah, not quite counting that, no. Agreed.
Pulled down to deep square leg for a comfortable single. I think the one chance was by Sean Dixon when he was on 4, missed by Will Jacks in the slips, and it didn't count for anything at all because he was out in the same over. But nothing since then.
I think this could be a long afternoon session. 56 overs remaining in the day. 55 now. That's a lot of overs to get in if Somerset survive and Surrey fancy it. Could be plenty of action on day 4. Still tickets available on the gate. Do come on down if you're local. You can get here by 6 o'clock. Might be playing till 6:30, 7 tonight. If light and rain allows, come on down and enjoy the table toppers against Somerset.
Well taken. Down the leg side to start and moving further away. Ben Folkes making it look easier than it was. End of the over, 92 for 4, 21 is Rew, 46 is Abel. So it's worth 64 now, this partnership, for the 5th wicket for Somerset.
So not Kane and Abel, but Rew and Abel. Very Abel.
So Clark's going to bowl the second over of his second spell.
Yep, like bowling in partnership, these two. Square leg is sent back. Looks like Ryan Patel to me. Ryan Patel, the sub-fielder. Yep, he's going back to square leg. He's 5 yards off the boundary. Jamie Overton's back in at third slip, just fiddling with the strapping on his right leg. Good delivery from Clark, though outside off stump. Abel can comfortably leave that.
Yeah, it does create that gap, doesn't it? When you push the man out, there's that single opportunity. If you just drop the ball, you get the opportunity to drop the ball down on the leg side. But Clark will be looking to deny Abel that option, keeping the ball around off stump and keeping those slips interested.
Full, a big appeal for LBW. John Clark is begging. Tom Abel has to go. Tom Abel is LBW for 46. He's bowled a couple of full tosses after lunch, John Clark. This one is a dipping full toss into a low Yorker, really. And he's begging and begging and begging. And eventually the finger goes up. James Root just past 1,000 runs for Division 1 county cricket this season. And he has now lost his skipper. Yeah, can't really argue that. Probably going on to leg stump off the toe. Bit of the angle, and Somerset are now 92 for 5, and with Tom Abel gone, they need someone to stay with James Roux so they don't lose to Surrey inside 3 days here.
Yeah, it was so full, that delivery, that if the umpire felt it was straight, and he did, then Tom Abel had no chance of a reprieve. It looked like it was going to hit leg.
Yeah, low full toss come York. I think that's a fair comment. Dipping onto his front toe.
Yeah, very, very full. Look at it again. He's laying to leg, but I think that was straight enough.
That could have been his third first-class 50 of the season, but didn't. 46. And Casey Aldridge, who's got a side strain, is going to come out to bat, score that 100 at Old Trafford. And Casey Aldridge is a decent batter, isn't he, Stephen? We've enjoyed watching him bat so far this year.
We certainly have, and he's batted very well with James Roux as well. Coming in, he isn't out of position. Despite that side strain, he's coming in where he came in on day 1 at number 7. Just having a quick chat with James Roux. Before taking guard. 92 for 5, and Somerset, that still deep in the mire, really. Still 106 runs adrift. Half the side gone.
The tall figure of Casey Aldridge, the all-rounder that would take in Lewis Gregory and create open spot in the coming years, I'd say. He's gloving that down the leg side. I think at the moment, when all fit, it's brilliant for Somerset to be able to have an Overton and Gregory and an Aldridge in the same side, but with Overton and Gregory both capped by England, and with injury worries, it's good to have sort of 3 all-rounders that can bat anywhere from 6 to 8. Craig Overton batted ahead of Lewis Gregory a couple of years ago. Then Lewis Gregory was batting 6 before and after that. Now James Roux's been batting 6, and probably would be Aldridge at 7, Gregory at 8, and Overton at 9 in some games if all 3 played together, which is serious strength and depth for Somerset. But they need it today, as that's a short ball that Casey Aldridge doesn't pull. He sort of tried to, didn't he? He tried to help on its way. There's the full-blooded pull shot he's just practiced afterwards, which might have been more successful rather than just trying to fend it. Past Ben folks.
I think that was the line-up at Northampton last week, wasn't it?
Indeed.
The 3 of them. Lewis Gregory sitting out this game.
Yeah, he's had that finger webbing injury. Also pretty sore in the legs after not only finals day, but having a baby, and he's had a few injuries this year. He's chasing it around the Wantage Road outfield. He was struggling a bit. Aldridge gets back and across, but over and across. Really back and across in front of the stumps.
Played that pretty well.
Yeah.
Pretty comfortably. Somerset with 55 overs potentially remaining today. Must be, I beg your pardon, Surrey must be fancying their chances of polishing this off inside 3 days at the moment.
They might want to turn tea into dinner and coach back to London. Then get through 5 more wickets. That's a tickle down the leg side, is it, from Casey Aldridge?
No.
No.
Off something, maybe.
Bit of thigh pad, maybe. Folks does well to take it. And then I got a little bit confused because Sibley started running down to find leg. I thought he was chasing the ball, but Sibley is so keen. I've never seen someone at slip so keen to get the bowler's hat. Before the previous over's bowled, he's already on his way to Dan Worrell to get the hat to the umpire to save Dan Worrell exerting too much energy.
Yeah, maybe just clipped a bit of pad or thigh, whatever.
Well, there's no doubt about that. We're seeing the replay of Tom Abel. His head's fallen over, hit the toe in front of the Midland leg. Bit of angle, I think. He won't have too many complaints about the decision, though, of course, about the decision to not play that shot slightly better.
Rue, no problem at all getting underneath that bouncer from Worrell, who's into his 11th over now. 1 for 25. Tidy set of figures for the 5 Surrey seamers. Clark very much the most damaging of the 5 with 4 for 19 from 8.
Yep, cracking spell.
Worrell has 1 for 25 in his 11th, and the others all economical, really. Tom Law's the most expensive, economy rate 4.75 from his 4 overs. Then 0 for 13 Atkinson, 0 for 12 Jamie Overton. They've kept it pretty tight. No sign yet of Will Jacks. It's been seam all the way.
Yeah, I don't think they'll need him anytime soon.
Oh, it appears we may have been misinformed about... we thought we saw Ollie Pope in the dugout, but apparently not. A look-alike. A doppelganger.
Wow.
Wonder who it was.
We saw the side of his head with his hat on.
Have to have another look.
I don't know where he's gone now.
Be a guessing game.
Not where's Wally, where's
the
Popey?
mystery man. Oh, is that...
A little bit high?
Close.
A little bit high, I would suggest. James Rue's gone slightly out of his crease. He's trying to whip that through the leg side.
Worrell looks very disappointed.
Do you think he's got down the track a little bit and it might be going over the top? Or leg side?
I think that's
leg
close.
side. Yeah, it might be hitting leg stump. Clipping. I'll stand with my decision.
There's no issue with height.
If he crashed into leg bail, you reckon?
I think it was close.
Okay.
Anyway, Rue survives.
Yeah, opposite end to where Abel was just given out.
Circumspectly played.
Here we go. Make the most of all our camera angles, shall we, Stephen?
Indeed. Side on view. I think that's hitting. If it's straight, I think it's hitting probably towards the top of Midland leg. But always with these tight decisions, the umpire's in a much better position to make a decision than we are. Rue lives to fight another day anyway. End of Worrell's over. End of my spell. 92 for 5. James Rue 21. Casey Aldridge yet to get off the mark. A few words from you, Harry, while Sam Dulling comes in beside you.
Yeah, there we go. We'll get the camera on. Ben Folkes here just getting a drink. Here, that's not Ollie Pope. Now we're getting a different angle on the view. I think this is the man we mistook for Ollie Pope earlier. He's got a younger brother in the Surrey Academy we're not aware of. No, it's not. Now we can see his face properly. You understand from the side. Well, he's looked a little bit like him, height-wise and physio, I think. We should have asked Jim Troutman if he was here. He could have given us the exact info. But Jordan Clark's going to continue as Folkes has done his running repairs, and he's back behind the sticks with Casey Aldridge in his sights. Casey with that open stance. Booming drive down the ground. Should be 2, maybe. bit slow to set off there. There would have been 2 if they'd gone straight away, but Rue was hesitant. He had to wait, to be fair to him. If Jordan Clark had put out a boot, he might have had to get back in his ground, so they couldn't go straight away. Stop them coming back for 2. The 14mm grass that I was listening to Scott Hawkins talking about lunchtime. A little bit longer than at some other grounds. He's saying because the boundary's a bit smaller here than, say, in a GS Bowl, so that ball can slow up in the outfield a little bit. Round the wicket, Clark now to Root. Just a little bit of shape away. Who dictates that then? Somerset decide what length they want the grass, presumably?
So yeah, he was saying that on a bigger ground you want a quicker outfield to race away to the boundary, which kind of makes sense. He's saying, you know, if you work with the GS Bowl, you'd have it lower because it's bigger outfield. He said they have chats with Andy Hurry, Jason Kerr regularly, the sort of debrief a couple of days after each game, how the pitch is played and little things like not just the pitch, the outfield, the boundary sizes. Well, it's really gone late, sort of boomerang almost towards Sibley at first slip. Latham, the ball shiner, will do his work.
Bowling beautifully, isn't he, Jordan Clark? Been very impressive.
Yeah, no, I enjoyed listening to the ground staff at lunchtime, and all the local groundsmen from clubs around were asking questions and very technical about the mowers and just getting a ride on mower in a couple of weeks, which they've not had before. They're excited for, and the work they're going to do to try and stop Costa Del Colin Atkinson Pavilion beach coming back next year. A bit of drainage work coming in as Rue's solid, but it's a fascinating part of cricket that a lot of fans don't know enough about.
It's a science, isn't it, really?
Yeah, soil science, and you know, greenkeepers in golf are similar. Got some magazine reading for the back of the box for you and Stephen when you're not reading mine.
I did see you had a goodie bag there.
Goodie bag, yeah. Well, yeah, it's grounds for magazines. It's not quite as exciting as a sweets party bag from a primary school party.
No cake in there.
No. Well, not I've spotted yet. Anyway,
you'd have spotted it. You'd have smelled it out.
Still the 3 slips for Clark. That is another appeal. I think it's down leg side. Stifled. Now the sun is briefly out, but still plenty of cloud cover over Taunton.
It's turning into quite a nice afternoon, mind you. It's still pretty warm out there.
Yep, bit of mugginess.
Yeah, it's helped the bowlers, I think, a little bit. In air conditions. Jordan Clark in particular, 4 for 20. He's got 1 ball left of his 9th over. He is the man Surrey turned to.
So we've had those victories. The Middlesex-Warwickshire game finished. The Essex-Hampshire game finished. Somerset, sorry, that's an outside edge, but soft hands into the ground. And I didn't realise, actually, just reading back on the Essex-Hampshire game, how many injuries Essex had. I knew that Shane Snater pulled up injured early on, and overseas player Doug Bracewell was ruled out just before the game, but I didn't realise Walter and Critchley, they're also out with sickness. Not feeling very well, so for them to sort of soldier on and do so well with injuries and illnesses like that, hell of an effort to beat a Hampshire side with Abbott at Bass, John Turner bowling wheels. It's a cracking win for Essex down on the south coast.
Serious victory, and it's the reason why Surrey need to win as well, because Essex are cranking up the pressure on them. They're going to chase them all the way. Unfortunately, those two don't play each other again, but Surrey do go down to the GS Bowl, last game of the season.
Big points as well, 19 for Essex, only 3 for Hampshire. That's a hell of a sway for those two.
Kind of takes them out of the title equation, I think. Hampshire having drawn here, and then also, they did win at Nottinghamshire, didn't they? But they needed to win here and probably beat Essex to be in that title race. Dan Worrell to continue. 11 overs, 1 for 25 for him. 3 slips in, and there's a fielder, I think it's Jamie Smith, has come across as a short catching cover. Playing a miss. Big swish. Aldridge is a bit like Tom Abel in his stance, actually. He has that front foot cleared way outside his body, so he's really quite open. And he takes that little shuffle across when chasing after that one from Dan Worrell. Capable, though, Aldridge having a very good season with the bat. Presume his side strain isn't too serious if they're confident he won't do any damage batting here.
Well, did you notice when he had the side strain, he absolutely whacked his jumper into the Colin Atkinson wall as he went off? And I was sat with the Somerset physio at the time. We thought, well, if he can do that, it's not too bad.
Edged, and this time it's put down by Tom Latham. Another flash. Stacey Aldridge chased after that one from Dan Worrell. Latham got 2 hands to it, I think. It was a comfortable-ish height, although he did have to cup his hands. He got to get them from the starting position where they're pointing downwards. He had to get them up quickly. looked like it hit the palm. He got a pretty strong hand on it because it stopped the boundary. It was right in front of his face as well, actually. So not an easy chance. I don't think any chances are easy in the slips. It was coming at him fast, but one he would have hoped to have taken.
Yeah, he'll be fuming. Tom Latham, quality slip fielder. He's a wicketkeeper by trade. Keeps a lot in the Plunket Shield and for New Zealand in all 3 formats over the years. He'll be fuming with that.
Around the wicket to Rue then. Gets in behind that one. 94 for 5, Somerset Rain. Should have, could have, would have been 6.
Yeah, it did come quickly, but man, Latham's quality. Used to reverse cup catches in that.
The only thing is where it's come to. It's probably the hardest
in between,
because he has to basically do a full circle, doesn't he? He has to go round and get his hands back into the middle of his body. If you just have to put 2 hands to your right, it's one movement. It was fizzing at him, but as you said, he backed himself and probably would expect himself to have taken the catch. As it is, Surrey's still in a pretty strong position.
Yeah.
Short ball, but not particularly well directed. Ben Folks springing to his right.
I guess the only thing is, as a wicketkeeper, you don't take as many reverse cup above your head. Oh, I don't know, I'm just looking on the other screen as Harry Brooks gets held in the slips by Steve Smith. I mean, Steve Smith is one of the best slippers in the world. Tom Latham wouldn't be far away, but not quite that quality. Spent more time in the gloves. Does a wicketkeeper make a good slip catcher? Maybe, but it's a slightly different skill when you've got webbing and big gloves as opposed to just your hands. Yeah, England in a bit of strife.
Leg side. Again, from Dan Worrell.
Still got that leg slip in place.
Yeah, Jamie Smith, he'll have good hands. There's 3 keepers in that.
Yeah.
Corden, Latham at second slip, Dom Sibley the odd one out next to Ben Folks, who's got the gloves on, and Jamie Smith at kind of we always just say leg slip, don't you?
I keep saying leg third slip because I'm trying to be more precise now.
Oh, good. That's what I was going to make the same point. So.
But then people then go to leg gully, which I think is wrong. Well, in this case, it's probably more of a second or a third.
I think he's probably third. Yeah, you're right. Driven by James Rue. Nice looking shot. Over pitched by Worrell. It's gone inside the right hand of Jordan Clark. Worrell's got his hands on his head. He can't believe it. But Rue is going along nicely. Boundary to end the over. He's moved to 25. Somerset 98 for 5. 35 gone.
Could we have had 6 Toms in this game? Tom Latham, Tom Curran, Tom Laws, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Tom Banton, Tom Lammonby,
Tom Abel.
Tom Abel. So we could have had 7.
We've got 5.
That's not a bad effort.
No, we'll settle for 5.
There might be someone else in the Surrey Academy.
We've got Tom Laws.
I mentioned Tom Laws. 7. 4 Somerset, 3 Surrey. Could have been, but obviously Banton's not here and Curran's not here. That's not bad.
It's not bad at all. Finn Hill, by the way, just got 100 for the under-18s.
Yeah, good player, extra CC.
He's having a good
done
year.
well for the academy.
Quick fire 100, 111 I think.
Yeah, he whacks
48 balls.
Likes to go downtown and hit into the sight screen. Good player. Clark away from Casey Aldridge.
You got a story about bowling at him?
I don't know if I have actually. Finn Hill's a little bit younger than me. Played against Exeter over the years, and when I've played against Exeter, I've had to play against Ben Green. Don't think I played against Lammonby or Finn Hill for Exeter, although I might have done years ago without realising. Play by Casey Aldridge, stooping low. Trying to read some of the comments in the YouTube channel. Should have had that, Tom. Oh, Tom, that was a sitter. Tom Latham getting some stick. Fair enough, he'll take it. He knows, he won't disagree. Clark with the short ball, and Casey Aldridge goes for that.
Got up that, didn't it?
Don't get out of it.
Aldridge is a tall man. Folks made it look incredibly easy that day. Still 3 slips in. A little bit gloomier now. That sun's popped its head in. Don't think we're anywhere near floodlight stage yet, as Rory Burns just signals to Jamie Overton to go a bit wider at deep square leg. Rory Burns is a good fielder. Burn focused as well to get there. No signal to send it back. Now, Casey, it's a side strain. So, again, I was chatting to the physio yesterday about the injury. It's being the side, it's not going to affect you running too much, but it's not going to be pleasant. There's going to be a little bit of a niggle in there. And you've got an injury anywhere. He looks a little bit jittery. The short ball and then running between the wickets there. Doesn't look too happy. Casey was very different to where he did get 100 at Old Trafford when he was fully fit against some wicket keepers having a twirl on the final day. These two bat well together though, don't they? Aldridge and Root. Clark following through nearly as far as Jamie Overton. He likes to keep trotting on down. Be a solid follow for if he ended up where Jamie Overton is. Oh, what do you mean? You mean down at fine leg? I assume you were comparing to what Jamie Overton does when he's bowling. He's not even at fine leg, is he? He's at square leg. Square leg. That's a very that's a Dan Worrell run-up follow-through. Yeah, there's the follow-through. Jamie Overton likes to... He's not been aggressive, not been intimidating to the batter. Nothing been said as such that we've noticed. That's 4, that could be a... Oh, it didn't cap... I think he should have caught that, actually. On first stretch from that replay, just in front of him at quite a nice pace, though, to dive forward. He didn't really dive forward. Forward point, Case Shoulder. You need to hit it. Eddie, that moved a bit, and Eddie missed that. I think there might have been a bit of an appeal. Let's have a look at this angle. I think forward point could have dived forward. Didn't dive forward with the feet here. Yeah, it's not fallen far in front of him. Case Aldridge is the leading edge, trying to play that 2 square. He's not looking very comfortable as Case Aldridge, understandably so, with a side niggle and a tricky situation against a good bowling attack. But I think that's a missed chance again from Surrey. It's difficult at that angle, isn't it? Because you're expecting the ball to come at real speed. You're there for the cut shot, really. It's a leading edge, so he's just not quite picked up the flight of the ball, the pace of the ball quickly enough. Change of bowling at the river end. Dan Worrell coming out of the attack. Tom Laws, who was so impressive in the first innings for Surrey, he is returning. Worrell bows out after 12 overs, 1 for 30. Should have been 2 for 30. That catch, well, would have been less than 30 had Tom Latham held the catch. He didn't. Casey Aldridge is still there, living a little bit dangerously. James Rue is settling into his work. Starts with a defensive push off the back foot down into the ground. Jim Trout said before lunch, didn't he? He was looking forward to Laws against Rue, a battle we reckon could be England in a few years' time. England teammates, he tipped him. He said 5 or 6 years. I'd give it 2 years of what I've seen today from Laws and Rue. Yeah, Laws has been brilliant. Part of that next generation, they both might well be on Lions tours over the winter. Rue just chases after that one uncharacteristically. You can see from where he finishes, just loses his balance. He was stretching a little bit. Eyes lit up probably at the length of that delivery. Yeah, Singapore born is Tom Laws, but Cranley School. Surrey, of course, so come up through the ranks, through the academy. They are comparing him to Chris Wokes. There's a few observers, both within Surrey and externally.
Yeah, he got some runs in the One-Day Cup, didn't he?
Left alone by James Rue. Yeah, leading run scorer for Surrey in the One-Day Cup last year. Amazing to see him coming in at 11. Yeah, I thought he might. I think Gus Atkinson looked quite good for his 39 not out, didn't he? I thought maybe Dan Worrell could be the man to actually go to 11. Well, I think if I was to change the order, I'd put Worrell at 11 and Laws up to 10 at least. I think it was just pace of the game. They were looking to get on with it, get those batting bonus points. Because I think Laws could, well, I think it was me that said I thought he would come in ahead of Overton, Atkinson and Worrell, so really pushing into the offside. But no run. I wouldn't have him ahead of Overton. I think Overton is a genuine, I think he's better than anything Somerset have got from the bowlers who bat. I think he's much better than Craig with the bat now. I think he has, that's one thing he really has improved when he's been at Surrey. I think he could generally bat 6. That's what Jim Troughton said, didn't he? So he's a top 6 batter. Got a little bit of rain in the air. Hopefully it'll... Where does Ben Warren get this rain radar from? I can never see rain when he says it's raining. He knows. Ben Warren knows. Down into the leg side for a single. He takes great delight in telling us when it's raining. It's the most smiley he's been all day. It's always going to rain. His voice just went up an octave, didn't it? As at the end of that drizzle.
I can't see any rain, so I might overrule the boss man if we're allowed to.
You can't do that, mate. He's emphatic.
It's raining 3 boxes to our left, 10 metres away, but not raining in our window.
Well, the square's dry then, so
yeah,
it's
there
all
you
right.
go.
Last ball of the over from Laws. End of it. After Tom Laws does the filling of his own bowling, quick to throw it back. They did clamp down on the kind of superfluous throws, but actually, if you're genuinely trying to run someone out, you're all right. And I think he was fair enough having a shy there. 37 gone. There we are in the commentary box. Not raining up here.
No.
A couple of windows down where B. Warren is. Can't quite see him on screen yet.
If Andrew moves the camera along, we'll show you where it is raining. Oh yeah, it's raining there. There you go.
There's the boss. Spencer Bishop, after his birthday celebration yesterday, stumbled up the stairs this morning. Busy day for Spencer Bishop yesterday, wasn't it?
Q&A, cakes.
Always a busy day in the land.
At least he wasn't fixing the bus shelter this week. He's one less DIY job he's had to do.
Man of many talents.
Jordan Clark round the wicket to James Rew. He's 26 not out. No rush is James Rew. Never is really. Oh, that's an inside edge though. James Rew's not looked as solid is the wrong word. He's not looked as free-flowing as normal because Surrey bowled well. It's been overcast, they bowled some good balls, he's had a couple of half chances. But Somerset have got to 100. If that means anything, it doesn't really. In the second innings, there's no batting bonus points, and it's just a psychological mark of 3 figures. But there's been a few cheers.
They'd still be 150 shy of batting
well,
bonus
exactly,
in the
yeah.
first innings.
I don't know why people get so obsessed with clapping 100. It literally means nothing. Individually, I understand slightly more, but back over to Aldridge, that big open stance, that trigger back. And that's taken by Folks in front of Sibley. Sibley doesn't have to do very much at first slip because Ben Folks is so good. He just comes across and takes it.
He's not really been in the game very much. It's a great job, Tom Sibley. Proper player as well. Really good at digging in, scores volume of runs, scored a big 100 in that victory over Kent where they chased down 500 plus. But yeah, it's a nice life, isn't it? There he is on screen, not Dom Sibley, tractor driver. He is a nice life too.
You're comparing the two of them. I think Tractor Drive would catch it and slips with his pint pot. There's an all-star getting his autograph signed on the dugout in the bench. It's a great shot from Casey Aldridge. He's not going to go for 4 though. Slightly slow out for Rory Burns. He's got a bit of pace to him. He's knocked the hat off. It's going to be just 2. Now here's a question. Without me looking at the squad or any Twitter news or any website or anything, do Rory Burns and Dom Sibley open for Surrey in the One Day Cup? They got so many players, such great squad depth. Neither of them are really white ball 50 over players, but
they lose 11 or 12, don't they? So
they've only got 25 left. Does that mean?
Got a few out on loan.
Yeah. Conor McCurr might get a game for his 7th county of the year. Clark, I think, will play. He's pulled bowled. That's a weird. It's almost a QN, get your chalk out kind of comment, but go safely to Atkinson, but on for no run. You know, I like seeing classical players like a Jennings, a Lees. I know they've been whacking it a bit more this year. A classic opening batter in Rebel cricket do quite well in a 50 over game.
You got time 50 over game. You got a lot of time. What's his record? List A average of 35 with 12 50s. Rory Burns.
Well, will Tom Latham be warming up for the England New Zealand 50 over games in August in the Metro Bank One Day Cup? Clark this time is driven hard by Aldridge. Great diving stop from Rory Burns. The man we're talking about. It's a cracking stop.
I don't think Latham will. Don't New Zealand have games in the UAE late August?
Well, they're not late August. They're here in late August. They're playing Worcester. They're playing at Worcestershire New Road in a warm-up game. They're playing at
Gloucestershire.
The 30th. They're playing at Durham. I'm hoping to go up and watch that one. Not ticked off Chester Street for my 18 county grounds. So
you go all the way to Durham, are you?
Well, I'm going to go and visit my brother and sister in Edinburgh and tie in a cricket trip, of course.
They do play a game at Gloucestershire on Sunday the 27th. All right, well, mid-August then I think they've got games.
This is a big drive attempted by Aldridge. Can't quite get to it. Yeah, Worcestershire, New Zealand is Friday the 25th. That's a 2:30 start. Can't fancy getting up to that one. That's 2 of the grounds I need to tick off are Durham and Worcestershire. So I thought I could do the 2 of them with New Zealand. International come county cricket mix. I quite like.
Yeah, I'm not dead against that.
I like it. Like
I'm
a tool.
quite keen for that. I know we're doing our social life here.
Oh no, there you go. Get it in your diary.
Pencil me in. I'm in Birmingham for the World Blind Games final on Saturday the 26th. Worcestershire Works. You were at Butley on that Saturday, by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's a beautiful ground in Somerset, I've been told. And I'm up to Chesterfield on the Sunday.
Glorious.
NXI tournament.
Around the wicket. Laws flicked. But there is a man down at fine leg, Gus Atkinson.
You're in. You're penciled in, Sam.
All right.
You'll probably cancel on me last minute anyway. Oh, I won't be so upset.
No, it fits quite well, that, with my weekend.
Anyone else wants to come up and watch New Zealand play at Worcestershire? Let us know.
I'm putting it in my joint diary now, so my better half will be straight on the text. As soon as this goes in, she gets a notification.
Is that Harry's fault?
Back of a length. Aldridge plays it quite well. We've got a special guest. Wasn't sure if he was going to join us. We were just looking at the scorecard at lunchtime, and Errol Sapaya was saying, "Oh, is it worth popping down?" But a bit of a rearguard action. We said if James Rue is in, there's Lewis Gregory on screen having a chat to some young fans. All smiles. There's Errol.
Wait for the camera. He's on comms cam.
Looking very smart as well, Errol. Full of ball from Laws, kept out by Aldridge. We'll bring Errol on at the end of the over. He can refute Pete Trigo's allegations from yesterday about the state of Sapaya's running. He said, watch Sapaya and Compton run between the wickets.
I remember those days.
I remember
Didn't need to when you were smashing them for 4.
No. Trez and JL don't do much running.
I think it's Compo had the biggest lunge and stride into a cover drive.
Ooh, another waft
like
from
that.
Casey Aldridge.
Long legs, he could step into it like Aldridge just did, but he just wasn't very quick. Wouldn't put it into 22-yard sprint.
I do remember a few of those yes-no sorries from Nick Compton. I think he had that year where he made the volume of runs to make up for it.
Oh, that was a mega year. I remember that year like it was yesterday. Just looks so solid at the crease, head still, booming drives. I'll give it 2 more balls and I'll let the man who back the other end with him enough times to talk through it.
He's got a book out, yeah? Nick Compton. Ooh, Aldridge keeps that one out. Down into the ground. 103 for 5 here.
Yeah, tea will be 32 overs left, won't it? So I don't think we'll get tea till well after 4 o'clock. It could be very late tea.
I think it's time, but I think Polly said 4 till 4:20.
I thought that was a day 4 thing.
Yeah, but when you've had rain, I know,
it ruins everything.
changes. Errol, no, he's an ex-pro. They're always on top of all the rules.
When you can eat a cake or not.
Tucked in to the leg side. Errol's going to jump on alongside me. I bet he was hoping it was only going to be 20-30 minutes, but if we got 15 overs, who knows? And stay as long as or as little as you like, Errol. Delightful to have you. 103 for 5. Thanks very much to WPA Health Insurance sponsoring all of our coverage on the live stream this season. It's the reason we're able to bring you every home game. There's a Somerset scorecard. And next to me, with his headphones on, is Errol Sapaya. Hello, Errol.
Hello. Good afternoon.
You well?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
You had to check your watch there, didn't you, for the afternoon? You said good afternoon and just checked your watch.
Yeah, I know. I sort of like, yeah, a bit of a habit.
Around the wicket, Jordan Clark. Pulled by James Rue just for a single. It's lovely to have you up here.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the invite.
Not the best of game situations.
You never know. I think the last time was the T20 finals day. I think Gibbo asked me the question whether 140 was enough against Surrey. And I said, well, you never know. It's runs on the board. Yeah, I know we're still miles away, sort of just under 100 runs away, but never know if Rue and Casey can stay in.
Well, they have history of a few partnerships this
That's
year.
true, yeah.
How impressed have you been with James Rue? He passed 1,000 runs for the season in the county championship a little bit earlier. The first man in Division 1 to do it, and he's only 19.
Yeah, special, isn't he? To be honest, it's the first time I'm properly watching him live. Most of the time I've watched him on live stream. But this time round, it's actually first time watching him playing live, and yeah, he's a special talent. What I like about him is he's got a good head on his shoulders, and I think that's the key, isn't it? I believe cricket it's a mental game. Yeah, and he just loves batting, doesn't he? Just loves occupying the crease. Lets the ball come to him. I think that's one of his traits.
Aldridge takes a run, pushes it to the left of Jamie Smith, so we'll see a little bit of James Rue. There's a bit of left-handers union in there as well, Errol, for you.
Well, I was a right-handed bat, so. But
you bowled left, that's
yeah,
true.
Bowled left, yeah.
That's
so,
very true. Sorry, you were in between
yeah,
the trades and
but yeah, no, I don't know why left-handers just look classier, just look more elegant than right-handers, for whatever reason.
Batted between two decent left-handers, though, didn't you?
Yeah, I was sandwiched between two greats.
How were those days for you, going out and opening the batting?
Bit of a blur, really. I was playing a different game compared to the other two, or playing on a different pitch. I very well remember this one innings at Edgbaston. I think it was probably 2010, 11 maybe.
Oh, leading edge. Full safe, Rory Burns.
Yeah, I found the pitch very difficult. It was going all round. I think Boyd Rankin and Chris Wakes and all that. But then I remember I batted for the whole session, or nearly the whole session, for 2 runs. I think Trez was on 80, and I think I got out just before lunch. And I came back, I walked off and then came back in the dressing room and just started laughing. I just, you would have thought you'd just nick one for 4 or something like that, but yeah, managed to bat the whole session for 2 runs. But we won that match. We won by innings, if I can vaguely remember.
A vital couple of runs it was. Bottom edge from Aldridge. A single down to Gus Atkinson. Those were the days. Aaron, what was JL like as a character? He loved you, didn't he? He loved watching you bat.
Yeah, to be honest, he was really good for me. Made a big difference. Yeah, I mean, I think with JL, he wasn't exactly a gifted player in like the likes of Root and all those kind of players, but he was just sheer determination and hard work got him to where he did. So it was all about training hard, being disciplined, and getting your runs. So I remember if I play and miss one, or just played a drive and missed one, he would just come down the wicket and just go, "What the hell was that? Why did you do that?" Yeah, concentrate. So I guess it was
edged and taken. That's a great catch from Will Jacks. Casey Aldridge, he's been living a little bit dangerously. That is an absolutely brilliant grab from Will Jacks at slip, Errol.
It was. It's never easy at slips, whatever catch you get. Never easy. I found it very hard to field at slips. I remember I was at point, gully probably at best, but at slips, I think you just have to. It's an art. You just have to be a natural fielder there. Yeah, it was a great grab. What was so good about that was he took it behind his body. He didn't snatch at it, which I remember. Like Mark Wall was very good at, doing that.
Let's have a look at that on the replay. The irony is, well, it's not really irony, but Will Jacks put down earlier on the easiest slip catch you will see.
Yeah.
Sean Dixon nicked one, and it was just like straight into his hands. It went to ground. A couple of balls later, Dixon then did go, so Jacks was relieved. and he's taken 2 absolutely brilliant catches since. A one-handed catch from Tom Lammonby, who was cutting, and then that one from Aldridge. It brings Ben Green to the crease, playing in the county championship this week for Somerset, batting at 107 for 6, so in a bit of trouble. But Ben Green, he's down. Did you play down at Exeter for a bit?
I played in the Devon League.
The Devon
so
League.
I played for Exmouth.
Exmouth, that was it.
Seaton, which was Pete Anderson's.
Yes.
Well, he was the groundsman.
Was he?
Well, when he was CEO here, kind of, you have to play for Seaton, which I did. I actually really enjoyed it. But yeah, Exmouth in the Premier sort of league, and I'm not sure whether it's still as good as it was. I think I thought Devon League was exceptionally good, very competitive. I also played for them in the minor counties.
Yes, that's right.
Played a lot. That really helped my career, if I'm being honest.
Was that at the front end then when you were a youngster?
Yeah, because I went to Exeter Uni, so there was a connection there, and I was just trying to make my way into the first team as well, Somerset first team. So what better way to sort of just play extra cricket? In minor counties back then, I thought it was very good. You had a couple of pros, ex-pros. It was good. It was good standard. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Lords into green edge and it's put down. Ben Folkes, a rare drop. I think it carried. I think he was right to go because I'm not sure it was going to get as far as Sibley. He was just slightly wrong-footed there, Ben Folkes. Let's have another look at it on screen.
You don't say Folkes has dropped a catch. But yeah, no, he was right to go for it. It was going to die. So it was right for him to go for it.
It's the beauty of a delivery from Tom Laws. I've been really impressive. That's not carrying.
Yeah,
for Don
that's
Sibley,
not.
is
Yeah, it was the right thing to do, but just couldn't hold on to it.
A collector's item. And Ben Folkes drop catch. They are very rare. A couple of chances that have gone begging for Surrey. They haven't been costly as of yet. They're in a very strong position. 108 for 6. Somerset are sandalling and delighted to have former Somerset star Errol Sapaya alongside us in the commentary box as well.
Where would this, if Surrey was were to win this match, where would they? I mean, I know they're the top, but is it only 5 matches left in the season? Less, yeah.
It's as it stands right now, because Essex have already won.
Essex,
they're a point behind. But Surrey, you can add
go.
16 onto that, and there's only 3 games left.
Which is 3?
Yeah.
Gosh.
We don't play any championship cricket in August, which is a bugbear of many. Clark continues.
Yeah, I thought it was about 4 or 5 matches left at least. 3. That's not a lot in September. Oof, weather.
It's
bad light.
Essex have won 5 games in a row. They're absolutely flying, but they had this patch, early season, where they only won 1 of their first 6. Gets in behind that one. You got many fond memories of playing against Surrey, Errol? Or any not so fond memories of playing against them?
Yeah, I got a 100 at the Oval.
What a moment!
Yes. Oddly enough, you were speaking about Compo's running and my running. I got run out by Compo in that match. Yes, no, sorry, and it was just always enjoyed playing in Surrey. To be fair, even in one-day cricket, I've done relatively okay against them. 1, 2 or 3 sort of man of the match or player of the match awards against Surrey. Yes, it's a nice place to play at the Oval.
Yeah, I was just having a look. There was a C&G Trophy game where you got runs there. Clark. into Green, who's just got the single, pushes it to Rory Burns. Not a bad side, that. Cameron White and Dan Cullen. There's a name that I haven't read for a while.
Dan Cullen, yes. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, who was this spinner? Was it Doshi? Nayan Doshi?
Yes, who came back, didn't he, when he was about 43? Didn't he get an IPL gig or something?
Yeah, I can't.
Or maybe it was just a blast gig, but yes, go on.
Yeah. Gosh, that's going back years. I don't know what. Ali Brown and was it Ram Prakash then? Yeah.
There's at least one man that's at outside edge, goes down for a second. One man, two men here, I reckon, with Surrey, who were playing in that side. Not playing.
Part of the squad.
Coaching, yeah. Azhar Mahmood and
Oh,
Jade
yeah. I
Dernbach
played a
plays.
lot with Azhar, yeah.
He was a serious bowler, wasn't
And Jade Dernbach, yes.
A lot of the Surrey bowlers, they say, Azhar can just get anything to move, any kind of ball you give him, just gets it to reverse swing. Root picks up a single, at least one anyway. He's going to push for two, and in the end they're going to say no. I think that's probably a decent decision.
Been very impressed with Clark.
He's been wonderful, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he's made a huge difference. How many years has he been there now? I can't quite.
Five or six.
I think, and his lower order runs as well.
Yeah, he flies under the radar.
Difference. Yeah, and picks up crucial wickets. I think it's definitely made a big difference with his bowling, at least.
Laws into James Root, pulled, and it's almost gone to that leg slip position. It's fallen just short. Thought for a second, didn't we?
Yeah, I thought it was carrying. I think hit his glove or.
Jordan Clark's exactly the kind of player you need to win titles, isn't it? The ones who are maybe not going to go on and get international honours, but you know you're going to get 14 games. He's got a 100 and a 90 odd recently, Jordan Clark.
Yeah, it reminds me of someone like Pete Trigo, if I'm being honest. Match winners.
Pulled again this time. He's got bat on it. James Root. It's gone all the way for six. It didn't look like he hit it very hard at all, but he just used the pace of the ball. That angle from Tom Laws is a decent length boundary. Head position's good. James Root continues to impress. 37 he's moved on to now.
When is he, 20? It doesn't matter about his age, but he's special, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he is. Any players like that from your time you remember? Like superstar youngsters, consistent youngsters, I think is the thing.
Yeah, I think James Hildreth was one. He was, I wouldn't say he was as consistent as James Root, but you could see that he had that special talent, natural talent, should I say, and Hildy was just brilliant at every sport. I think he went to Milford on a squash scholarship.
Did he?
Yes. Hockey, he was very good. Just rugby.
Green is going to pick up at least a couple here. I think Jamie Smith is going to get around. Yeah, he does. Keeps it to 2. So Somerset continue to chip away at that deficit. Green moves on to 4. Trail by 79. 4 wickets Surrey require to win this game.
So if they get 7 wickets now, can they take the extra half an hour?
Don't know how many it is they have to have. We've still
Pretty sure
got
it's 7 wickets. You can take extra 8, half an hour, 8 overs, whichever. Well, it might have changed.
I think they can definitely. That option is still there.
But then they've already added time on, haven't they, for today's play?
Yeah, there was 106. We lost 18 with the hours rain this morning. Did you see they came out? They walked out to the middle, didn't start, walked off again, walked back out for 4 balls.
And then, yeah.
Three slips in, Ben Green on strike. Tom Laws has got 1 wicket. And Green keeps that one out, thinks about a single, turns it down. End of the over. 119 for 6. 43 overs gone. What's Arul Sapaya up to these days?
Oh gosh, a couple of things. Work for a charity, so I work for Shaw Trust. Work with vulnerable adults with learning disabilities. Purpose is to sort of give them independence and sort of daily purpose. Something I thoroughly enjoy. And then I'm also working for the PCA as an inclusion champion on the EDI program. So I'm going out. There's 5 of us going out and delivering EDI workshops to the professional teams.
Jamie Overton back into the attack around the wicket. It's going to top edge from James Rew. He goes for the pull shot. Not quite as in control as he was of the one the previous over from Tom Laws, but it picks him up full.
That'll do. Yeah, so those are the 2 things that I'm doing, and it's keeping me, busy. Yes, and obviously I was at the T20 finals day as well, doing some sort of, I wouldn't say work, but supporting the Professional Cricketers Trust, who've been very, very close to my heart. So, just trying to spread the word. And
Overton around the wicket to Rew, who's cutting this one. Much more in control of that one, Rew. I think it's going to get cut off. It is. Tom Laws keeps it down to a couple and chucks it in. Yeah, the PCA does vital work. Basically, as soon as you've had a professional contract, you're eligible to join for life. So actually, its membership numbers must be pretty vast.
Yeah, it is. It is. You're a member regardless if you've played 1 match or 1,000 matches. You're a member for life. And what the PCA do, especially the Professionals Cricketers Trust, is phenomenal. I think I've got no words for them really, for what they've done, and yes, I think it's a separate entity to the PCA, and they solely rely on the public's sort of donations.
Just a single for Rew.
But yeah, it's fantastic. They're always there, and to me, they'll always be my family. They've supported me a lot over the years, and I'm very grateful for that.
They do some absolutely brilliant work, the PCA, across a broad spectrum of things as well. Ben Green on strike. It's a beauty from Jamie Overton. A couple of questions for you on the YouTube chat.
Yes.
Some of which I can't read out. Up and coming talents in the county championship. Who do you expect to see pushing for England spots in the next couple of years?
Well, there's one quite obvious, James Rew. He's consistent. He's getting the runs, and was that 4 runs? Well fielded.
Tom Laws has been busy out there this over. Not the return to bowling in this over. Jamie Overton would have won. It's slightly expensive. Top edge from Rew. 128 for 6.
Yeah, no, James has been James Rew has been phenomenal. It's just how does he? The way that England play now, how does he fit in? Look, but all you can do is get runs. And James has come in, I wouldn't say at 200 for 5. He's always come in, 50 for 4-ish, around there. So it was always been a difficult period to negate, and he's done that really, really well. I believe he's got, a couple more gears, even 3 more gears to, even as a white ball cricketer. I think, yeah, there's more to James. I think he's got all the basics nailed on. Just got to keep going.
Both today and in the next couple of years. This man, I quite like, Will Jacks, coming in to bowl a little bit of off spin. He's very much an England type of player these days.
That's it, yes. He is a special as well, like, especially in white ball cricket. Gosh, hits them really well. Not quite sure about his stats in red ball this year. I'm pretty sure he's got runs and wickets as well, but yeah, Surrey seem to have some good players.
Into the attack for the first time in this innings. James Root, watchful. Rory Burns at first slip. Jamie Smith under the helmet. Ben Folkes' helmet on too as well. Stood up to stumps. Root's got 45.
There's another name, Jamie Smith. He can play.
He's good, isn't he?
I'll tell you who's the other one is, I don't know how you say it. Is it Muyeyi?
Yes.
From
Wonder at Kent, yes.
Yes. I think he can play as well. He's quite special. He's one to look out for.
We saw him very briefly here in the T20 game. He's got a 100 deal. They've talked about him for a couple of years, broke a lot of schoolboy records.
Kind of. There's plenty. There's a lot of talent, isn't there?
Some depth, isn't there?
Yes.
Well, Jacks being one of them. Off spinner bowling to Ben Green, flicked into the leg side for no run. I'd be remiss of me not to ask him. There is a question in here from Lord Dusty. I don't think that's his real name. That's his on-screen name. Green is watchful. As a youth, my best figures were 4 for 4 off 4 overs. He says, what's it like taking more wickets than runs in a T20 game? And we all know which one he's referencing there.
Yes. Actually, I couldn't believe it either. I suppose it just happens. You don't go in going, yeah, I'm going to, you kind of just do your job. And it just all happened that night. And all the wickets on both sides fell to spinners. So yeah, I guess I was, the right place at the right time. The wicket assisted, bit of spin.
Just a little.
Yeah, just a little. But I remember it was a cold and wet evening. It was horrible. We started late.
Overton in around the wicket to Root. Inside edge. He's had a few of those, James Root. He's going to get a single there.
I don't mind runs are runs, it's you look in the scorebook. It doesn't say where you got your runs. It's something Jimmy Cook mentioned. It's about getting ugly runs as well. It's really important. There's days where you can edge. It doesn't matter. The runs are runs, and you can play well and still get a good ball. And But yeah, no. What is it like to get? Well, sadly, it's been broken now.
I was going to ask you about that. Overton is in, left alone. So 6 for 5, you took it.
Yes.
Sophia Gardens renamed it, of course, didn't they?
Well, it's called Sophia Gardens, the running joke. Yes. Yeah, that was in 2011, and then 2019, Colin Ackerman, Leicester against Warwickshire. It was on TV. Yeah, he got 7 wickets, 7 for 18.
Did your phone blow up that night? People messaging you about it?
No, oh, that's out.
Edged and taken. A little bit of nip there. Jamie Overton, what he's done really impressively in the last couple of years since he's went to Surrey is learn how to pitch it up and just move it around a bit. Azam Mahmood's been vital for Jamie Overton. That one, he just tempted Ben Green into the drive, took the outside edge, 130 for 7.
Yes, just had a push at that, hasn't he? That's a shot you play when you're on 50, 60, once you've got used to the wicket and the bowlers.
JL wouldn't have liked that shot, would he?
No, I think. I mean, look, that's cricket, isn't it? It's a great leveler. It's a tough sport. I think I liken to it the chess game played on a big outfield. Yeah, it's you have to use mental strength. Obviously, you need the skills, but more importantly, your mental strength and knowing when to attack, knowing, just how to go about it. Staying in your bubble, which I think James Drew has done very well this summer, is staying in his bubble and letting the ball come to him. But it's easier said than done when you've got runs, when you're playing well, when you're seeing a ball like a beach ball. But one thing about JL is, which hopefully James will also take this on board, is when you're in form, he always said this, when you're in form, never mess with it. So if anything, work harder when you're in form, because very rarely, or it's very difficult to be in form, like as a batsman in English conditions. So when you're in form, make the most out of it.
Well, I thought we were going to have a battle on here because Craig Overton has come out to face his twin brother, but he's got midway through his run up, and Craig's pulled out of it. Big smiles. Always something happens when these two are playing each other.
Yeah, what was it last year? He got concussed?
Yeah.
Gosh. What was it, 2 or 3 concussion?
I think Jamie hit Craig first. Josh Davey came out, and Josh Davey was then hitting the head. He wasn't able to come back. Craig came back, fortunately. Craig dropped Jamie at slip yesterday. Turned down to the legs side for a single, and then Jamie came down the wicket to Shoaib Bashir and broke a window in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
Yeah, I saw that picture.
Always something happening. Now Jamie's just kicking a bit of dust. Craig is waiting for him.
I wonder, are the parents here? Who are they supporting?
Oh, it's difficult for them, isn't it? Mum and Dad. They didn't do finals day, I know that. They stayed at home, and it is a long day, finals day. Craig had the last laugh on that day. That catch he took down at long on. I think he thoroughly enjoyed that one.
And also, does Jamie stay at Craig's place and he's here, or the team hotel?
I reckon he's probably the team hotel. They're lovely together though, those two. I did a joint interview with them and they just played off each other really nicely. Jamie's quite kind of statsy driven. Like Craig would be telling stories about kind of games down at Instoke, North Devon. I got 20 odd, and Jamie would be like, no you didn't, you only got 10. Like he would know. Jamie into James' route.
Well, it's good to see Jamie bowling again. He's had a long layoff, hasn't he?
He has.
For a few months or since,
One ball left. This over, Jamie to Craig. Then I'm going to dip out for Harry Everett if you're all right to stay along for a little bit longer.
Fine,
We're really enjoying having you with us.
I don't know when is tea?
No one really knows, do we?
Polly, or she?
I think it might be time. Usually it would be 32 overs apart from the final day, but because of the rain, I think that changes the situation a bit. But Polly does know, Jamie into Craig, leaves that one alone. Good pace on that. I'm going to leave you with Arrol Sapphire. Any more questions, please do put them in the comments, and Harry will put them to Arrol.
Just a confirmation from Polly Rose that tea's going to be 4 o'clock. So
okay.
we didn't quite know what was going on. It should be 3:40, then it should be 32 overs left, but rain ruins everything, as we know. So we've got an over rate of 6, which is very good when they've not bowled much of spin. Well, Will Jackson's bowled 1 over. He's now going to bowl from the river end to James Rew, and Joao will enjoy watching a spinner in action as Rew plays with nice soft hands. It's going to be at least 2. Dom Sibley will give chase down there. And there's a big round of applause, big clap for James Rew's 50. It's only his second actual 50 because, as stats go, 50s, if you get to 100, it doesn't count as a 50, does it? So,
No.
all the 100s he's got this year.
Conversion rate, isn't it?
Serious conversion rate, yeah. They criticised Joe Root a little bit for England, but James Root, when he gets to 50, more often than not, goes to 100. Well, back to James Root, another half century, 134 for 7. And it's just business as usual for James Root. No big deal. He'll want to have red ink to his name, not from a selfish point of view, but he just doesn't want to give Surrey his wicket. He needs someone to stay there with him. Craig Overton will be pumped up, he'll be fired up, but Craig Overton hasn't done much with the bat this year.
Yeah, I think Craig can bat.
Yeah.
Quite like, yeah, just hopefully this will be his innings.
Down the leg side and pushed away for 1. I feel like the back end of your career, Craig, maybe a couple of years later, Craig was batting at 6, wasn't it? It feels like I remember do you remember his 99?
Yes,
remember him
yes.
getting out in 99?
No,
Where were you then? Do you remember where you were for his 99?
What year was that?
I can't remember the year or who it was again. I just remember being here and watching home game. Craig was out for 99 when he hadn't scored a first class 100 at the time. But he'll be determined to not be outshone by his brother.
Yeah, he hits a good ball.
What will he do to Will Jacks here? 2 balls left in this over. Then we might get one more in before tea. Solid prop forward from Craig Overton.
Is that clock always behind?
Oh,
Or is that the right time?
The scoreboard and the Climaxon clock are pretty much saying the same thing, 3:58. That's generally what will go off. Or Polly next door controls all these things. She controls all time around Taunton, you know that. So that's the end of the penultimate over before tea. Rory Burns was bowling off spin in the warm-up this morning. Have you ever faced Rory Burns bowling? No. I don't think we're going to see him bowl, but he did bowl quite a lot after the football warm-up. Pretty confident he wasn't going to bat today, I guess. He thought he'd do something. So Jamie Overton is going to take his sweater off. He's going to bowl 6 balls to James Root before they get a 20-minute break for a bit of a snack and the feet up.
I always find tea an odd time. 20 minutes is not long enough. It's just by the time you walk off the field, take your boots off, and you've got to put them back on. And
you take your boots off, do you? Is it worth it for 20 minutes?
Well,
Jamie Overton is into
that's
the next
the
half.
thing. Kind of like, it takes about 5 minutes just to walk off and go up the dressing room. And this is in Taunton, but if you're playing in, Sapphire Gardens, the changing rooms are like way up.
Away,
And then you sit down and you rest. And then it's like, oh, you got 5 more minutes and you're back on. Or you got, change your shirt.
Confirmation that Helen and Mark Overton they are in the Colin Atkinson stand. Just had a text from Josh King from North Devon. He sat with Craig and Jamie's parents, watching closely. Here it is, Jamie to Craig, leg side. It's funny because Jamie bowled to Craig in the first innings and Craig whipped him off his legs for 4 down to fine leg. It's almost like Jamie thinks Craig's weakness is full and straight. You wait till the bouncer. They both know the bouncer, the short ball's coming. It's just when. If you're a betting man, it's which ball of the over do you put your...
But the danger ball is the full ball.
Yeah. Short leg, 3 slips. What is Jamie Overton going to do to his twin brother? Short and punched away through the offside, but Craig Overton only going to be 1 run though. Massive gap between Rory Burns at mid-off and deep backward point, almost deep third. But can't get it for 4.
Yeah, is it me now? This is the modern third man, where it's like
wider.
Sort of, deep point.
Yeah.
Wow. Sort of in between deep point and
is it because bats are so
traditional
good
third
yeah,
man?
that an edge goes so much thicker? Or the boundary dimensions here are slightly different, shorter on that angle, I was thinking.
I suppose.
Still no words from Craig to Jamie. Jamie pulled by James Root. Great shot, but it's only going to be 1 run. Played well because there are 2 out on the leg side. Pulled out for 1 run.
I suppose you don't have a third man because you rather have him catching. So you
2 or 3 slips.
Yeah, you have the 2 or 3, so that closes that gap.
So many runs go over the slips, through the slips, past the slips. As a captain myself, defensively, I always think, why not just have a third as well? And if you've got 2 or 3 slips, just save so many runs because you're not going to drive Jamie Overton through mid-off very often. When he's not pitching much up and he's pretty quick. Here he is to Craig again. Craig whips that into leg side for 1 run. Craig on to 3, he'll get his eye in. Jamie, who smashed that 40-odd in the first innings, smashed the window in the Con Atkinson Pavilion. 42 he got, caught Dixon, bowled Henry in the end. That Skyer that Sean Dixon did very well to hold on to. But funny here that Jordan Clark and Craig Overton having a chat. They're having a giggle, but I've not seen Craig say one word to Jamie or vice versa in the entire match so far. Watching him closely. I had a bit of a chat with Jamie at lunchtime, and he's enjoying being back here. He's got a smile on his face. He's loving doing well as James Reed plays him solidly. That should be over ante. Yep, Jamie Overton is finished, is over. Craig Overton straight off. Straight past each other, no comment. Helen and Mark are still in the Colin Atkinson. I can see them there. They're nervously smiling, enjoying the battle that was had many times across the Devon League, the North Devon League, and Nets and in Stowe. Jamie winning the battle so far. Surrey winning the battle in this match. 139 for 7. Thank you, Errol, for coming on.
No, thank you. A pleasure.
We'll have a 20-minute break. If you want to come back on after tea, feel free. But we'll leave the listeners for 20 minutes. Go and get a cup of tea and make sure you're back here for 4:20 for the last session of the day and potentially the match.
Somerset currently trails Surrey by 59 runs. Reminder that the Somerset Cricket Museum is open during the tea interval. The tea interval has just been taken in the fifth and final Ashes Test. England were 250 for 7 after 50 overs at tea. Latest scores from around the country. Latest round of games in the LV Insurance County Championship, starting in Division 1. The results will take you about. Essex beat Hampshire by 6 wickets. Is following Southampton. Hampshire 120 all out. Essex 169 all out. Hampshire then dismissed for 131. Essex required 83 to win, which they successfully did. For the loss of 4 wickets. So Essex won that game by 6 wickets. And Middlesex has beaten Warwickshire by 8 wickets at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 60 all out in their first innings. Middlesex responded with 199. Warwickshire made 232 the second time around, setting Middlesex a victory target of 94, which they reached with a loss of 2 wickets. Latest score at Emirates Old Trafford, Lancashire against Northampton, day 3 there. Lancashire trailing by 73 runs in their first innings. Northampton made 342 first time around. Lancashire 269 for 2 in that match. It's tea at Trowbridge, Nottinghamshire 350 all out, playing Kent, who were dismissed just before tea for 316. So a first innings deficit of 34 runs. Nottinghamshire about to start their second innings. Moving into Division 2, Derbyshire against Glamorgan at Derby. Glamorgan made 521 for 8 declared. Derbyshire 309 for 6 in their first innings, still trailing by 212 runs. Rain has washed out the entire day's play at Scarborough in the match between Yorkshire and Durham. Yorkshire 340 all out in their first innings, Durham 106 for 1. Stumps on day 2, but no play possible on day 3, with Durham still trailing by 234 runs. Units T at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire against Worcestershire. Worcestershire 406 all out, Gloucestershire have reached 118 for 2. Still trailing by 288 runs. That's a day 2 scoreline.
It really is a wow factor here at King's, and every child has opportunities to find out their passions and interests that they didn't even know they had. Whether you are sporty or musical or into drama, the facilities on offer across the schools are incredible. We have a specialist cricket centre, a new golf facility, sparkling cookery schools, modern DT centres. There really is space to do it all.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Final session coming up of Somerset against Surrey in the LV County Championship. Players coming back out after tea. Surrey led by the sun-hatted Rory Burns. Very easy to spot the skipper in that floppy hat, and he'll be very happy with the position that his team are in, because you can see on that ledger that Somerset are still in arrears, having been bowled out for 170 in their first innings. They look as though they're likely to pay the price for that. Surrey having responded with 368, and Somerset in their second innings 139 for 7. The main resistance has come from Tom Abel and James Rue. Tom Abel dismissed for 46 before the tea interval. Rue is still there on 53. We've had the Jamie v Craig show again, and so far Craig has survived. Came in just before the tea interval. He's on 3 not out. Whether Jamie is going to continue to bowl at him, we shall see.
I'm sure he will. They can't deprive us of that battle again. Just been texting a really good mate of Craig and Jamie, who sat with his parents over in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, and he said it's just such a weird situation, having grown up playing with the two of them for years. I mean, I spent so many games playing with and against them, and it's just bizarre. I can't get over it. I can't think of many other twins that play against each other.
So first ball of the afternoon defended pretty comfortably by Craig O. Harry Everett and me, Stephen Lamb, with you for the early stages of this final session, and it could be a long one. 48 overs still to be bowled. I beg your pardon, 38. 48 have been.
Equally, it could be a short one. 3 more balls could do it.
38 is still quite long. It could be very short as well. Yeah.
You never know with cricket, do you, Stephen?
We've got Matt Henry and Shoaib Bashir.
And he likes to give it a bash. He was 40 odd the other week.
Yeah. We christened him.
Number 11.
We christened him a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? Oh, big appeal. Is that going to be... No, it isn't. Pretty concerted shout from behind the stumps and in front. We'll probably have another look at it here. That wasn't far away.
No, it was quite a strong appeal from Dan Worrell.
I think that was perilously close. But Overton survives.
Only one opinion matters, doesn't it? And that's that of the umpire. So Craig continues. What? I don't know.
Follow through, Dan Worrell.
There's no one sat behind the bowler's arm. There's literally no one there.
So what disturbed?
At the very top, there's 3 blokes, but Craig Overton should not be looking 30 metres high in the very top of the...
No, it's the bottom tier, isn't it, of the Lord Botham stand.
There's no one in the bottom tier.
Yeah.
Unless it was a seagull. The only thing I think... the wind is rattling around. We can hear that in our effects mic, but I don't think that would be putting off.
It's not what Dan Worrell would have wanted as he comes in again. That's covered up nicely by the elder Overton.
Well, yes, marginally, yeah, indeed.
Is it 20 minutes? Something like that, I think.
Yeah, I was trying to chat anatomy. I was trying to chat about twins the other day. How long does it actually take between the two? When I'm done with this comedy stint, I might pop over and watch a couple of overs of Mark and Helen over the other side. Now I'll get an exact figure, shall I? That's my homework. When I sub out for Sam in half an hour's time,
I've got a feeling it's there or thereabouts.
There you go.
They'll correct me if I'm
wrong. I need
wrong.
a list of questions to ask Mark and Helen, and I'll report back.
Here is Worrell again. That's nicely played. Front of square. Won't be more than a single, but he got the whole bat on that. Did Craig Overton. Takes the total along to 140 now for 7. It's a pretty sorry looking card, that. Still 58 runs behind. Hitting 58, therefore, to make Surrey bat again. It's not inconceivable that this game could end in 3 days. But Somerset will be looking to extend it as far as they can.
I enjoyed the sentiment from Twanky reckoning that Bashir's got more runs than Bancroft in the format. It's not quite right. Bancroft managed 137 in 7 knocks across 4 matches. Bashir has 56 in 5 innings, but give him a couple more games and he might. He get in 7 games, maybe get more runs than Bancroft if Bashir gets a few at number 11 today.
That's James Rue's first ball of the afternoon, and it's gone out too deep mid-wicket for a comfortable single.
Yeah, nearly a pick-up from Rory Burns, just in at mid-wicket. Nearly managed to stop that single, but hit it well enough. They're going to try the short ball to James Rue with all the men out on the leg side. Keep him guessing. On his toes. Maybe Surrey have resigned that they're not going to get James Rue out, so they're just going to bang in a few short balls, rotate the strike and try and get Craig Overton out. But Craig Overton's due some runs, Stephen. I think this could be fired up after dropping his twin brother in the first innings. He'll be up for this.
Not having anything to do with that one. He's had a lean season by his batting standards. As Craig Overton, that's the end of Dan Worrell's first over after tea. 13 in all he's bowled, 1 for 37 his figures, 141 for 7. Rue yet another half century. Craig Overton is 4. I had a very pleasant chat with Alfie Ogborn just before tea.
Where was he then?
A potter around the ground, just behind the... Which stand is it? The on Derby stand.
Yeah. He likes he lives on site, doesn't he?
Yeah, quite near the
Andy
Caddick Pavilion. He was chatting to a few mates, and I thought I'd go and say hello and say that I enjoyed watching his debut.
One of the friendliest men out there in the cricketing world, Alfie Ogborn.
He was delightful.
Oh no, Stephen, they've taken Jamie Overton off. That is not right. That is not cricket.
That's very disappointing.
Rory Burns has disappointed everyone. They're giving Gus Atkinson a bowl, which no disrespect to Gus, but everyone surely wanted to see Jamie continue to his brother, but no. Gus short straight away, and James Rue effortlessly pulls that behind square. And we keep saying that Craig's not been in his usual form this year, and normally I'm a man for gut feel and just instinct, but we'll put a bit of stats on the bone, shall we? Craig Overton, 17.4 is average, a high score of 14 not out. Well, if you compare that, say, to Jack Leach, who would bat below him in the order. Jack Leach's high score is also 40 not out, and his average is 31.5. Now, of course, those of you fairly new to cricket, an average is the amount of runs you score dividing by the amount of innings you were out in. So Jack Leach would have a few more not outs because he bats lower than Craig Overton. So in that case, that would slightly help Jack Leach's average. But Craig Overton will be determined, as he's a bit flinchy there. That's a bit of a weird leave, wasn't it? Went to pull it, then left it.
It was almost a Matt Renshaw style leave.
Yeah, I mean, the other stats that Craig Overton's championship strike rate is 58. Jack Leach's championship strike rate is 94. Not that it really matters in baseball, but Craig was known as whacking it around. He's just not quite managed. He's only faced 296 balls in 12 innings.
Hasn't really gone through the gears this season yet, but that doesn't mean he isn't capable of it.
Oh, well, that's twitchy. Sort of
down to fine leg.
Yeah, fending it, wasn't he?
Off the glove, I fancy.
He'll want to add to his 174 runs. If he wants to be back, and you think, Lewis Gregory's played less games than him, but scored 260 runs, and those two were sort of vying for the number 6 position the last few years before James Rue came into the side. So he'll want to get nearer to Lewis Gregory's stats. I'd like to see Craig Overton in full flow. I was talking to Al Sapir about that 99. I remember him getting a few years ago.
99s have been all the rage.
They have.
Indeed,
What a take from Ben Folkes. That's the class of Ben Folkes. It is a no ball. Gus Atkinson banging that in too short.
I guess on the Jamie Overton issue, Rory Burns has that expression that goes around the game, taking emotion out of the equation.
Yeah.
And Gus Atkinson has only bowled 4 overs in this innings thus far. So maybe Rory Burns felt it was time to give him another burst. Rotating his 5 seamers.
Oh, Rue's popped that right up in the air, straight to fine leg. James Rue, the leading championship run scorer in Division 1, has got to go. The short ball ploy was set up. Gus Atkinson banged it in. There was a deep square, there was a deep fine, and James Rue on 55 has to go. 145 for 8 now at Somerset, and this game is not looking like it's going to go into a 4th innings. Not looking like Surrey will have to bat again. James Rue, the man, the ever-present for Somerset this year.
Yeah, well, the ploy of taking Jamie Overton off and bringing Gus Atkinson on has worked admirably from Rory Burns' point of view. So it wasn't Overton against Overton, it was Atkinson against Rue, and that little duel has been won by the Surrey seamer. Rue on his way out for 55. No blame on him for the overall match situation. He's played his part in, just couldn't keep that down, and never really any doubt that it was going to be held down there at long leg. So just 2 more wickets needed by Surrey. Tom Law's the catcher, and the chances of this game going into tomorrow have just hugely diminished.
Yeah.
Matt Henry is the new batter. Excelled with the ball in what it rather looks as though will be his last spell of bowling in Somerset colours, at least for the time being, because he's returning to New Zealand after this match, and he's going to be facing Gus Atkinson, who now has his first wicket of the innings, 1 for 17 in his 5th.
Short leg in, and Matt Henry goes straight away, whacks it out to the leg side. Jamie Overton nearly gets round for fine leg, but can't quite. It's going to be 4 runs. Matt Henry, like you say, off to different pastures soon. His last knock on a Somerset shirt. He's been a legend is a big word to call a man who's only come in for 1 season, but he's been superb with the ball, and he's not going to mess about with the bat. He's not that he doesn't care, but nothing really to gain or lose. 12 by 49. He's going to have a play. He's going to whack it around it. 400 strike rate from his first ball.
Yeah, still 49 adrift, Somerset, with just these 2 wickets remaining now. Surrey sniffing victory.
Likely his final hour in a Somerset shirt, Matt Henry, unless he can provide some real heroics here. I suppose he hooked that ball, didn't he? Deliberate shot.
Yeah, but couldn't keep it down.
Oh, that's a big LBW shot. Gus Atkinson, Celebra appeal. He's got to go. Matt Henry has gone 2 in 3 balls. Matt Henry, 4 off 2 balls. 4 off the first. LBW the second. He went across, back across, sort of ducking the short ball. And well, Gus Atkinson fired it in straight. And, well, the Surrey coach will be fired up. They're on course for 22 points here. They're not going to have to bat again unless Bashir can do something really remarkable. Somerset, 149 for 9.
Yep, so the Surrey march towards title retention continues. Essex, the only team that can catch them. They won as well today by 6 wickets against Hampshire. So it's turning into a 2-horse race. It was pretty much that already at the start of this batch of games, but Essex up to 166 points in consequence of that victory over Hampshire. That takes them 31 points ahead of Hampshire, who are in 3rd place. And Surrey, well, at the moment they're just 1 point ahead of Essex, but they're going to extend that without any shadow of a doubt.
What do you call it? The 2-ball trick? The double trick? You know, when they bowl the short ball and then the full ball straight up? There's a phrase for it, isn't there, Stephen? It's
the 2-card trick?
The 2-card trick? Yeah, I suppose that's what you call it, wasn't it? Perfect from Gus Atkinson. Executed it superbly. Good cricket from him, and Matt Henry fell for it.
So, Craig Overton on strike to Dan Worrell. Can the Australian finish it off? 2 slips in. Otherwise, the fielder's mainly on the 1. 2 men out deep on the leg side, behind square. Dot ball to start for Dan Worrell. The end of the match is nigh, one feels. Worrell into his 14th over. 1 for 32 his figures. Somerset on the verge of an innings defeat at the hands of the champions. Defended calmly enough up to Rory Burns. They'll be looking forward to an early trip home. Sorry. back to London this evening, and a welcome day off on the morrow. Gloved, I fancy, down to fine leg for 4, given as runs by Russell Warren. Maybe able to confirm that. I think that was off the glove of Craig Overton.
No cheers or claps for the 150, really. Well, not a lot to shout about.
In the circumstances, it's not a huge event, is it? Given that they're still...
Means nothing.
They're still 45 runs behind. Single here for Craig Overton.
That was tight.
It was a direct hit, but he was home.
I won't be taking on Jordan Clark too often, but he did get in.
Russell Warren was in a perfect position to adjudicate there. So Overton into double figures. 154 for 9. Surrey know that they have this game in the bag. All but that last wicket. And they've still got 36 overs in which to take it.
Wow.
I don't think the new ball will be required. It's 30 overs away. If Somerset can get through to the new ball from here, then they'll have done something fantastic. So first ball coming up for Shoaib Bashir. Defended, slightly surprisingly. We're a bit conditioned by the way he played against Hampshire, aren't we? His last game here, when he tonked it around all over the shop. Slim build, and he's been a really useful signing in bowling terms. Shoaib Bashir, with Jack Leach missing. With that stress fracture of the back, he wouldn't have been playing probably in this match anyway, because he was nailed on for the Ashes series. But Shoaib Bashir has come in and done a very worthwhile job with his off spin. That's the end of the over. So 154 for 9, effectively minus 44 for 9.
That's one way of putting it, indeed. Yeah, start the car, as Bumble would say. Surrey are ready to go. What are they going to do here? They're going to continue with Gus Atkinson? Yeah, would have thought so. Rory Burns, he's not going to bother with Jamie. He's not here to be a pantomime choir instructor and just fire up the Overtons again, is he? Jamie's going to stay down in front of the scoreboard, right by his parents, which is bizarre, really. You look at Jamie's over there with his family and friends behind him. Wouldn't it be fitting, I don't know about fitting, but if Craig Overton was the top edge of pull or a hook shot down to one of the 2 fine legs in place, as Gus Atkinson is going to bowl short to Craig Overton. There it is, pulled, attempted, Folks takes it well.
Yes, that was the general direction in which he was aiming.
Look at the backstop here, Stephen. You got Ben Folks, you got a backstop, you got a fine leg, you got a long leg. Oh wow.
Yeah, that's very rare that you see someone so straight.
That's Dom Sibley, isn't it?
Behind the keeper.
I'm going to call it a boundary backstop, a fine leg, and a long leg. And a deep square. Well, this one was almost pitched up.
Yes, that position used to be interpreted as a bit of an embarrassment to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, nah.
Years ago.
That's what I have to put in for my under-12s games. You don't think Ben Folks would be needing the backstop?
No, I don't think he will. Different reasons. a top edge, perhaps, is what Rory Burns has got in mind.
Oh, he's
and
gone
could
big.
that be it?
No,
Yeah,
it's gone for six.
between them.
It's gone for 6. Craig Overton.
Found the gap nicely.
Well, I don't know. He did find the gap, you're right. You're right, he did find it. I don't think it's deliberate.
Even if he hadn't, though,
Yeah.
it wasn't really catchable. So, lusty blow. Another look at that. Yeah, he middled that. And it wasn't going to make any difference whether it was going in the direction of a fielder or not, because it was over either of their heads.
Yeah, he's going to back. If he swings hard enough, a top edge is going to carry, isn't he?
Deficit down to 38.
Well, Craig's surpassing his average for the season here, is he? Yes, just. No, he's not going to run. They're going to leave it for Bashir. Averaging 17.4 in the championship this year. He's on 16. I thought they would scamper back for a 2, but no. Fielding at fine legs, not far away actually, the Connacht, and they probably wouldn't have got 2. They don't take the single. Craig Overton will keep the strike, and on a hiding to nothing here. I don't like turning down singles, really, especially when it's a number 8 versus a number 11. It's not like it's a batter set on 90 odd, but straight down the ground. Probably going to be 4. He's going to have to run 2 just in case. He wants 4. Yeah, it's not going to be. Jordan Clark doesn't really need to sprint because they're only going to run even numbers.
Yeah, they were never going to run more than 2. That had gone the whole way, but didn't quite make it. Last rites being played out here at Taunton. Somerset on the brink of an innings defeat. Craig Overton onto 18 with that brace.
There you go, past that average. How many more can he add? They got a sort of gully in place as well. Slower ball bouncer, he's nearly chopped it on, he's done a dance. Fair play, Craig, to think. Make sure it doesn't go on the stumps.
Yes, it wasn't much of a shot.
No.
Indeterminate, one might say. End of the over. Atkinson, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29. The 2 coming in the previous over to that one. Strange looking over. 1.1, then a no ball. Wicket for wicket. So 3 slips. In waiting as Bashir prepares to face Worrell. Oh, was that a chance to short leg? It would have been a reflex effort if he'd held it.
They've taken a few chances. They have dropped a couple in this game. A few half chances, a few tricky ones. Inside edge of the bat, yes.
It was, but
that's fairly tricky, isn't it? Left shin,
he
left knee.
He got a few fingers to it.
I think it's whacked his knee.
It's quite tough to call it a chance, really.
Yes, yeah. Look at the slips.
Well played. Stood up and defended that firmly from the crease. Shoaib Bashir. The 4-slip experiment is short-lived. In fact, Jamie Overton's... It's still 4 slips, but Jamie Overton has moved to leg slip now.
You've done that a bit today. Fair amount.
Well played again. Kept on top of it.
Just think it shows the versatility of this attack, that they can bang it in short one end and they can pitch it up and try and nick you off at the other end. So many different ways this Surrey attack can get you out.
Yeah, so much in reserve for Surrey. That's a capable defence. Rory Burns, the fielder, at cover. So how long can Somerset spin this out? They still need another 36 runs to make Surrey bat again. Feels unlikely they'll get there. But cricket is full of unlikely eventualities. Good bouncer, well directed, but Bashir no problem getting underneath it. I remember the last wicket stand of 31, different circumstances between Jack Leach and Tim Groeneveld against Surrey a few years ago, which produced an unlikely victory for Somerset. They're a long way from any such situation here. 36 is just to make the Surrey openers put their pads on. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. At the moment they'll be pretty confident they won't need to. Sorry, just plugging away, awaiting what looks to be the inevitable. Still a few people in to watch the last rites here at Taunton. Coverage courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, bringing this live stream to you. And there is the dugout.
That's Gareth Batty, it's not Ollie Pope. Jim Troughton, Gareth Batty. Yeah, Gareth Batty, off spinner for Surrey for years.
So was Gareth Batty the doppelganger?
No. As Craig Overton swings this one deep over the leg side into the Trade Nation temporary stand that's slightly less temporary than the temporary stand at Old Trafford, but fairly permanent in the summer when there's white ball games coming on. Craig Overton's having a bit of fun. His brother scored 42? Yeah. So Jamie Overton, 42.
He's got 42 the other way around.
Craig Overton has got 5 and 24, 29 in the match. He'll want to score as many runs as his brother just for a tiny little thing to, I don't know, make him feel a bit better after an inevitable loss.
Yeah, there's a little bit of entertainment for the crowd that do remain. The spectators that remain, I should say. You can't really call it a crowd. So Atkinson's figures being damaged a bit by Craig Overton at the moment. 2 for 35 now in his 7th over. Deficit is down to 30 with that 6.
What's going to happen next? I presume it's another short ball. They're going to surprise Craig Overton with a full ball. Last time he tried that, he drove him down the ground, but Jordan Clark is in place at mid-on. Short ball again. This time is pulled controlled. Okay, Overton. Clark trots around, keeps it a no run.
Kept it down.
Yeah, deliberately so.
We've still got this strange field behind square with a long stop.
Yeah.
Plus the long leg, plus the third.
We didn't mention another 1,000-run man of the season. We'll get back to that as it's short to Craig Overton. He does pull this time. It's going to be at least 2, probably 4.
It's got the legs.
Oh, Jamie Smith might get round. Yes, he does. With thigh pads on, all the padding on. Brilliant work from Jamie Smith with, well, short leg pads to get round and keep it to 2. Craig Overton, sorry, just getting 2 for that.
Apologies, I couldn't see him coming.
You can see, no, of course you can.
It's my blind spot down there.
No, just updating from a few other grounds. Of course, there's been finishes at Edgbaston, the Ageas Bowl, Division 2. Saw Derbyshire's captain Lewis Deploy get to 1,000 runs. That's him, Alex Lees and James Root, all the 1,000 runs in the championship this year. 2 in Division 2. That's a short ball. Craig Overton could have attempted to cut.
It's a no ball as well.
Ball. Interesting. I didn't think that was as high as previous ones. But okay, given. Yeah, every little run is helping Somerset eke towards Surrey's total, but are they going to get the 28 to make Surrey bat again?
Yes, you signalled that he gave that on height.
Yeah.
Umpire Newell. Atkinson tries to finish this match off again.
What can he do now? Where's he going to go next? Full and straight and Creaton drives down the ground. It's going to be at least 2. Should be 4, but the outfield's a bit slow. It did rain this morning and Rory Burns can catch up with it. Just 2 runs. Good fielding. Tractors trying to encourage it to the rope.
Good chase from the Surrey skipper.
We thought we had a lot of overs set to bowl in this evening session, Stephen. The Nottinghamshire-Kent game, guess how many? 41 overs they had down the bowl in the evening session.
That could be a 7 o'clock finish.
Yeah. A lot of spin required there. Evening session always tends to be the longest, as Rory Burns is going to try a different tactic here. He's going to move the backstop somewhere different.
Quite a lot of...
He's moving everyone here.
Shuffling of his pack going on. Third man staying put, as is long leg. We're going to have 2 slips. Who else have we got? It's a slightly more attacking field, basically. You've got 3 men in the ring, offside, 2 to leg.
These 2 slips, where are they going to... Nope, they're not going to field it. Back foot punch for no run, I suppose, because Craig Overton now wants a single. Surrey want Shoaib Bashir on strike, at number 11.
Yeah, I'm not sure how significant that would be, given the way we saw him bat a couple of weeks ago. It looks as though he's playing pretty sensibly. Paddled around the corner, won't be a run. Overton to Overton. End of the over, so Bashir will be on strike to Worrell, presumably. But he's handled that pretty well so far.
Yeah, I mean, cat and mouse, isn't it? Does number 11 get the strike, does he not? Surrey want the win. They won't have to come out and bat a tiny score, do they? Does Craig Overton want to put his bowling boots back on?
He's lasted 8 balls pretty comfortably, though.
Yeah, he's not looking like getting out, is he? Maybe that catch at short leg off the shin, perhaps was the only real chance.
Anyway, let's see. 4 slips back in place. And a short leg. Little bit of a push at that one. Outside the off stump, no contact with it. Just as well from Bashir's point of view. That would have been that. Jordan Clark is loosening up at wide mid-on. Possibly coming back at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end if he's needed.
Oh.
And he won't be if there are more deliveries like that.
That's a beauty. Shoaib Bashir, it's no criticism of Shoaib Bashir, but that was too good for him, really, wasn't it? A better batter might have nicked that off. He couldn't catch up with it.
It's a Jaffa. What do you do with that?
What do you do with that?
Shrug your shoulders and wait for the next ball. No such thing as a crisis, only the next ball. Nicely played. Will be a couple here, I guess. No,
Give
not risking
Craig the
it.
strike. They don't want Shoaib Bashir on strike, really, do they? He's not allowed to score even numbers this early on in the over.
Yeah, there are 3 left for Craig.
Just look at Craig's highest score, 138, the same game when Van der Merwe scored 102 not out. Sort of lower order rearguard action back in 2016 when Somerset notched 587 for 8 against Hampshire. Leach got 6 for in the same game. That was here. He's not going to get that many today.
It's comfortably defended.
But
by Overton.
That is his only first-class 100 yet.
So Shoaib Bashir, having got off the mark with that single, there's now the question of whether Craig wants a single of his own to get up the other end. 2 balls of the over remaining.
Proper cat and mouse stuff, isn't it?
As the sun partially re-emerges over the county ground. Nicely played by Overton. Will be at least 2 for this. In fact, he's going to settle for 1 because it's so late in the over. He's going to leave Bashir the 1 delivery to face. We've not seen the players casting shadows very often in this game, but they are at the moment. Sun gradually heading westward behind the Somerset stand and the apartments to its rear. Dug that out pretty well. Shoaib Bashir. It may have been an edge, but it won't bother him in the least because it was all along the ground into the slip cordon. So Bashir survives. 176 for 9. He's on 1. Craig Overton is on 29. And as expected, Jordan Clark is returning for what will be his 3rd spell. 4 for 27. He's been the standout bowler of this innings. 13 overs in all, 4 of them maidens. Can Somerset make these 22 runs that they need to avoid an innings defeat? Craig Overton would love to enable them to do that. He's on 29 not out and on strike.
Yeah, so not Jamie Overton.
Whereas Jordan Clark will be pursuing a 5 for here.
Yeah. What's he going to do? What are they doing? Making sure someone sat down. The ground staff below us.
Recurring problem at this end of the ground. Don't know which floor it is. Presumably it will be the hospitality floor, which is 2 below us.
Clark full and defended by Overton.
Had a very pleasant chat with Alfie Ogborn in the tea interval. He's got an Achilles issue, which was affecting him as the game against Hampshire went on. But he's determined to be fit for the 50 over.
Yeah, I'd love to see Alfie playing. Probably not at Bovey Tracy on Sunday then. But maybe at Truro on Tuesday in the warm-up games.
But it was very good to meet him and congratulate him on his debut, which was a pretty good performance.
Absolutely, getting James Vincent a bad first scalp, was it?
Indeed. And hope very much that he is okay to participate in that comp. 50 over the Metro
Bank One Day Cup, yeah.
I have to get used to saying that.
Craig Overton on the pull, and in between Jamie Overton, he will go and pick up his brother's pull shot. In between deep square and deep fine leg. Still going is Craig. Just had a message saying that a supporter has just wandered past the Somerset Medium Commercial office with a Virtue earpiece on and asked if he could have a happy retirement shout out on the live stream. So Dan Gleesack, happy retirement to you. Glad you're listening on the Virtue Motors earpiece. Give us a wave if where you're listening over there, and on the Virtue earpiece. Give us a wave. It's nice to see you around the way. There we are over in the Children's stand, always waving, regulars. Ian Botham stand need to start buying the Virtue Motors earpieces, don't they? They don't tend to wander over to the Gothic.
Yes, we must educate them.
Yes,
in that regard.
No, it's nice that people are listening in, and where Alex on the camera in front of the Handicapped Pavilion, he's listening. Now he's not got a choice because we've got to tell him what to do.
The deficit's dipped below 20.
There you go. You're getting excited, Stephen. You reckon Rory Burns and Dom Sibley are going to have to strap their pads back on?
I wouldn't say I was quite on the edge of my seat, but it would be nice if Somerset could make Surrey bat again. Just doesn't look quite so bad, does it, when you lose those 3 words by an innings?
Oh, that's come back in from Jordan Clark. That's done a bit. It's a good ball. Craig Oven's done well to keep that out.
Actually, it's 4 words. It's by an innings and, which aren't great to see if you're on the losing side. 9 wickets, 10 wickets, looks marginally less glaring.
What can they do here, Surrey? Desperate to just wrap this up now. They're probably a bit fed up with these two hanging in there. Put on 31 now for last wicket, and Bashir has contributed 1 of them. Craig Oven on to 33. He's not far away from his best of the season. That's an appeal for Jordan Clark, though. Top of the thigh pad. Craig Oven's running it. Has he got a thigh pad on? Bit of theatre, bit of drama on the thigh, at the top of the leg, and just text Sam saying, does he want to come back on comms? And he said, oh, as soon as I come back on, it'll be out next ball. And that was the biggest appeal we've had in this last wicket partnership.
Yeah, you could see the shake of the head under the Panama hat of umpire Newell.
Right, shall I let you two see Surrey home or see Craig Oven as
Well, you never
top
know.
scorer of the season?
You never know,
or
Harry.
see
You might be
Burns
back in
and
half an hour's time.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen. Right, I'll bring Sam Dallin back into the attackers. Surrey, persevere with Dan Morrell.
180 for 9 then. Worrell, this will be his 17th over. 1 for 39. His figures. Oh, that's a bit of a waft outside the off stump from Shoaib Bashir. Looked a bit like a number 11's shot. Just connecting with thin air. Still those 4 slips wait. They could have been in business there if there'd been an edge or Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Short leg in as well for Shoaib Bashir. Played that nicely though. Down to 3rd man and there isn't one. So it's going to be 4.
Really frustrating for Surrey this. No, we know Bashir can bat a little bit. Did so against Hampshire. Somerset just creeping towards making Surrey bat again. What was it, 198?
Yeah, they're minus 14 for 9, Somerset, effectively.
You put it like that, Stephen, it doesn't sound so good.
Sorry, that sounds a bit disparaging, but it is true.
Well, it's better than, what was it, minus 50 odd for 9.
Yeah, it is, I agree.
Look, I just don't think there's much shame in losing to this Surrey side, is there? They're a brilliant side. They can come and do this to anyone.
Just going to say, they're looking at a class of their own, don't they, really?
Every base covered, and then some.
Five slips now for Bashir. And again, he eludes them. Get a couple for this? Yeah, he's happy to go for it. Why not?
Well, the previous shot saw Rory Burns come into the gap where he just got the boundary, so I wonder if we have yet another slip, having gone wide of him.
Deficit down to 12. He hasn't. He's played Worrell pretty well. Shoaib Bashir hanging in there on 7 not out. Oh, that might have been painful. Just nip back into him. He's not showing it, but that's the kind of blow that can be pretty uncomfortable. Thigh, perhaps.
Inside of that thigh, yeah. Be a bruise.
Bashir 7, Overton 33. Well played. That was right off the middle of the defensive bat. Somerset really just trying to salvage some respectability. Put on 37, these two. for the final wicket.
Leg slip now for Rory Burns rather than fifth slip.
And a bouncer dealt with comfortably enough by Shoaib Bashir. So the Somerset tail continues to twitch.
I like that, Stephen. Well, it's going to give Jordan Clark another chance to pick up a 5 foot, and a deserved 5 foot would be as well. So you see at least one gent seeing it through to the end over there on the flats next to that Somerset flag. 14 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 31, Jordan Clark. He did a lot of his damage this morning. Somerset were in real trouble. Was it 28 for 4? Or maybe it might even be 28 for 5. I think it was 4. Jordan Clark had the first 3 wickets to fall. Dixon, Lammonby.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tall order to get out of that.
2 slips. Overton shuffles down the ground.
When you've already got a 200 deficit to be 20 odd for 4.
They just keep coming at you though, Surrey, don't they?
Yeah, it was 28 for 4.
28 for 4.
That was when Tom Kohler-Cadmore was dismissed. Then 92 for 5. And they've just been falling pretty regularly all the way through.
You've got Clark, you've got Worrell, Laws, and Atkinson and Jamie Overton. That is some quintet. That's some shot from Craig Overton. Hit hard. He raced down to the matting at point. Disturbed that seagull, I think.
It's a youngster out there. Didn't know what to do. That would have given him a wake-up call.
No. He just... umpire as well.
See if you can see. First it's the umpire and then it's the bird. You can see the gull. Oh, yeah. Getting out of here.
190 for 9 then, Somerset. 8 runs short of making Surrey bat again. It's a little waft, and then and kind of pogos over his bat. Surrey had a similar situation on Harry's gone. I can't remember who it was against, where I think Tom Laws and maybe Worrell came out to open the batting. They certainly sent 2 bowlers out. I think they needed 1 to win earlier on in the season in the county championship. I forget who it was against. Maybe Hampshire, but I might be making that up.
Can't help you, I'm afraid, on that.
Everett would know, wouldn't he?
He knows everything.
Doesn't he just? Turned into the leg side. Nice shot from Craig Overton. Happy to take the single. So Bashir is left with 1 ball of this over. The 58th of the Somerset innings, the 58th of the day. Craig O wandering down for a word. He's quite enjoying himself out there, I think, Craig Overton.
We'll see this over out. There's a mere matter of 29 more to negotiate this evening.
Could do a bit of rain, I think. Somerset, they'll be doing a rain dance. There's a bit of wind. There's the odd spot of rain, but nowhere near enough, and nowhere near enough forecast to save Somerset, I don't think. It wouldn't be deserved, really. You have to off the cap to Surrey, who've been quite brilliant. They were brilliant at Lords, and they've been brilliant here. A couple of 99s yesterday from Latham and Jacks. Both deserved centuries, really. Clark in. Bashir does keep it out. He's quite keen for a single, and then Craig Overton says, nope, you stay down there.
Yeah, the protection's coming from Craig, isn't it? He wants to shield Bashir. Bashir isn't so fussed about all that. No doubt buoyed up by his heroics against Hampshire with the willow. There's the summary of what's been a rather disappointing 3 days for Somerset. That 170, which they suspected and we all suspected was below par, has turned out to be well below. Somerset scoring double.
Scoreboard is wrong. There's 1 more ball this show. Bashir takes a step outside leg stump, and Clark does the fielding off his own bowling. So the scoreboard was saying the over was done. Jordan Clark and umpires decided otherwise, and so we do have 29 overs remaining, 191 for 9. Polly looking perplexed next door.
Yeah, so that big deficit that was opened up by Surrey, 198 to be precise, and Somerset have never really been in the game since.
Now then, Stephen Lamb. You need one more wicket, and it's Craig Overton you need to get. Who do you call on?
Brother Jamie.
Yes, you do.
No brainer.
Reluctant to bowl, I'm sure.
Dan Worrell was due a break, though.
This will be good fun. He won't be reluctant in the slightest, by the way.
Daniel Worrell will finish, presumably, with 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 45. So, here we have it, Overton v Overton.
That was quite sharp, that.
Played it okay.
Got him in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah, I wouldn't say he played it comfortably, but his defence was sure. Seven runs needed to make Surrey bat again.
Yes, not quite for the victory.
And that will go down to 6, 5, possibly 3. It is 3, because that's 4 through extra cover.
Thought you can have a bit of courage in your convictions there, Stephen, and count us through as the ball. He was on the back foot, wasn't he? It's a nice looking shot from Craig Overton off Jamie.
Yeah, nicely timed and off the middle of the bat. So there may be a chasm between the two sides, but every stroke of that quality gives pleasure to the batter and the spectator. Oh, there's a good comeback.
That's a beauty, isn't it? Look at where he's ended up there, Craig Overton. He knows he's been done all ends up.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that jagged away from the outside edge and wasn't far off the off stump.
His legs are switched right around. He's in a decent nick, Craig Overton. Him and Lewis Gregory both got 40 odd up at Northants, didn't they? They put on a bit of a partnership.
That was a peach of a delivery. Just flirted with it briefly, but then pulled his bat inside the line. Don't think he played a shot in the end, Craigo.
Fielder, who was down at third, Gus Atkinson, gets called up.
Connecting with air again. Looked okay as a stroke, but just didn't make any contact with the ball.
It's just genuine pace, isn't it, from Jamie Overton? That's what he does now. He's able to pitch it up, beat the outside edge. Such a dangerous bowler.
Just one delivery remaining to secure the scalp of his twin brother, at least for the time being. And he won't do it this over. That's fielded by Rory Burns, and Jamie Overton can't yet make that final breakthrough. Will he have another opportunity? Depends to an extent on Shoaib Bashir, as a seagull flies incredibly close to the window of our commentary box. There's Tractor, or there may soon be Tractor. It was the dugout, it's now Tractor. In the middle of the picture with the pink sun hat. He's been sporting that all summer.
Oh, it does. It looks faded, doesn't he? Not he, sorry, the hat. Gus Atkinson back into the attack then. They've gone for genuine pace at both ends. Jordan Clark will, by the looks of it, finish with 4 for. Atkinson has been a tad expensive. I mean, a lot of those runs have come during this Craig Overton flourish at the back end. It's going to be Shoaib Bashir, though, on strike. He's got 7. There's like a fly slip. It's almost like a backstop. Basically, the man there for the top edge. A leg gully, an orthodox gully, short leg. A square leg is also catching.
Yeah, that was actually the field they had for Craig Overton earlier on.
It's a test for Bashir. Played that one all right, got inside it. I suspect he might get a few whistle past his nose and then a fuller, straighter one that he will need to bring his back down. He's a tall man, Bashir, for an off spinner. Able to duck underneath that one, and Craig Overton runs through for a bye to Ben Folkes, which he can take because he was taking evasive action. And Bashir gets a thumbs up from Craig Overton. He had to scramble through Bashir. Folkes' throw almost got all the way down the other end. Bashir gets home safely. Well done, Craig.
He knew the danger, Bashir, and he did very well.
Head down and run in that situation. Don't look back. 2 needed then for parity to make Surrey go out there and bat for at least 1 ball. Field comes in. Big swipe from Craig Overton, but it's straight at Jordan Clark at mid-on.
Didn't time it, that one.
You can hear it up here, can you, Stephen?
One shot away from, potentially, from making Surrey bat again.
Last day of Championship cricket here at Cooper Associates County Ground for a while.
And indeed the penultimate Championship match of the season here.
In late July. Fuller and Jamie over to Craig Overton, in fact, has got hold of that. I think that's going to go all the way. 6. It was in his slot, and he has smashed that over mid-on, over what would have been long on, into the car park. Somerset bring up the 200, 202 for 9. It's a 50 partnership for the last wicket between Craig Overton and Shoaib Bashir. And Surrey will have to bat again.
Well, given the situation when these two came together, that's no mean achievement, really. Ball quickly returned to the arena, and words between the captain and the bowler, Gus Atkinson. I don't think Surrey will be unduly concerned, but that is a bit of a landmark, and he did it in style. Craig Overton.
And very close to a half-century of his own as well. Comes to win 2 runs. He's going to come around the wicket, Gus Atkinson, so a change of angle. Dom Sibley comes out of the slips and he goes basically as a backstop. He's there catching the top edge. There's a fine leg, a third. Craig Overton's going to take on that bouncer. So there is a third, a backstop, a fine leg, a deep square leg, a man in between those two. So deep square leg is having to be careful to stay in front of square, and a deep mid wicket. So there's 1 or 2 if Craig Overton can just drop it into the leg side, but I dare say he might have his sights set on a little bit more than a single.
Last ball of the over coming up.
Surprised they haven't brought the field up. I suspect it's going to be a short one. There's no chance just to drop and run. Comes back over the wicket, Gus Atkinson. Outside edge, and it's put down. There was the chance to end this Somerset innings. It was travelling. I think it's Tom Latham there. Overton gets the single, not quite in the way he would have envisaged, but he moves to 49. End of the over, 60 gone, 203 for 9. Craig Overton dropped on 49. I think it is Latham there. It flies at him at a deepish gully.
Yeah, you wouldn't say that was in the Overton script, would you? I'll just cut it at Tom Latham. He'll drop it, and I'll pick up a single. Easy as you like.
This will be frustrating for Surrey now. Lead by 5.
It means the fraternal drama continues.
They've dropped a few, haven't they, Surrey? Latham's dropped a couple. Jack's dropped one early, didn't really cost anything. Folkes dropped one.
Jamie to Craig. Doesn't want a single. Happy to let this brotherly duel continue. .49 not out, Craig Overton. And again, turning down the opportunity to go through to the half century. He reckons that farming the strike is more important. I'm inclined to go along with him, particularly with brother Jamie with ball in hand.
Yeah, he's doing well here, protecting Sher Bashir. What's going to be a barrage of short bowling, you'd imagine, would come his way.
Halfway through the over. Fended, and this time he allows Bashir the chance to see out the final 2 balls of the over, and in the process goes through to his half-century.
Yeah, well batted, Craig Overton. Enjoyed himself out there. A bit of frustration with ball in hand in the second innings. It was the first innings, wasn't it, for him? 57 ball, half century. He's entertained what is still a decent crowd here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Frustrated Surrey a little bit. In the grand scheme of things, it won't do much to alter the result, you wouldn't imagine. But it was entertaining to watch.
And may be a pathway into a return to form with the bat for Craig Overton, which would be much to Somerset's encouragement. That's hit him on the back, I think. Short delivery, which is no surprise. Have another look.
Turned his back on it, didn't he?
Maybe it just went straight through.
No, I think he definitely hits him.
Glancing blow.
Yeah. Didn't quite get low enough for Bashir, did he?
Might have hurt. Even glancing. That's unorthodox. Stepping away a yard and fending it out to cover.
What, short leg was in danger there.
So last ball of the over coming up.
Some words of encouragement from Craig Overton at the other end.
It's a risky game he's playing, Show Bashir, but he's got away with it. If that had been straight, then he was a goner.
204 for 9. All smiles from Jamie Overton. And Bashir giving himself some room, I think.
Yeah, he did it twice, consecutive deliveries. And it's not a recipe for success, but he's got away with it. So, Somerset, well, effectively, they're 6 for 9 now.
That sounds a bit healthy, doesn't it?
Well, it's better than minus something, isn't it?
Absolutely. Gus Atkinson's going to continue. Craig Overton's on strike. He's batted well. He's got 50. This final wicket partnership worth 55 runs now. Just frustrating, Surrey. Strange field again. Overton jabs his bat down.
Ooh,
I think
he's
he's
hurt
hurt himself. Has that hit his toe? He's either hit his toe or the bat has hit his toe. He's on the floor, Craig Overton. There's definitely a woody noise. I'm sure bat on ball, but whether he hit it into his foot or hit his foot first, let's have another look.
He's in a lot of pain. That's hit him on the knee, hasn't it?
See what turned on the inside? He's up.
Oh, it doesn't look too bad. I think he's been hit on the knee roll by that ball.
Unless he hit his own knee with his bat or something. There was definitely a woody noise. Anyway, he's back up. We're going again. Field is deep. Taking on the pull shot, Craig Overton. And that's a beautiful stroke. No signs of going into his shell after that blow he took the previous ball on the knee. Short from Atkinson. Overton just helped it over the very, very long leg side boundary. There's 3 fielders out there between square leg and fine leg. He's taken them all on and he's hit it into the middle of the Trade Nation stand.
Well, far from putting him off, that blow seemed to encourage him. And he's plainly okay. It's that moment of concern when he was flat on his back, but he's back up and firing and on 56.
Sorry, I sent a couple of scouts up there just to do a bit of fielding in the Trade Nation stand.
Battered ball eventually returned. Don't think Gus Atkinson's going to be enjoying this. 2 for 54, his figures now, from 8. Craig is doing some serious damage to his economy rate. It's up to 6.5 now.
Takes it on again, Craig Overton, same result. This time it might have gone over the Trade Nation stand. Craig Overton is having a little bit of fun.
I think that's in the car park.
That's a massive, massive blow from Craig Overton. The Somerset dressing room are up on their feet. They enjoyed that one. Rare smiles here at Taunton. That has cleared the Trade Nation stand, which goes back, what, 15, 20 rows? That's a big hit from Craig Overton.
Absolutely. I've seen a few from him, and that's as big as any, I think.
Moves on to 62. The lead is 18, Stephen. Now, what does Surrey get nervous about? How many does Somerset need to give themselves a target to bowl at?
I don't think we're in that territory as yet. But you remember you and I were at Lord's when Craig Overton hit an enormous six in a T20 game, which landed on the roof of the grandstand.
I do remember that.
It was a short boundary that side, but it was still a huge hit.
Jason Berendoff, it was, the bowler. Jamie Overton is back. He went to retrieve that ball. And what would Gus Atkinson do here? Having a quick word with Rory Burns. They had a quick look at the ball as well, having connected with a bit of concrete. Goes Fuller, and Craig Overton hits him back down the ground, all the way along the floor, whistles over the boundary, and that's 4. So he's gone 6-6 for Craig Overton. He moves on to 66. Somerset, 220 for 9.
Well, the spectators who are in, and there aren't that many of them, will be glad they stayed at the moment. This is, it may still be a one-sided contest, but it's great entertainment.
Short ball, slower short ball. Well bowled, Gus Atkinson. Good comeback. It's a no ball, though.
Oh, no harm done to Somerset's cause by that.
This is good fun, isn't it?
They're 24 in front now.
This partnership worth 71 for the last wicket. Craig Overton playing the leading hand.
And it's double Nelson, 222. The Richie Benaud favourite.
Top edge and put down. I think it was a drop catch from Ben Folkes. It weren't, no, because it didn't take a bye and they didn't take a run.
Not sure whether he got a hand to it or not. We'll probably be able to tell from the replay.
I think Folkes gets a hand to it. It's whether he got an outside edge or not.
Oh, he's just out of picture. Or his mitts are just out of picture. I'm not sure whether he did get a bat on that.
No, maybe not. It just zipped through, didn't it? He's sharp.
This is going to be frustrating for Atkinson.
Last ball the over, so the field comes in. What they don't want to do is give Craig Overton an easy single to keep the strike. Fuller one, and Overton has guided it wide of the fielder at points. He'll get another boundary, he won't keep the strike, but that is an expensive over from Atkinson. Craig Overton is batting beautifully. 6-6, the first one into the Trade Nation stand, the next one over the Trade Nation stand. They were both pull shots. He then drives down the ground emphatically, and off the final ball of the over, he's just opened the face of the bat and guided it past backward point. And Somerset all of a sudden lead by 28.
Yep. Surrey will be frustrated rather than bothered at the moment. They'll still feel they've got the game in the bag, but certainly Gus Atkinson will not have enjoyed the last half hour or so. Well played. Full-length delivery from Jamie Overton. The difficulty about the boundary, I'm not sure whether he was looking for the boundary necessarily. He was probably hoping for a single, but he played it so well, Craig Overton, that Bashir was committed to being on strike to Jamie Overton. Oh! That looked nasty. Head or shoulder, perhaps?
I think shoulder. I think he's ducked into it. And actually, it's very difficult, isn't it? This is coming at him quickly. What he's at least doing, even though he's turning his back on it, is getting his head out the way.
Shoulder.
Knees.
That's going to be a big bruise.
I meant to say toes, Stephen.
Oh, the back away again. I doubt the validity of that approach, but he's got away with it 3 times now.
It's unorthodox, but it's working for him.
So far. But it does horribly expose his stumps. You feel that if Jamie gets one straight and he's doing that, that's game over.
Yeah, I think it might be time to go back to Jordan Clark or Tom Laws if this over is played out.
Oh, that was so nearly. So nearly. That was exactly what we had in mind.
Sure, Bashir's not even on the pitch when that ball is going past the stumps. Look at where Bashir is.
Go to Varnish.
He's outside the tram line. If that's a bowler, it's a no ball. Good on him, Shoaib Bashir. He's been brilliant since he's come into this Somerset side. Look at where he stood.
Extraordinary.
He's a brilliant character. He's very well liked in that dressing room. He's a quality bowler.
I don't think I've seen a batter move so far away.
There it is.
That's it. End of the innings. Jamie Overton has taken the wicket of Shoaib Bashir. Goes after bravely resisting for 7, and Somerset are 226 all out. Craig Overton finishes unbeaten on 70. Great effort and a return to batting form for him. And Craig Overton's innings from 63 deliveries in the end, 5 sixes and 5 fours. Finishes on 70 not out, and that means that Surrey need the mere matter of 29 runs to win. So it should be straightforward, but who knows, maybe there's a twist or two in the tail yet. They've got 23 overs. They'll take a couple off, won't they, for the change of innings. So it'll be potentially 20 overs in which to get 29 runs. So this game should be over today. There's a contented looking Jamie Overton, content to have completed the innings, and it was on the cards really, with Shoaib Bashir backing away consistently by the end of his innings and eventually dismissed, leaving Jamie Overton with figures of 2 for 33 from 11 overs and 5 balls.
Brilliant bowling effort from Surrey. Now, you know, that was great fun at the end, what Craig Overton did. But even to bowl someone out for 226, I mean, they all feel it should have been more like 150, and that's because, you know, they had 28 for 4. Tom Abel then goes after making 46. Like, that was very, very good from a very good Surrey side. Jordan Clark, 4 for 36 from 15 overs. Jamie Overton, as you said, 2 for 33. Dan Worrell probably bowled a bit better than his figures suggest, actually. 1 for 45 off 17. Tom Laws tidy as well. Gus Atkinson got a bit of stick from Craig Overton at the end, but they are just a very, very good bowling unit. And okay, they're going to have to bat again, but they've dominated this game.
Yeah, but the last wicket stand of 77 has given the few spectators left in something to smile about, something to enjoy, because Craig Overton, when he's in any kind of nick, is a joy to watch.
Yeah, he was. Good fun. Right, well, we're going to grab a glass of water or a cup of tea, and we will be back with you in about 5 minutes' time for the conclusion of this game.
Australia at the Kia Oval. England were bowled out for 283 after being asked about first in their first innings. Australia, in response, 42 without loss after 13 overs, trailing by 241 runs. Please welcome back match umpires Russ Warren and Mark Newell. Led out by Captain Tom Abel. Please welcome Somerset.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've got the fourth inning about to get underway. Surrey batters, Surrey openers, Dom Sibley and Rory Burns on their way out into the middle, and the reason they are out there is because of a late Craig Overton flourish took Somerset past Surrey's first innings score with their second innings And so Surrey require 29 runs to secure victory here in Taunton with 21 overs left in the day. I'm Sam Dalling, and alongside me is Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, 10th wicket partnership of 77. It's not often you can say that, and that's what's given a certain, well, very limited respectability to that Somerset second innings total. It's still not great when you've been bowled out for 170 and followed up with 226 not out. It's going to be a comprehensive win for Surrey, one fancies, but it won't be by an innings, which had seemed likely for much of the final session. They have managed, Craig Overton and Shoaib Bashir between them, to make sure that Rory Burns and Dom Sibley have to put the pads on.
Yeah, and it's going to be, well, we saw Ben Green warming up before they went back out there, so he's going to have the new ball. I wonder if Tom Lammonby is going to take it at the other end, because he also was warming up alongside Shoaib Bashir. Matt Henry is out there, but I don't think he will bowl. Likewise, Craig Overton. Casey Aldridge isn't out there. I can see Andy Ameed at short mid-wicket.
Yes, absolutely no surprise that Casey Aldridge is absent after going off with the side strain in the first innings. So 2 slips and a gully in. Ben Green is going to be bowling to the Surrey skipper. Well, there's a shot at the stumps. He was safely home. I think it was an excellent piece of fielding, actually. Just the one stump to aim at. But nonetheless, the first of those 29 runs needed has been achieved by Rory Burns.
Yeah, it was hit far enough to Matt Henry's right, but it was a brilliant pick-up and throw. As you say, he was kind of leaning backwards, one stump to aim at.
So Dom Sibley then on strike. Not having anything to do with that one from Ben Green. Somerset ready, awaiting the inevitable here.
Both very busy, aren't they, at the crease, Sibley and Rory Burns. We see Sibley on screen there a second ago, fidgeting around.
Inside edge, but will count for a single. Backward as square on the leg side. Bashir is the fielder. 2 without loss. Surrey. So just 27 more needed. This game certain to end in 3 days. Tomorrow won't be required. That's a good ball, leaving the left-handed Burns.
I love the graphic there. Runs to win 27. Balls remaining 698.
Should do it then.
You said they're ahead on run rate. 10 wickets in hand. There we go.
698. Does that constitute 21 overs? No, that's sort of potentially the whole of tomorrow as well. Must be included in that.
It does indeed.
That's an extraordinary stat to see on the screen. I don't think they'll be needing all of them, Surrey. 2 without loss then, and some entertainment provided by Craig Overton to the crowd in the last half hour or so. A flurry of boundaries, 5 of them maximums.
I think we're going to see Tom Lammonby here take the new ball from the River End. We saw him warming up well, just before this session, but also on day 2 as well. Hasn't bowled much, if at all, this season. Bowled 1 over of slow left arm in the Hampshire game. But if Somerset can get Tom Lammonby bowling for the rest of the summer in September, could be a useful option. No surprise, really, I think, to see Craig Overton and Matt Henry taking a rest. The best will in the world. This is a lost cause for Somerset. So Lammonby, bit of left arm seam. 2 games in a row here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We've seen left arm seamers in action for Somerset. Alfie Ogborn, you said hello to a bit earlier on, didn't you, Stephen?
Yeah, indeed. Delighted to meet him. He's looking forward to the 50 over.
Wonderful. Lammonby into Sibley. Couple of slips and a gully.
The 50 over comp, which I must get used to calling the Metro Bank Cup. It's been Royal London for quite a long time, hasn't it?
It has indeed. Yeah, the Metro Bank One Day Cup. First Somerset home game, 4th of August, 6th of August. I think there's an 11th of August home game as well. Ben Warren will tell me if I'm wrong. They come thick and fast. Sibley just turns it to Andy Amede. There's the first one, Friday the 4th of August. Day-night game under the floodlights. 10 tickets for the price of 8. Beer and cider festival, bit of live music too. Non-alcoholic drinks also available. Over 100 beers and ciders. Some of them will be no alcohol options. Should be a wonderful night here against Warwickshire. Cooper Associates County Ground. 2 mid-wickets in now. Bashir and Amede. We'll come into screen shortly. There's Amede doing the fielding. Get your tickets for that one on the Somerset website. Selling well, all the Metrobank One Day Cup games. They'll all be brilliant. There's a different event on each game, Stephen. There's a Wurzels gig, Family Day, there's a food festival, and the beer and cider festival. So
no doubt the Wurzels will be doing Blackbird.
Hopefully with the team. That'd be quite good, wouldn't it?
It would. It would be fantastic.
Sibley turns that one to the leg side. Green's going to chase and do well to cut it off. So a couple for Sibley. Sorry, move on to 4.
Yeah, Sibley on to 3 with that. So just notching them off. The Surrey openers, 25 more needed.
That's a nice shot from Dom Sibley, but it's struck too close to Ben Green. So it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, took him less time to get onto that, Ben Green, and fielded it very comfortably. So left armour to left-hander. Rory Burns has taken guard. His pigtail protruding from the back of his helmet.
Tongue twister for you.
Is it called a pigtail these days?
Leave that one alone. There it is. We had the number of balls remaining, end of the over. 0.21 runs. An over required. So Surrey on top of the run rate.
Quick word between Burns and Sibley. On course is probably what they're saying to each other. No need to say anything else really. That's a target of 29 and you're 5 without loss. You know it's not going to take long. Green's going to continue, unsurprisingly, from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I wonder if these 2 bowlers will be the only 2 we see. Dot ball to start. Disappointing 3 days for Somerset. They've been on a good run in both formats recently. Silverware coming here in the form of the T20 Blast. Win at Northampton last week in the Championship. Close to a win against Hampshire here in the previous game in this tournament. But the difference in class between Somerset and Surrey has been all too apparent over these 3 days.
Yeah, they are going to take some catching. Maybe if they played Essex, there would be a chance. But I've done the last 2 Surrey games. I did a commentary of their win at Lords. and I just can't see anyone catching them. When they play anywhere near their best, they are the best side in the country.
Somerset will have to be content with having knocked them out of the blast on finals day in that semi-final. Defended again. Sibley in no hurry. He never is he? Tom Sibley.
No, he'd be quite happy to be out there for those next 600 balls.
May not be allowed quite that many. 24 more needed. Defence again. No rush at all. It's gone very quiet, the county ground here. There aren't that many spectators left in. A few of them in the James Hildreth stand. Order of delicious snacks. Briefly on the screen there, as Greenville's outside the off stump to conclude the over. King's College Taunton.
A few players coming out of there.
Absolutely. James Rue being one of them.
Mr. Banton. Mr. Butler. Will Smead of Kingsport?
Yeah, Joss Butler certainly was. I was hearing some chatter on the terrace down below us about Thomas Rue, who's James's younger brother, very highly thought of.
Made runs for the 18s this week, didn't he?
Did he?
Golf, though. He's a very good golfer. Lamon beat Burns, ending up 2 or 3 steps down the track. Surrey still 5 without loss.
And Thomas is 4 years younger than James?
Yeah, I think he's 14, 15.
So that's going to be an interesting prospect.
Yeah, mighty fine golfer. Left alone outside off stump.
Lammonby just has a look at the delivery point, make sure that there's no risk of landing badly. Hasn't bowled much this season.
Takes a couple of steps down the ground there, Rory Burns. It's a no ball, a bit of overstepping. Ugly-ish looking shot, but it's going to pick Burns up a couple.
Yeah, it wasn't really timed. As Burns decided he's going to do it in a flurry, perhaps. 22 more needed. Sorry, 20 more needed. Scoreboard just catching up.
Through to James Rue there. Tom Lammonby, it would be good if Tom Lammonby was fit to bowl for the rest of the summer. Just give Somerset a slightly different option, left arm seam. Leaves that one alone, but it's another no ball, so he'll have to go again, Tom Lammonby. Just getting his delivery stride slightly wrong at the moment.
Rory Burns can go up to Dom Sibley and say, well, get him in no balls. 11 without loss with that one, so runs required drop below 20. Just 18 needed now. Does feel a bit like going through the motions here.
Yeah, it does. Left alone, James Rue takes that one. Stephen asking in the comments if the Metro Rank One Day Cup will be on the live stream. Yes, it will.
Very much so.
All 4 home games.
And Surrey are going to be back here. One of the home games is against Surrey.
be slightly different. Well, no, might see Sibley and Burns, Harry was saying.
That's going to be 4. I fancy... not quite. Misjudgment on my part. Apologies. They're going to come through for 3. It's that rain we had overnight, isn't it? It's just slowed things up on this outfield here. I reckon on day 1 that would have been a comfortable boundary.
Well, Harry was saying, wasn't he, that the height of the cut is something like 15 millimetres. I know you said millilitres there, which is not how you cut grass. But yeah, just to try and slow it up a little bit.
Conversation going on between bowler and 2 fielders. Quite sure what that's about. Whose round is it, perhaps?
They're gonna. I think they're not gonna have it. No, they're just moving Shoaib Bashir to kind of almost a square leg. Moving Hamid, who was at a straightish mid wicket, to a more orthodox catching mid wicket. And Hamid is going to come in at a short square leg. Oh, and it's nearly worked as well. That is just where they moved him. It's gone through the hands of Shoaib Bashir. It flew at him. He's not far away from the bat. Sibley goes through for a single. That was almost perfect.
Yeah, it wasn't far away, was it?
Tipped it over the bar. It's an instinct catch, isn't it?
Mm.
Either sticks or it doesn't. There's not much time to react there.
And you get a hand to it, and you have the indignation of knowing it's been put down as a chance. It would have been a fantastic catch. End of the over. Halfway, Surrey, to this minuscule victory target of 29, 15 without loss. Squeezed away to backward point and Shoaib Bashir by Dom Sibley. Still 3 slips and a gully in for Ben Green. Sibley electing not to play.
Oh.
And there is James Rue falling over the stumps.
Demolishing the stumps, I would say, falling through them. He did well to keep his feet there, James Rue. Well done. Keep his balance. They're at a proper angle. Pisa style.
Yeah. Didn't have them positioned in his mind, perhaps, as he took that return.
The required run rate down to 0.12 now, Stephen.
Oh, that's comfortable then. Sorry, we'll be breathing a sigh of relief that it's so diminished. Here's one more. Down to long leg. Bashir in action again. Who made a pretty good account of himself with the bat, batting at number 11. He's contributing to that partnership for the last wicket of 77. Craig Overton was blazing away at the other end, but Bashir gave him some useful support.
Yes, it wasn't the most conventional, was it? But it was effective for a time.
It became increasingly unconventional, but it did make this Surrey second innings necessary, and that had seemed unlikely for much of the day. Just 13 more needed now for Surrey to secure what will be their 7th win. Lost just 1 game and drawn 3 in the Championship, the holders. And their 7th win will be more than anybody else has achieved so far this season. Going to be a couple here, possibly 3. Yeah, Burns wants it, and he's going to get it comfortably. Yeah, it will be Surrey's 7th win. Essex have won 6. Hampshire 5. 4 for Warwickshire. It'll stay at 3 for Somerset. Then 2 wins for Lancashire, Nottinghamshire and Kent. 3 for Middlesex, and just the 1 for Northants, who are very much adrift at the bottom of the table now. 29 points below Kent, and look destined for the drop.
Yeah, they do, Northants. They might even lose the game at Lancashire. Lancashire building themselves a lead with a day still to go.
The likelihood is it'll either be Middlesex or Kent who go down with them.
Yes, Middlesex don't play Kent. Kent do come here. Sherwood Bashir into the attack at the river end. Couple of overs of Tom Lammonby. And it's time for a bit of off spin. Sherwood Bashir to the left-handed Burns. Going to come around the wicket. Surrey needing 10 to win now. Remains the case as Burns pushes it to Abel. Well, 5 of those 6 Essex wins have come in the last 5 games. They're on a serious run, Essex.
Slow start.
Yeah, they did. They won of their first 6, I think.
As indeed Somerset started slowly.
Reverse sweep from Rory Burns. Craig Overton saw it coming and just took a step to his left. Burns wound it up, but I think he might have not quite got it off the middle of the bat. Comes back for a couple. Let's have a look at that on the replay. You see Craig Overton just goes a shuffle to his left, meditating it, anticipating it. That's the word. It's late in the day. It's gone 6 o'clock.
It might have been meditative as well.
Ooh.
Oh, dropped. Craig Overton. Unless that turned and past the outside edge. Let's have a check. I think that's kissed the outside edge.
That one does turn. And Burns leaves it be.
8 more needed now.
Bashir has been so impressive in the early parts of his professional career. Around the wicket to Burns. Pushed it back to him. 1 ball left in the 6th over. Sorry, 21 without loss. Burns got 11. Sibley's got 6. Just 8 needed. Reverse sweep comes out again. It's in the air. It's not convincing from Rory Burns, but he's going to pick up 4 for his troubles. So that halves the runs required to 4. End of the over. Let's have another look at that one. Burns got into position early. More top edge than middle of the bat, I dare say. Doesn't matter though. 25 without loss Surrey are after 6 overs.
So 1 shot away now. Dom Sibley with the chance of making it. He's got 6 to Burns's 15. 25 without loss. And this game as good as over. Ben Green's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Will Dom Sibley end it flamboyantly? Oh, he's been prevented from doing any such thing by a fly, I suspect. Or a wasp, or something's got into his eye. An insect of some kind. Something anticlimactic.
I thought it was quite dramatic the way he moved away there. Something irritated him.
Yes, I was engrossed by the possibility of a boundary finish. Still am. No. Not this time anyway. Straight back to the bowler. Another break in Championship action following this round. Outside edge, but all along the ground to third slip. Next game in September. It'll be a 10:30 start.
Yeah, it will. Now then the summer will be coming to an end. It is sad how the powers that be have scheduled it.
Will be runs here, at least 2. That'll be what they settle for.
I think Richard Gold has promised it won't happen again.
Required rate now as low as you'll ever see it, I suspect. Just 2 more needed by Surrey to secure what will be a 10-wicket victory here at Taunton. Not from that delivery. 2 more opportunities for Dom Sibley in this over, potentially. At a rather quiet, rather subdued Cooper Associates County Ground. Not this time.
There's a few hardy souls that have stuck it out. There'll be a few Surrey fans as well. They always travel in good numbers. We're seeing it through to the end of this game.
Not this over. Up to Rory Burns now.
He was never the type to do anything different, Dom Sibley. That's what I like about him. He plays his way, and rightly so. It's been so successful for him for so many years. There's lots of time. If the ball was there to be hit, he would have tried to hit it. But he doesn't need to.
So Bashir v Burns.
Yes, Bashir cap off. Will we see another reverse sweep?
You wouldn't rule it out, would you? Well, that could be it.
Probably would be it. Bashir just wandering over to Captain Abel. Have a chat. There is a fielder at short third.
So 27 without loss, just 2 needed for victory. For Surrey, for the champions.
Not a reverse sweep from Burns. Pushes it into the offside, but there'll be no run. Tom Lambie at backward point. Goes on.
A series of dots. Still, these 2 runs needed for victory.
Pushed into the offside. Will just be a single though. So scores a level. Burns. He moves on to 16, Surrey on to 28 without loss.
So another chance for Dom Sibley to administer the coup de grace.
He takes his guard, not face Shoaib Bashir yet. I'm sure he'll be watchful. Surrey can see victory. They're 7th for the season, as Stephen Lamb was saying. Sibley just pushes forward. Andy Hamid on as a sub-fielder for Casey Aldridge. Swoops around. 2 balls left in the 8th over of the innings. Quicker one from Bashir. It's been a brilliant couple of days. Disappointing from a Somerset perspective. in terms of the cricket they've played. No shame in losing to Surrey, though, who've been exceptional. Had Jim Troughton on a little bit earlier on. Arul Sapaya, former Somerset man. Turned in to the leg side end of the over. There'll be no run.
He's intent on leaving it to his skipper, isn't he?
A bit of Vic Marks. Treves was here for a couple of days. Sophie Luff. Yourself, Stephen. Harry Everett. We've enjoyed it.
We have, certainly. It's always a pleasure. Thanks to our sponsors, WPA.
There's the commercial team. Just realised they're on screen.
Number 58, Sean Dixon.
Well, I say we've got a change at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. I haven't seen Sean Dixon bowl ever, but he's going to come on now to bowl. Looks like off spin. And he's coming on with 1 run needed for victory. Can he bowl a maiden?
Well, you say that, but James Rue is standing back.
Maybe I was grossly underestimating the man's pace. It's not a particularly long run up.
It's part-time.
Here he comes. He's going to bowl round the wicket initially. Oh, that's a long way outside the offside. Is that a wide? Could it be over with a wide? Must have been close.
The umpire did think about it. Dixon looked back.
Maybe he felt it would be a bit underwhelming to finish a game like that.
I think Dixon was worried that he wouldn't even could register a proper ball.
That's more like it. That's straight, reasonably straight. Off stump or thereabouts.
Did a bit of that. Hooping around, Sean Dixon.
So 2 dots.
Harry Everett's back. Wherever he goes, there's always some food nearby.
That's a bit of a agricultural heave from the Surrey skipper, who wants this over and done with, really.
I love how much he's waving his arms around, Sean Dixon, after every ball, just getting that shoulder rotating. It's like it's not been worked for a while.
3 dots. Oh, wide again, or not technically. Oh, it is. It's been given as a wide. It's over. Surrey have won by 10 wickets. And that is the end of proceedings here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Well played, the county champions, who look well set to retain their title. 29 without loss in the end. Surrey, Rory Burns on 16, Dom Sibley on 8, and Sean Dixon obliging with an extra to see the visitors over the line. Well played, Surrey. Never really looked like going Somerset's way from the moment they were bowled out for 170 in their first innings. Surrey overhauling that comfortably, taking a lead of 198. And then with Surrey bowled out for 226, although they made, I beg your pardon, Somerset bowled out for 226, although they made Surrey bat again, the result was never in doubt. So Surrey coming out winners by 10 wickets. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, they played quite brilliantly. Jackson Latham with 99 each, Tom Lawes with 4. They all just stopped just short of milestones, didn't they? Tom Lawes got 4 in the first innings, Jordan Clark 4 in the second. Latham and Jacks 99 each. It's a deserved victory for Surrey. They are, I'd say, the champions-elect. They're not far away. They're going to have to keep going. Essex are going to push them very hard. We should, I think, though, Stephen, say a big thank you very much to Matt Henry, who's been quite wonderful. 26 championship wickets at 16.84, 31 Vitality Blast wickets, including that moment, the winning moment, the trophy sealing moment at 13.25. So when you want an overseas player to come in, you know, if you want quality,
you can't wish for anything more than that, can you? And he's signed off with 6 for 80 here.
57 wickets he's had, Matt Henry. It's quite remarkable, that, isn't it? It's a serious effort.
Yeah, and I have no doubt that they'll be keen as mustard to persuade him to come back if they possibly can, if circumstances permit. And it's such a lottery, isn't it, with all the international cricket that's going on different times of the year. But comprehensive win. Word for Craig Overton and that entertaining unbeaten 70, which forced Surrey's second innings, albeit for a very brief period. 55 for James Rew, 46 for Tom Abel. Those the only three contributions of any significance to the Somerset second innings. And well bowled the quintet. Jordan Clark, 4 for 36. 2 wickets for Jamie Overton, 2 for Gus Atkinson.
Well, it's time for Somerset to turn their attention to the Metro Bank One Day Cup. Tickets still available. All the details are on the website. Keep your eye out on Twitter, on Facebook, on all the social media streams, because there will be interviews after this game going up just as soon as they are available. A final thank you to WPA Health Insurance, who are the sponsors of the live stream. They're the reason we can bring you every ball of each of the home Somerset games this summer. We're going to sign off for the evening. We'll see you again very soon. The 4th of August is the next home game. Friday, under the floodlights. Get your tickets. Beer and Cider Festival. Life doesn't get any better.
Indeed. From Harry, Sam and me, very good evening to you.